Hello and welcome to the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. It's slightly different this year. Of course, last year we had all the loud LMP1 cars around us, but this year we're in slightly different surroundings. 53,000 entries this season entered into this competition to be here for the Super Final. 54 drivers made it to this point. There are 9 pro teams, there are 9 Pro-Am teams across 12 different nations. Now, sitting next to me, you just saw there Chris McCarthy. He called the shots last time, and you're back this time. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back again. It's great to be alongside you.
I know, it's great. It's nice, isn't it? Nice for me as well to be next to you. But it's been an odd year, hasn't it? We all know.
Yes.
But being back here for the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, different surroundings, but we're going to have a huge amount of incredible racing over the next 4 days.
We've all had a lot of distractions this year, hasn't we? Some quite unpleasant distractions, unfortunately. But we're here. We're going to go racing once again. It's what we love doing, esports, racing, Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. It's taken us a long time to get to this point, a little bit longer than what we might have thought. But now we're going to have the best drivers from around the world go head-to-head over the next 4 days. And at the end of it, we're going to have some winners walking away with a lot of money. Yeah,
absolutely. We thought that we were pinching ourselves last year when we were actually at Le Mans. I think this time, the fact it's now drawn over 4 days, quite a few differences this year. The fact it's drawn over 4 days, it's going to be a bit of a treat for all of us. You know, yourself, me, Harry Jacks, our other commentator, he's going to be here as well calling the shots. I think we're all just kind of on cloud 9, aren't we?
Yeah, it's great. You know, 4 days of competition. Over the 24 hours we had last year, it all kind of ended a little bit soon, didn't it?
Yeah.
You know, we didn't have a lot of time to digest everything, you know, to catch up over an evening with where we were in the competition, what we could expect the next day, what's just happened. We didn't have any time to really intake what we were seeing. But today, each night we're going to be going home, who's going to be the favourite each time we go away, how the competition is going to be evolving. We're going to have a lot of racing as well, and we're going to have a lot of time to enjoy that racing. And I think the way the competition is going to evolve throughout those 4 days is going to be really good to see.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of subtle nuances at this time round because there are quite a few changes. Last year we had 24 hours of epic battles across the way. This time we have elimination and a whole lot more. And to explain it, check this out.
The Le Mans Esports Series Super Final is split into 4 segments taking place on 4 separate days from Tuesday, September 15th to Friday, September 18th. There are 2 categories, Pro and Pro-Am, competing for separate $100,000 and $50,000 prize pools in different machinery. Points are earned by teams battling it out over 3 races per day. The 2 teams with the lowest points after segment 1 will be eliminated. The points are reset each day, and the bottom 2 teams in Segment 2 are removed from the competition by the end of the day. Segment 3, featuring the 5 remaining teams per category, will put forward 3 drivers per race, and again 2 teams are eliminated by the end of the show, leaving us with the final 3 teams to battle it out on the final day. All 3 drivers will compete in the final races, with the winning Pro-Am team receiving $17,500, but with the Pro Champions walking away with a huge $35,000 prize.
God, can you imagine that? $17,500 divided by 3 Pro-Am drivers. Those are 3 drivers that not necessarily do this for a living.
No, not at all. And they've all qualified, you know, through rivals events. We had some drivers qualified through in Birmingham earlier this year at the Autosport International. Now they've all been put together. They're all racing from around the world. They're all joining each other. They've had to, you know, come up with some tactics, and, you know, to walk home with over $5,000 each at the end of 4 days. It's not a bad earning for 4 days of work, is it? Well, I say work, you know, it's not really work, is it?
Not really, no. I mean, we're getting paid, and it's not really work for us either, is it? It's great to have a treat. We're not getting that much, though, alas.
No. Well, you know,
never mind.
Maybe not you.
Thank you. The pro drivers are going for that whopping $35,000 prize pot as well. And as we said at the top, this is made up of Pro-Am drivers and the pro drivers, pro teams. Talk us through the subtle differences between a pro team and a Pro-Am team.
Now, 6 of the pro teams qualified through via our Pro Series, which was a real huge hit. You know, it was 5 rounds, some fantastic racing throughout. 16 teams entered that, and then at the end of it, the top 6 went through and have qualified straight through into the Super Final. We then also had our event at Birmingham, the Autosport Invitational, which went all the way down to the last lap, last corner. Williams Esports took the win there, and hence they're now through, and they're going to be competing in the Super Final. And then we have 2 wildcards as well, which includes our reigning champion, Veloce Esports. So great to have them back as well. So all the pro drivers, they race together. They're all going to be using steering wheels as well. They have to use rigs. The Pro-Am drivers are qualified through a little bit differently. They qualified through mainly via the Rivals events on Forza Motorsport 7. So it was just, you know, they had a few days. They could go on, set a lap time. So they're really good. They've proved that they're really good over 1 lap pace. But, of course, racing is a little bit different.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? When it comes to the Rivals, we're talking about, you know, your hot lap, and you can practice, you can do 1,000 laps if you wanted to, and put one really fast hot lap in. But over the course of this event, you've got to be consistent, haven't you?
Yes, you know, they're going to have to do a lot of racing. So.
Yeah, and one of the differences, which we'll come to fully in a few moments, of course, is that when it comes to the Pro-Am teams, because they're an amalgamation of different drivers from around the globe, there's time zones. I think we've worked out there's a swing of something ridiculous, like 6 hours if you're going to the west coast of America, and it's +9 if you're in Sydney, Australia, and here where we are in the UK, we're in the middle. So it's kind of, it's both. If you've got a driver on either end of that scale, you've got to deal with language barriers potentially, and time differences too. Some drivers are going to be racing at 2 or 3 in the morning, others are going to be racing at, I don't know, 11 in the morning, something like that. So it's going to be quite exciting to see.
Yep, these are all normal people at the end of the day, particularly in the Pro-Am class. You know, some of the pro drivers, you know, actually are backed by, you know, the likes of Red Bull and Williams, so they'll be very, you know, looked after during this event. But you know, in the Pro-Am class, just normal people. They might have jobs to go to, they might have university to go to. All of a sudden they've got 4 days and they're thinking, right, I've somehow got to, either I'm going to get no sleep, or I've got to try and get home from work early, or... Well,
I'm not condoning taking days off school, obviously, but with a prize pot that we've got...
Yeah, exactly.
Now, the pro teams then, we've mentioned there are 9 different pro teams there. How do they qualify? Have a look at this.
Fast Racers Forza, a Brazilian team consisting of Arthur Peronico, Igor Rodriguez, and Juninho Moraes, qualified in the Pro Team Series in P4, 30 points clear of Solar Vision Racing in 5th. With 6 finishes in the top 5, the only win that came for Fast Racers Forza came from Rodriguez, who took the checkered flag at the Sebring Sprint Race. Lazarus Racing finished the opening weekend leading the championship after Tobin Lee won the Le Mans endurance race. However, it would take them until the final races of the season to increase their win tally. With 8 podiums across 10 races and a lowest finishing position of just 5th, consistency was the key to a P2 finish in the team's championship, only falling behind Red Bull Racing Esports in the latter stages. After a difficult start in round 1, Red Bull Racing Esports trio of Alexandre Arnoux, Aurélien Mallet, and Robin Betka returned as a force to be reckoned with 4 wins back-to-back in rounds 2 and 3. Over 10 races, Red Bull scored 8 podiums and 5 race wins, catapulting them to the top of the Pro Teams Championship and cementing themselves as the team to beat. A difficult start in the first race saw Rise Motorsport outside the qualification spots, but a concentrated team effort saw them climb the table, and it culminated in their best result at the Spa Endurance round, with Givert Renault finishing in P2. Solar Vision Racing were having a consistent season just outside the qualification spots, but were revitalized when Michael Thomas Coyne joined the team for the end of the season, and in the final race weekend took P2 in the sprint race at Spa-Francorchamps. Total Performance Racing opened the season with a win in the first round at Le Mans, courtesy of Jacob Bauket, and added to their win tally with Sean Arnold at the endurance race at Sebring. TPR eventually finished P3 in the Teams Championship after falling behind Red Bull Racing Esports and Lazarus Racing, but 50 points clear of their nearest opposition. Our Season 1 champions went for an all-in approach to qualify for the Super Final, banking everything on taking the win at the Autosport International Show. Unfortunately, a luggage incident meant Veloce Storm was unable to travel to the event, leaving Hayden Gullis, Veloce's team manager, with no choice than to step into the car at the last minute. After Valache handed the car over in the lead to Gullis, a valiant effort unfortunately did not yield the win, but instead earned the team a wildcard spot to the final to see if they can retain the honors of the Le Mans Esports Series team champions in Season 2. Williams Esports fielded a revamped Forza squad for Season 2 with a go-for-broke approach, building their team around the Autosport International Show qualifiers, giving themselves just one opportunity to make the final. A strong performance throughout the on-site event, combined with an incredible final stint, left them taking the checkered flag ahead of their opposition and securing their place in the Super Final. Wolves of Dawn take the second wildcard spot in the race and consist of drivers who overperformed in their individual teams, but who did not make the qualification. Adrian Skoltisic of Petrura Moto Center Esports took P2 in the Circuit de la Sarthe Endurance. Mariano Rubalcava Okana was the driver to score the most points for the Lightspeed Esports team, and Ben Jobson being one of the other standout consistent drivers for Alien Motorsport.
Wow, the level is just incredible. When you see those guys in the qualifiers, you realise just how good they are. When we talk to some of the actual pro drivers that race out on circuits, they say, we can never, ever get to that level. These guys are just incredible at what they do.
I think that's been proven, particularly over the last few months. I think it's really shown just the standard of esports. Anyone that didn't take esports seriously now does, basically. And I think they realise that, you know, how good the professionals are on an actual physical track is how good the esports drivers are, you know, behind the wheel of a rig.
Yeah, so let's talk favourites then, shall we? If we have a look at just the pros, we had a bit of a chat, yourself,
yes,
me and Harry Jacks, who's going to be here very, very soon, by the way. He's just getting his makeup on.
Yes.
He'll be here very soon.
It might take a
Social
while.
distancing, we have to keep the distance, so, you know. But he probably is doing makeup, isn't he? A bit lippy for you, that sort of thing.
I hope so.
Let's talk favourites then, shall we? Who are we identifying as the teams most likely to make it to the final day, which is where the big money comes in?
Well, you know, I think the Pro Series was, you know, it was used as a qualifier, and it was used as, you know, a bit of a dress rehearsal to what we're going to see here in the Super Final. You know, Red Bull walked that really in the end. You know, they didn't get off to the best start, and everyone was a little bit surprised by that. But you know, in the end, you know, they won it quite comfortably. So Red Bull are coming into this hot favourites. However, Total Performance Racing and Lazarus also took wins there. Fast Racers Forza got better and better as the season went on. They in the end finished fourth, so I think you could call them, you know, a potential outside favourite if you fancy a bit of a roll of the dice. But then, you know, we've got Veloce as well, reigning champion, so surely they would have to be coming into this even money.
Yeah, what you've done there is you've named pretty much all the teams'
favourites. So yeah, do I have to name one?
You know, I'm not going to put that on you. You can do that if you want. But there are so many great teams in here and so many phenomenal drivers.
Yeah.
And when you're looking at the pro teams, you're trying to identify a weakness, and it's so hard to find a weakness in some of these teams. And that moves us really to strategy, because the way this event works, as you may have seen from the explainer video at the top, there are 4 days worth of competition. At the end of each day, we lose 2 teams from the pro class and 2 teams from the pro-ams, the lowest scoring teams there. So it comes down to strategy. Which driver are you going to put in which race throughout the course of each day?
Yeah. Everyone loves elimination contests, right? Everyone loves seeing an elimination format where each day you're losing, you know, 2 teams. The points get reset every single day. So basically, you know, we're not going to have a team that falls back and then going into the second day, they're coming in at a disadvantage. So every day it gets reset, which is a really good format. However, drivers can only do 10 hours throughout the whole 4 days. 4 of those hours they will do on the final day. So they have to be quite careful as to where they use their hours up. So one thing I think that is great about the format is, you know, throughout all 4 days, you're going to have to be racing at your best, because you cannot afford to slip up. If you get taken out in the endurance race, for example, you're going to lose a lot of points there. You might drop into the danger zone, you might fall into the bottom 2, so someone like Red Bull could hit some problems in races, and then all of a sudden they could be out the competition, and then it opens up for someone else to take their space. So we sat down for ages, you know, trying to work out how we would use our hours up, where we would put our, you know,
which
our
I'll
hours
come to in just a second. But with the point system, there are 2 sprint races, 2 one-hour sprint races. So sprint race first, then a little break, another sprint race, then a break, and then we go into the 2-hour endurance. As Chris was saying, the 2-hour endurance race, you get more points allocated to you. So maybe you focus on the endurance race to get the points, but if you have a problem in that endurance race and you haven't banked enough points earlier on in the sprint races, that might be you game, set and match, and you're out of the competition because you might finish in the bottom 2 on each day. Hopefully you're keeping up with this, by the way. And as Chris was saying, the final day, because there are only 3 teams in each class left, every driver has to race in every single one of those races. When you go to day 3, there are going to be 5 teams left over, and therefore there's a slight difference there. You have to have 2 drivers race in each race. So day 1, that's today, and day 2, if you make it through, you've got to be careful with your hours. So we sat down, myself, Chris and Harry, we sat down yesterday for, like Chris said, about 2 hours, chatting it through. We nominated Harry in our example as our best driver. Chris was our second best driver, and I was also there.
Unfortunately.
I'm good with a bucket and spade. I was out there collecting a lot of sand out and practicing. And we tried to work out a scenario, and it all depended really on what your ultimate goal is.
Yes, it's, you know, where do you want to get to in the competition, or where do you think you can get to in the competition? Now, if you're going for day 3 and that's as far as you think you can get, then you want to put, put Harry out, quite early on to make sure you get yourself through into day 2 comfortably, and then as the hours start getting used up, you want to again try and maximise, myself and Harry, for example, as much as possible. And then if you make it through to day 3, then we put out Bryn just to go out there and do some circles for us, and while we just collect the money basically. So it depends where you want. It depends where you want to get to.
Unbelievable, Jeff. Really is shocking. It's like, Bryn, you can play if we're good enough, right? That's the way it is, yeah. But it was interesting because we looked at this scenario and we worked out a scenario that we were going to try and get to the end and win it. And we put Harry out for the first race, the sprint race, and then that was it. Let him go and have a little sleep. And then Chris was going to do the next 2 races, the next sprint and then the endurance. Well, I just sat there looking pretty with a bucket and spade, and that's the way it kind of worked. And then day 2, they gave me an hour. They're nice like that. And then they really brought me in on day 3 to, I don't know what it was. I think make me feel better. A bit of an ego boost. I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah, whatever you want it to be, basically.
Yeah, thanks very much.
One thing we also said is, every day there's going to be a minimum amount of points, kind of like what you get in the Premier League, for example. If you reach that amount of points, you're probably safe. On day 1, you can probably do that in the first race alone. We reckon it's going to be about 20 points. If you can get to 20 points, you should be going through to day 2. So some teams will want to put their best driver out in the first sprint race, get that good amount of points, because the grid for race 2 is set off the finishing order from race 1. The grid for race 3 is an accumulation of the points you score in races 1 and 2, and that is the same format every single day, essentially.
It's so many things to talk about, and luckily we've got plenty of time over the next few days. But I'm going to stop talking because I'm going to hand you over to Chris and to Harry to call the shots very, very soon. Last year we were really lucky. We had Thomas Laurent wave the green flag for the first ever, the inaugural Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Here's what happened. When we come back, Harry will be in this seat.
Thanks, Bryn. Yes, I'm with Thomas Laurent. And of course, last year he waved the green flag and saw all of the competitors off at the Le Mans Esports Super Final, which was held at Le Mans itself, at the circuit. So how did you find that last year, Thomas? Were you surprised at the scale of the event for the esports?
Yeah, that was a huge moment for me to wave the green flag for the start of this event. And I was surprised how competitive it was to see all these racing driver at the same time jump in the simulator and went for it. It was a really, really good time.
This year, the format is quite different. So they're going to be racing over 4 days, 4 hours each day, and they're in all different decades of cars. They're celebrating 40 decades of Le Mans. So how difficult do you think that's going to be for them to transfer into different GT cars, LMP1s, different ages?
Well, it will be tough for them, I guess, to jump from a prototype to a GT or the reverse. It's really hard, I think, even more on the simulator. The winner will be really a good driver on the simulator for sure.
Great to hear from Thomas Laurent, and look who it is. It's Harry Jacks alongside me.
Yeah.
Great to have you back, Harry.
Yeah, great to be here. Great to be alongside you again commentating. So I'm really looking forward to this. The pro teams, obviously, we know kind of what they can do from the qualifying events that we've seen. Some great action there, so I'm expecting more of the same. the Pro-Am side of things, obviously we know they're very quick over a hot lap. That's how they've essentially got here. But it's going to be really interesting to see how they get on track together at the same time. That's going to be really crucial for them. But ultimately, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Now, they are going to be split up on track, of course. So we're going to have all the time 2 races essentially to watch. So 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be lots of action for us to keep up with. So we'll do our best. But yeah, having 2 races at the same time is going to be so interesting to follow the dynamic of how the races go on. So obviously at some point in some races we're probably going to have the pro teams coming up to lap the Pro-Am teams, so how they deal with that situation on both sides of the fence of getting out of the way, not losing as much time. If you're a Pro-Am team, a pro team needs to get through without losing as much time as possible, so that's a dynamic they've got to think about. We're
going to be racing at a lot of tracks. Before we have a look at the first track, just want to ask you, Harry, as someone who's competed in competitions yourself before, how do you see the format of this competition if you're a driver?
It's interesting, the fact that you have to work with the team or with your team, and as the event goes on, especially day 3 and 4, you have to work together now on track at the same time, providing you get there, of course. It's a real interesting dynamic to work with and think about whether you want to be setting up your car and looking at the races from a personal side of view. You want to do the best for the team that you can, but also you've got to take into account it's a team game essentially, and at that point. Early on, even though when you're on track by yourself, again, it's about accumulating the points of when you are in the car and helping your teammates when you're not in the car.
Of course, 24 Hours of Le Mans this week, and one thing we are going to be doing in this competition is celebrating years and years of history of the 24 Hours Le Mans, and we're also going to be visiting the Le Mans circuit every day of the competition. So let's take a look at where we are going to be starting the first of our 3 races today. We are going to be going to the Bugatti circuit, Harry. Here is a look at the track. Great to have this one on the calendar for this day.
Yeah, fun little track for the guys to get on with. Turn 1 is always a fast, smooth corner, although in these cars it's not going to be too easy that they're dealing with. Turns 2 and 3, a real hot spot for what's going on in terms of action. The start of the race, that's going to be a bit mental. They've got to get through there without colliding too much. There's probably going to be no door robbing, that's just the way it is, but you've got to get through that, picking up penalties, don't get caught in any accidents. And then throughout the circuit, as you go through the infield, lots of long sweeping corners, a good opportunity into the turn 6 corner and a double apex corner there. So interesting. They've got a lot of off-camber corners as well, so a real error generator as well, so we've got to keep an eye on that, but ultimately they're going to have a lot of fun driving around here together.
So just to bring you guys up to speed, if you are just joining us, first of all, welcome to the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, the second running of the event. Now, we're going to have 3 races today, 2 sprint races. The first one going to be an hour, the second one another hour race. Race 2, the grid will be formed of the result of the race we're about to have on track. The points from them 2 races will then give us the grid for the endurance race later on. Now, the grid for race 1 has already been set. Let's go and take a look at who is going to be starting where on the grid, because we did have a couple of surprises in qualifying, didn't we? Let's, before we go through the full grid, talk about one of the biggest surprises that happened in qualifying.
Yeah, so I presume you're looking at Veloce in terms of returning champions coming back and expecting a lot of good things from them. Yeah, I believe some kind of user error has happened, and they're going to be starting essentially 9th and last for the pro team grid. That's really going to shake up things for them making their way through. But obviously at the front we're seeing a regular, usual picture from what we saw in the qualifying events as well. Well,
let's have a look at that usual picture. Let's get straight into the grid then. Here we go. Red Bull Racing are going to be on pole position. They, of course, won the Pro Series alongside them, one of the front runners in that competition as well, Lazarus Racing. So Robin Bechter is going to be starting on pole position. Nikodem Wisniewski is going to be on row number 2 for Williams Esports. Solar Vision Racing put out Michael Thomas Coyne to kick off the super final. Then Rise Motorsport, roughly where they finished in the Pro Series, they're going to be on row number 3. Fast Racers Forza will be alongside them. They finished 4th in the Pro Series. Then going towards row number 4, Wolves of Dawn. Great to see them here, a team that's been put together for this. Total Performance Racing, that one of 2 surprises I think we saw in qualifying in the Pro class. The other surprise being the team that forms row number 5, and that is going to be Veloce Esports. Then the grid is reset. The Pro-Am drivers will be set off 30 seconds after the Pro drivers. Starting on pole position for them will be Apex Hunters. Then we have Le Mans Legends and Setup Demons. They're going to be 2nd and 3rd in Pro-Am. Starting 4th and 5th in Pro-Am is going to be Hot Lappers and Hairpin Heroes. Then behind that we have Arnage Titans, a handy name, I guess. famous relevant name for Le Mans. Endurance Elite will be starting next to them, and then we have Tech Rouge Rangers. LM Squad will form the back of the field. So there we go. The grid is set for this first race. It's going to be a brilliant one, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. So the first lap's going to be really interesting. Now, these cars are very difficult to drive. They might not be the fastest around the lap, but they're so difficult. Now, they roll in the corners, they dive under braking. The back end always wants to come out under a throttle as well. So they've got to navigate the track as well as each other, especially on the first lap. That turn 2 and 3 complex, that chicane, that could be real spicy.
Well, there you can see the classic Jags are going to be the cars we go off with in the Procast, and we are ready to go. It's been a long road to get here, but we are ready to go racing for the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, and we are off. Red Bull Racing Esports are going to lead us down towards the chicane for the first time, and great to see the green flag has now been waving. A 30-lap race to kick us off, 2 sprint races coming up, and then we will have the endurance race later, and at the end of that, 2 teams from each class will be eliminated, Harry. But great to see us now off away in racing in the Super Final.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see us go in. Red Bull off to a dream start pole position, and they're already building a little bit of a gap back to second place. Ideal for them. It looks like they all got through that turn 2-3 complex nicely without too many incidents, so they'll carry on through the first lap. Obviously, it's the best time you can make up positions. The cars are nicely closely bunched together, so now's the time to make a move if you can.
And talk us through the cars we're in. Classic cars here, isn't it?
Oh, vintage racers, yeah. We've got the 56 Jaguar D-Type on the screen. So you're looking at about just under 250 horsepower, just under a tonne. So a lot of power to weight there. But as we said, they're old cars. They're 56 era. So through the corners, they're leaving a bit to be desired. Let's put it that way, as we're probably going to see quite a lot.
And I'm sure we're going to have a look at the Pro-Am class shortly as well, and we'll talk about the cars they're going to be in, because they're not going to be in the same cars. It's going to be different for the Pro and the Pro-Am each time, but everyone out in the same car, so we have a complete level playing field, and we have good battles going on here in the first lap. This looks like Rise Motorsport trying to get down the inside of Solar Vision Racing. A little look down the inside, but no move completed there just yet as they fight for the middle order of the field in the early stages of this race. A 30-lapper race as well, so you can take your time in this, but you do want to get points on the board straight away.
Absolutely, that's the name of the game. Being in it to win it is another name of the game. So you've got, yeah, as you say, get those points.
Any more?
No, we'll save them for later. But yeah, so we can see the Lotus 11 on screen now. So this is the Pro-Am drivers now making their way through the last part of the first lap. You see the car sliding through that right-hander. They are a joy to drive. Not easy, but that's all part of the fun.
We raced in these ourselves yesterday, didn't we? We had
Racing's
a go with,
putting it generous.
Yeah, well, we went out in them. We spun them a lot, but everything seems delayed. You're having a spin 10 seconds before you actually have a spin.
Yeah, so they're the type of car where you've got to think a long way before the corner, so the brakes aren't ideal. So we're looking at a bit of a slipstream going on here. So it looks like Testa Rouge coming under pressure down into turn 1. Turn 1 in these cars is not easy. We're so used to seeing it flat out in many cars. They are not flat out in these, especially when you're going side by side.
Yeah, this is Fabian Piffet trying to get down the inside there for Apex Hunters. That is going to be move complete as he turns into the left-hander. Tech Rouge Rangers are there. Tech Rouge Ranger Richard Mills is out for them, and this looks like it's going to be a 3-race scrap now. So Tech Rouge Rangers are going to be on the outside as they now make their way downhill into the right-hander and trying to sneak down the inside there. We got someone trying to come down the inside. Apex Hunters just about hanging on in the head of this. Tech Rouge Rangers somehow managed to hold on round the outside. I think it's the Le Mans Legend car that is the next behind this. So good dicing going on. It's good. What we are seeing is close racing, but the leaders in the Pro-Am class are escaping at the moment.
Yeah, and as you can see from these trio battling, the nature of the corners, that they feed one into the other, going one way then the other. So there's plenty of opportunity. If you're under pressure, you could then be brought back, to have a switchback on someone and see if you can fight into the next corner.
Yeah, now they come out of the right-hander. They can see Tech Rouge Rangers looking at them. They are in the middle of this sandwich here with the Apex Hunters just ahead of this. In the Pro class, it is still Red Bull Racing who are leading. They have about a 2-second lead. Gaps across the top of your screen. Through the chicane we go, and still this battle continues. Tech Rouge Rangers are going to be coming under pressure here from the Le Mans Legend car. Down the inside they go, and that is the Le Mans Legends up a place. So good stuff there from the Le Mans legends. That's going to put them up into 5th place in the Pro-Am class now as they come around the left-hander, but not quite able to make the move into the final couple of corners. We come now, and the Le Mans legends car dropping in behind for the time being. So I guess a little bit of impatience being shown here from the Le Mans legends. They know that they want to get decent points on the board straight away. They don't want to be in that bottom 2 elimination barrier, so really trying to get a good start to the race. But a 30-lap race, so it is going to be a long one.
Yeah, as you say, a long one. We've got to make sure that you're staying in contention. There's no good having an early accident and putting yourself 15, 20 seconds down the order. To say 30 laps does fly by quickly when not only you in these types of cars, but you've also got the fact that the overtaking opportunities that you're looking at, they come and go pretty quickly if you're not making the moves.
Down the straight now, we can see the battle in the Pro-Am class. Really close racing all the way throughout. It is the LM squad who are leading the way in the Pro-Am class at the moment. Here we look now back to the Pro class. This is the Rise Motorsport team. Rise Motorsport, who put in a great performance throughout the Pro Series. That is how they qualified. They took the last qualifying spot throughout. They are currently in 5th place, our Rise Motorsport. And just ahead of them is the Solar Vision racing car. As we make our way onto the start-finish straight once more. 4 laps of 30 now on the board. And the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, the 2nd running of the event, now well underway. As we have a look at our 2nd place team heading up towards the chicane. There you can see Lazarus trying to get down the inside there. Lazarus not quite able to find a way through. So Lazarus going to tuck back in behind for the time being. It is still the LM squad who lead the way in the Pro-Am class. Red Bull Racing Esports are your Pro Series leader, and that is Rise Motorsport making a little bit of contact there as they came downhill. So Rise Motorsport desperate to try and get this move done now on Solar Vision Racing. Rise Motorsport to the outside. I think this could be them getting through. So to the right of picture is Rise. Now to the left of screen, that is Rise Motorsport. Nearest to us is Solar Vision Racing, and Solar Vision Racing still just ahead. It looks like the Fast Races Forza car is the next along on screen. They look to be closing down now as they come down to the double right-hander. In fact, it's Fast Races Forza 4th in this queue. I think Veloce is the one 3rd in queue. So Veloce Esports trying to make the positions up after that issue for them in qualifying. So they sit 6th in the Pro Series as we look back at the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, good recovery from the Veloce crew so far. Now, early on lap 4, they've already made it themselves up to 6, so that's a good start for them. They need to keep building on that. They were, as I say, closing in on that duo in front of them. The more time the Rise and the Solar Vision cars spend battling, the more time they're going to lose to the cars behind and end up battling them instead.
This is Arnage Titans. We now have a look at Chris Farkas is in the car for them. The Pro-Am teams were all randomly drawn together. We had the teams made of 8 rivals events, the one qualifying event that we had at the Autosport International. This is Wolves of Dawn. We now have a look at Adrian Schultzek is in the car for them in this first race. He's going to be out in 2 races for them today. He's going to be out in the endurance race a little bit later. So it's Red Bull who lead the way still. Williams Esports are currently sat in 2nd place. We are having a look at Wolves of Dawn. They are currently sat down in 9th as they now make their way into the chicane.
Yeah, so they were just on the back of the Fast Racers Forza. So there might have been a bit of contact between them earlier in the race that we're hearing, so they might be struggling with damage and slowing the car down. That's why they dropped to the back of the field, but still points to be fought for back there still.
Yeah, plenty of points, and that is exactly what we're seeing. I think one thing, Harry, is we can see more battling going on here. Is one thing you want to do each day is keep yourself in the fight, right? You don't want to throw away your chances of qualifying through to the next day.
Absolutely. You want to make up positions as best you can, but you can't afford to throw away a position trying to gain another one. Sometimes you've got to take what you've got and live to fight another day and wait for a better opportunity if one comes along, and if it doesn't, you've still picked up good points rather than throwing it through a dubious overtaking attempt, which we're probably going to be looking at here, as it sounds like some contact through turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, we're on board with Setup Demons, and Setup Demons about to be passed. Good move round the outside there. So Setup Demons, that is them dropping back to 3rd place in the Pro-Am class. So Good battling going on here. Set Up Demons dropped to third. Now, this ain't the end of the world for them. We're going to leave that battle momentarily. This is the battle for second in the Pro class. It's the Lazarus car now making its way through. This is a battle that has been going on for some time now. So Lazarus Racing once again getting themselves up into second place ahead of the Williams Esports teams. All of this allowing Red Bull to escape. So Red Bull escaping out front in the Pro Series class. This the battle for second, and you can see behind there, Harry, that the chasing pack are now starting to close in as Lazarus and Williams are fighting away with each other. More teams are now coming into play.
Yeah, they've been going at it hammer and tongs for the last 2 or 3 laps, and you can see how much it's cost them to the cars behind as well as the car in front. Red Bull driving off into quite literally the sunset at Le Mans Bugatti. And to say they're probably far enough ahead compared to the rest of the Pro class put together. That's how close they're battling behind.
So here is the chasing pack being led. Well, we're on board with Rise Motorsport. They're the ones second in this queue now. So Rise Motorsport in this. Veloce trying to get down the inside of them. So the trio at the back of this queue is Rise. Then we have Veloce. And then we have Fast Racers Forza behind that. So we are looking at Rise, Veloce and Fast Racers Forza in that order now as they come through turn number 5 and make their way down towards the double right-hander at turn number 6. If you're Veloce, what do you do in this situation, Harry? Do you try and work with Rise here, or do you try and make the move?
It's going to be interesting to find out. I think they're probably going to try and go for it. I think you've got to try and, whilst you've got the opportunity, you might as well make an attempt at least. A safe attempt. You don't want to throw anything away. But they've obviously gone from the back of the grid in qualifying. They're working their way forward. They're catching these guys ahead, so they must think to themselves, we are quicker. We just need to get through. So I think at this point, if they carry on at the pace they go, and they're probably looking at a potential second is what they'll want. They've just got to find their way through the field to get there.
Yeah, Isaac Gilson in the car for the Veloce team, Fast Racers Forza. Bruno Rocha dos Santos is in the car for them in this first race, and there goes a move. Veloce trying to get down the inside. A little bit of contact once again. Just a little bit of wheel rubbing between the cars so far. They are such long cars, these, aren't they? So it is quite easy to make front and rear contact through corners.
It is, and they need to be careful because if they keep doing that, I'm sure the stewards are going to take a bit of an interest with him. They might not be gaining anything necessarily, but you're unsettling the car ahead, almost like a push to pass in another sense, really. So they need to try and go late on the brakes. Turn 2 is going to be the good opportunity, and you've got to commit to it. But if they defend it, there's not a lot you can do. You can try to go around the outside, but you're asking for trouble then through turn 3 as well. They've got to try and see. They've spent enough time behind the Rise car now to probably look at where they're weak, where they're stronger, and try and work out where the overtake's going to happen for the Veloce team.
So Veloce getting closer. Here's a look at our overall leaders. This is the Pro Team Series leader, Red Bull Racing Esports. Robin Bechter doing a brilliant job. That is how big his lead is. It's over 5 seconds is the gap for the Red Bull car now. So far, so good for them. This would put 25 points on the board for them. It's 25 points for the winner, 18 for second. The traditional point system, how you would award in the top 10. And Red Bull, 25 points for them. They could probably not finish the next 2 races and they'd still go through. Yeah, I mean, obviously we worked out, as you mentioned earlier, what we thought was going to be a rough estimate to be safe. And as you say, one race in, they could be looking at being safe, but I'm sure they would want to probably try and take this opportunity to demoralise the other teams. It's not just about winning, it's about winning by a margin that's going to upset the other teams internally to think, how can we beat that? How are we going to beat that? They've seen it in the qualifying events, and now seeing it again in the super final itself. Essentially, the first 3 days of this competition is to get us down to 3 teams, isn't it? It is that elimination process. The points get reset every single day. So the first 3 days, we're just eliminating 2 teams per day, and then we're left with 3 teams in each class on the last day, where all 3 drivers in those teams will be out on track together. And then it's the points at the end of that 4th day, which is where the top 3 classification will be formed, and the prize money will be awarded. Of course, everyone does walk home with a little bit of cash, which is going to be good to see. This is Apex Hunters, one of the 9 Pro-Am teams we have with us, trying to make a move. Apex Hunters there, you can see car ahead just trying to break the toe as we make our way down towards turn number 6. And in towards turn number 6 we go. Apex Hunters living up to their name. Sitting 4th in the Prime class. Now this is Fast Racers Forza. We go back. This is this very close battle we have going on in the Pro class, and that is a car running wide just ahead of us, is it?
I think it's the Rise car, perhaps.
Yes, it looked like the Rise car. The Veloce car is the one ahead of us, and the Rise car running wide. Veloce going wide as well, and here comes Fast Racers Forza trying to get down the inside of the pair of them. In fact, I think it's Total Performance Racing. Apologies, we are on board with, so Total Performance Racing almost bagging themselves 2 positions there. In the end, not quite able to get through.
Yeah, you can see the handling and characteristics of the car. You go for that move up the inside, and then before you know it, you're just sliding wide in the car behind you, then going up your inside as well. Thankfully, they all got through without too much contact, but still, none of them can find a way through and make the move stick.
Into the double right-hander once again. I mean, Rise Motorsport proving that they haven't just been caught because they're the slower car. It's they're keeping a very good pace. They haven't made any mistakes so far, and it's making it very difficult for both Veloce and Total Performance Racing behind to find a way through.
Yeah, this part of the race, it's not always about being quick. It's just making your car wide enough to stop other people overtaking you before you then push on later in the race. That might be what they're doing, just taking a step back, getting into a rhythm, and then looking to push on later in the race. At least that's what they'll be hoping for, because otherwise, if they don't find a bit of extra pace as the race goes on, I don't think that Veloce car is going to stay behind them all race.
Downhill now into La Chapelle we go for the 8th time. It's looking at a battle now we've got going on in the Pro-Am class. Very close racing all the way throughout. We are on board with 5th place here in the Pro-Am class as they now head through the left-hand hairpin, trying to get the switch back there on the Apex Hunters team. Rouge Rangers is the team we ride on board with as they now just looking left and right once again. But who's going to make the first move in this? It's going to be Apex Hunters. That's an ambitious move, but they've managed to pull it off. Brilliant overtake there from Apex Hunters, and they go up into 3rd place, Harry.
Yeah, great move. I think the Setup Demon car just tried to cover that one off just a fraction too late. They're still in the battle though, as we're now going to be getting a bit bum drafted down the back straight to try and make the move stick. I don't want to call what's going to happen into this chicane.
Here we go into the chicane. We're about to find out. Apex Hunters are going to try and hold it round the outside and just about go through. So brilliant driving there from the Apex Hunters. They just about managed to hold off the Setup Demons, and they have managed to keep that place for the time being, as behind there the Rouge Rangers once again trying to get past. Oh, a lot of bumping going on now as we get towards the end of the lap. Into the final corner we come now, and this a great 4-way scrap going on here as we now come on to complete the 9th lap of 30.
That's what I love about these cars. They might not be the fastest compared to modern standards, but because of that, they're able to stay
close together. Yeah.
In every single corner, it's I'll look on the inside, or I can't make it there. I'll go on the outside. Then how do you like that? And then I'll be on the inside for the next corner, then I'll be on the outside for the next one. It just constantly ebbs and flows, and they're doing a really good job to avoid a major crash whilst also holding position. It's so hard to defend when the cars are handling the way they are, but they're doing a great job, a lot of them.
And it's a great thing we can do in esports. We can relive all this history of Le Mans racing. We're going almost 70 years here, aren't we? Back to the 50s, and we're reliving the kind of races we saw back then.
Yeah, it's one of the best things about esports and sim racing is that you get the opportunity to go back in history and drive classic vintage cars from pretty much any era. There'll be a game that can do it, and Forza has a great amount of cars on them to be able to do this kind of event. So it's great to see, and for the drivers as well, it's fun driving around, going through corners at 200 miles an hour, but when you get a chance to drive one of these, you can't turn it down. I mean,
you can do it for real, but I think it's going to cost you about 40 million.
Yeah, I haven't got that much. I don't know if we can split the cost.
And then, I'd be terrified to crash there. Imagine a crash that cost you 40 million.
Yeah, that's...
I've seen your car. What would that? How much would that cost you?
Not 40 million.
1,000? I mean, the way you park the thing.
Well,
Yeah. It's actually not a bad car.
I haven't got an open cockpit like these guys. No, they've got all the space to see where they're going. I haven't.
You just about see over the wheel as well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sitting on the floor pretty much anyway.
Right, let's go back to the race, shall we? This is the Pro-Am class now we are in. Let's talk a little bit more in depth about what we're driving in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, so we've got the 1956 Lotus 11, so designed by legendary designer Colin Chapman. An iconic name to do with the Lotus brand and manufacturer. So we're looking at about 83 horsepower, only 490 kilos, so less than half a ton. So although it lacks a little bit in the power bracket, it makes up for it being such a lightweight car that you can throw around and enjoy.
Now, both the cars were out there, one in Le Mans in 1956.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things where this kind of game allows us to do it. This kind of Forza Motorsport does allow us to go back and revisit classic cars that have a meaning in history. These cars were part of a backbone that formed Le Mans and motorsport as a whole. So getting to watch these guys enjoy them and throw them around and race as close as they are is a real joy for us.
I must say they both didn't win. They didn't cross the line identically together. The Lotus 11 was a class winner. The Jag was an overall winner. If you had to pick, Harry, if I gave you the choice, you can go out and race either of these cars. Which would it be and why?
I'd probably say the Lotus because I'd be scared of crashing the Jaguar and that 40 million.
So what were you saying about the Lotus then?
Well, it's probably not worth quite as much. It's still a classic, but I think with that much horsepower, I would be just about all right.
So you'd say that would be the better one to drive?
I mean, for me, I'd enjoy it. I don't know if it'd be the better one to drive. They both look quite difficult to drive, to be honest. And with my driving skill, they'd be even more difficult. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever get the opportunity. So nothing for me really to think about.
Well, I will. What we'll try, we'll go for a lap on board, shall we? We'll go for. We'll get you to talk us through a lap on board. Maybe we'll start with the Jag first, as the race seems to be starting to settle down just a bit now, and as we get towards the middle phases of the race, we're looking at our Pro-Am leader now on screen, and like we're seeing in the Pro class with the Red Bull car, we have our Pro-Am, the LM squad, settling into a comfortable lead now as they make their way round to the start-finish line.
Yeah, doing a great job, making the most of that power that they've got, and again pulling away from the rest of the field, making it look easy.
Here they go across the line. This is the Fast Racers Forza squad now we are looking at. That's what they look like. It's not Total Performance Racing. Get them right. I'll get that out the way on the first day. If you're going to get two teams confused, just do it in the first race. And if you do it on day 4, when there's only 3 teams out there, then that is really embarrassing. But Fast
I'll
Racers...
probably quote you on that later.
Yeah, right. Okay. Fast Racers Forza that we're looking at. They're battling away with Wolves of Dawn. I mean, Fast Racers Forza, they were one of the really impressive teams in the Pro Series.
Yeah, I think there might have been, I said it earlier, I think there's some brief contact between the two maybe early on, and they're really both struggling and paying for it now, especially Fast Racers Forza. We'd expect more from them. Wolves of Dawn, a bit of an unknown. We know they've got sort of pro drivers in there, but from different esports teams from outside of the event. So they're not exactly too shabby. They should be up there pushing, but they're both struggling at the moment.
The battles we see now, the Setup Demons car leading this one. This is perhaps the battle we've had watched the most throughout this race, because it's just been so close since we started. The Rise Motorsport battle with Veloce and Total Performance Racing just behind them. The battle for 5th, 6th and 7th in the Pro class. This is the positions where the battles are going to be really crucial. We'll come back to that, though, because that looks like Setup Demons are now being passed by Tex Rouge Rangers. Only briefly, though, as Setup Demons now get back ahead once again. The Le Mans Legends are the car next along in this, and I think they're about to make a move. So behind this, I think we've got Le Mans Legend car that is alongside as we now come into the left-hander, and I think that may be a change for position.
Yeah, we've gone from the car now at the back of this trio was looking to make a move to get to the front, and now they find themselves at the back, but they're not giving up yet. As we've seen pretty much every lap so far, they seem to be showing their nose on the entry to every corner, but not quite being able to make a move unless the one in front makes a small mistake.
They're just debating with the idea of making a move. It's they've just got to try and send one down the inside. Now, one thing I think they're being is sensible. They don't want to take themselves out of the race. That if they finish where they are in every single race, and they're going to go through to the next day, and that's all you need to be doing at this phase of the competition. So I think we are seeing that less aggressive driving styles, aren't we, at this stage of the competition?
Yeah, everything has a knock-on effect. So if you have a poor race 1, obviously you don't get that many points, and you also find yourself starting at the back for race 2. So that then makes it harder to get a good result in race 2. And if you find yourself getting caught up in more accidents, race 3, where the most points are available per day, you're going to be starting towards the back again. So you can't afford to have an accident early on, although you want to be getting good points on the board. It's a real conundrum for them to try and solve.
Downhill they come. They can see Tex Rouge Rangers. They're the ones at the back of this queue. The predominantly orange and black liveried car, the blue and white one. At the front there is the Le Mans Legend car. As they now come into the left-hander. And then the Setup Demons, the silvery coloured car at the head of this trio, as they now go down towards turn number 6. finding it very difficult to make moves. I think that's one thing we have seen so far in this race. We've seen some great racing. Oh, and a little bit of a tap there for the Le Mans Legend car as they went into the double right-hander from the Tech Rouge Rangers. But no advantage gain, so I think they'll be okay there. But it's so easy to make contact because these cars, their braking zones really extend for what you have in when we get to the cars we're going to be seeing on days 3 and 4.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got to think long before the corner about how you want to approach it. And if you're going to go for a move, you need to make the move early, because otherwise you can easily be covered off. We've got some side-by-side action. Try something different by going around the outside. If the inside doesn't work, why not try it? But that's why not, because you then become under pressure from the car behind you. It's just ebbing and flowing constantly. Yeah,
it's like watching karting, this, isn't it? I've commentated on karting a lot throughout the years, and this has reminded me of that. Oh, the Le Mans Legend car there. That's the one we are looking at. Just getting a little bit out of shape there. I'd say that, but I think you're always a little bit out of shape in these cars, right? And we've got a new player joining the queue as well. Now, are we seeing cars lapping? Is that yes, we are.
The Red Bull car, isn't it?
Yes,
yes,
it is.
As you can see, no issues for either of these guys, no, the Pro cars and the Pro-Am cars. So thankfully they caught them in an ideal place, although they're not particularly under any pressure, the Red Bull guys at the moment, because they look to be streaming ahead and no signs of them stopping either.
I can see why you chose the Jag, because it's just gone flying past the Lotus 11. And so far, one thing I think we have to talk about at this stage is drivers were asked, blue flags, try and pay attention to them.
Yeah, it's just sort of driver etiquette. You're in a slower class of car. The leaders are from the pro teams are going to come up and lap you, once, twice, or even 3 times a race, depending on the endurance races we see later on. So you've got to abide by the rules. That's only fair for everyone involved. And if you are going to be getting in the way as a pro-am driver, you're only going to be costing yourself time as well. There's no point in doing it. So it's a case of getting out at the best time. That's best time for you, for the leader as well, as we see the car sliding through what is turn 5.
That's Veloce, Total Performance Racing, trying to get through. I think Veloce just about getting away with that one. This Aaron Martin Pilkington, or the Total Performance Racing team, just trying to get themselves up another place. But they've been looking at the back of that Veloce car for a number of laps now, and we're approaching half race distance in what is a sprint race, believe it or not. This is a sprint race. The endurance races will be around 2 hours later. So this is going to be eating into an hour of their track time. The 10 hours that they will be doing, that they can do in total. So an hour of that will already be taken away for all the drivers we have out on circuit, as Aaron Martin Pilkington now just looking to the right, going to try and get the switchback. He's sending and move up nicely here. He could get a switchback onto the start finish straight if he can get the run to the outside into the final corner. Can't quite do it. So Isaac Gililson there just managing to hold on, and Isaac there as they come onto the start finish straight in that Veloce car. He's going to hold position. Yeah,
clever driving from Isaac. So he's almost falling off the back of the Rise car, having to focus on defending from the Total Performance Racing car of Aaron Martin Pilkington. And he's sort of parking the car on the apex, essentially, going slower in to make sure that he gets the exit out that he needs, to make sure he's not under pressure into the next braking zone. It's not always the quickest way through, as there's a lapping going on into turn 2 for the Veloce car. They've gone a bit deep, though, in trying to do that. And the Total Performance Racing car is going to get an ultimate switchback down into turn 4. They might find themselves coming through on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Total Performance Racing is the car we're on board with, and they can see that predominantly green liveried car of Total Performance Racing are going to go through. I think that's the Hot Lappers car behind, who are in the Pro-Am class. And Total Performance Racing taking advantage of some traffic there to get through, and just about managing to hold on to it there was Aaron Martin Pilkington, and he gets himself ahead of the Veloce car. So good driving there from Total Performance Racing.
Yeah, patience paying off there. Yeah. They've been looking at the back of that Veloce car for a number of laps, and they waited for the opportunity with the lapped cars. It's going to be a constant theme we see throughout these races. You've got to make the most of those opportunities. I don't want to claim a commentator's cousin Isaac. They're saying he was clever driving by parking on the apex as he then goes too deep into turn 2 and loses a position because of it. Sorry, Isaac, but that's unfortunately the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But he's still in contention with Total Performance Racing. He hasn't lost too much time, and now he's got to look at the back of that car and work out how he wants to overtake it.
We're looking back from Total Performance Racing now. Veloce 7th place. Let's talk a little bit about this now. We have just seen that move. I mean, they won last year, as we have some traffic there to the right of screen. It's the Titans car we can see. But they won the Super Final last year. They were tactically very smart last year. Let's remember that. They had an interesting experience at the Autosport Invitational because one of their drivers couldn't make it over, so they threw in, I think, one of their social media guys into the car, who, well, I think we ran out of fingers and toes the amount he ended up spinning the car. Sorry.
Poor Hayden. I know we'd be watching this thinking, I tried my best, this is what I'm getting from my efforts. But no, you're absolutely right. I don't think we can blame the generation of car. They're very different to modern cars, but they've all got, in the pro class, they've got the same car to drive. They all handle the same. Setup obviously plays a part. They can change the setup of the car itself, as this all looks like it's getting a bit interesting down to turn 4 as the Veloci car's got to try and find its way through. But they've lost touch now with the Total Performance Racing car, from what I can tell.
Do you reckon? We can't say about Veloci now, they're not going to be contenders, because this is the first day and the first race, and as we go throughout the competition, we go through the years of Le Mans history with it as well. But this isn't the best start, isn't it, for a team's confidence? If you get off to a good start, immediately you carry confidence with it, don't you? And that helps you settle into the event a lot quicker. Whereas if you have a bad start to the competition, Veloci, if they don't pick up the pace in the next 2 races, we could be saying bye to them at the end of today.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Although the one thing I'd perhaps liken it to is, we remember back, for those who were with us, for the first round of the Pro Team qualifiers, this earlier on, at the last part of last year.
Yes.
Red Bull had a difficult opening race, or a couple of races. We were wondering what was going on, and what did? They bounced back in round 2, 3, 4 and 5 and showed everyone exactly how it's done. And Veloci will be hoping for something similar. We know they had issues in qualifying that, unfortunately meant they started at the back. That wasn't their true pace. But now we've come to the race, it's interesting to see that they made good progress early on, but they're not now flying through the field like we probably expected them to do.
They would, I would refer it to, I wonder if this is, this is us putting out Britain, isn't it, in the first.
I wouldn't say that for Isaac. Poor Isaac getting that kind of treatment.
I mean, Isaac, is it Isaac hasn't had a lot of testing in the Jag and has just not been able, or is he carrying damage? It's, we know Isaac is a good driver, so it's just surprising to see Veloci down the field. But all will be revealed, and that is the beauty of the elimination format. Is for the first 3 days, we're more focused on what's going on at the back of the field than the front of the field.
Yeah, so the front of the field is going to be really interesting come day 3, day 4. For now, it's just about, as we said earlier, surviving days 1 and 2, getting through that part of the super final if you can. We've got the Lotus having a go at the Jaguar, which I didn't think would be happening, but I think he's now been firmly put in his place as we now get on the throttle, and he now sees that Jaguar pull away.
So here we go then, we're on board as we come round the right-hander there. That's not a right-hander, that's a left. Oh dear.
This is race 1.
How long's left? West Bridge.
Side by side with the Sub Demons car on the left, isn't it, that they're now battling with. They've got the inside, but this corner does lend itself. There's a nice bit of camber on the outside, so you can get good drive off here, as it's TRR Route 92, so that's going to be him looking to get the position. But again, the drive from the outside of the corner, the camber being used by that Setup Demons car, allows him to draft back through into the place in front.
It's Tetrarud Rangers we are on board with. So Tetrarud Rangers, they're trying to get that move done. But Harry, the Jaguar, the Bugatti circuit, why don't you talk us around a lap?
Yeah, coming down the pit straight, very similar obviously to, or identical in fact, because it is the same part of the actual Le Mans circuit that we usually use. But you can see from the track map in the bottom left just how much of a gap they've got. Coming through turn 1, maximising the entry, because you see lifting through turn 1, not flat in these cars, heavy on the brakes, a big nose dive into turn 2. Feed the car through gently on the power on the exit turn 3, not spinning up the rears. Watch out for that curve, as it can catch you out, as it's quite bumpy there, as we now split off to the infield part of this circuit. Through turn 4, a real long right-hander here. Late apex, or almost a double apex. You go in early, let the car roll through, then bring it back for the exit, as you then smooth over to the right-hand side. And we turn to turn 5. Le Musée, the left-hander, again, similar to turn 4. Early apex within the corner, carries on going, so getting on the power. These cars is not too difficult. There doesn't tend to be too much braking traction, but in some high-performance vehicles, you can get caught out there, as there's a little mini straight down into arguably one of the better overtaking opportunities on the track. Turn 6, a double apex right-hander, 2 90-degree corners, basically trying to make it into one smooth corner. if possible. Important to get a good run out of here, as you need to make sure you're picking up all the speed that you can down the second longest part of the circuit, other than the pit straight, of course. Coming down into turns 7 and 8, the chicane, not an ideal overtaking opportunity if you are battling. It's quite fast, not a massive amount of braking to be done here. Feed it through early. The right-handed part not too difficult. Turns 9 and 10 up ahead, a right-hander and a left-hander. The right-hander is quite nice to drive now. A lot of camber to support you, as you can really chuck the car in and use that camber to carry you through. However, keeping it to the right hand side, you go through turn 10, which is the complete opposite. A nice little crest here to rise over as the track continues to fall away. The car just wants to slide and slide and slide, but you can make sure it doesn't do that, because you've got to bring it over to the left for the final 2 corners. Another double right hander as we rejoin onto the original circuit and across the line to complete a lap.
Great circuit, the Bugatti circuit. I don't know why it isn't used more, to be honest.
No, so it is a fun little circuit, especially watching these guys go around. There isn't a break between them in terms of they're always having to work at defending or attacking. They don't seem to be, unless you're leading the class, of course, you can romp away and not have to worry about overtaking. But as you can see here, they get quite close, quite touchy with each other.
They do indeed, and this is the Tech Rouge Rangers trying to steal 4th place now as they come into the final couple of corners. Great battling going on. There you can see out of that double right-hander and onto the start-finish straight, and that is the Tech Rouge Rangers going into 4th place. So brilliant stuff there from the Tech Rouge Rangers, and that is them going ahead of what I believe is the Setup Demons, and then behind that, that looks like the Le Mans Legends car. So into 4th place they go. Apex Hunters are the car that are up in the distance. There you can see Setup Demons is the car that they have just gone. Oh, wow, where did he come from? Setup Demons getting a little bit of a shock there as the Le Mans Legend car just trying to force its way through. And the Le Mans Legend team there just having to try and go round the outside. Going to try and get the switchback now as they come out of La Chapelle. And the Le Mans Legend not quite able to get through, and they were trying to capitalise on Setup Demons, who had just been passed, but not quite able to do it. And the Le Mans Legend car will have to try again now as they make their way down towards turn number 6.
Yeah, it was a rather bold attempt, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Deep on the brake. So as we mentioned, because the braking isn't so long, once you commit to thinking, I'm going to go for this overtake, there's not a lot of backing out you can do. Once you've committed, that's it. You've got to hope that they've seen you coming, and they've just about managed to get away without causing a major incident. No, they're not going to be looking at getting penalties for that kind of driving, I don't think, because they didn't necessarily gain anything, didn't gain a position, but it's a bit bold to say the least.
I don't know if that was just my eyes, but I thought I saw spots of rain. That might have just been it is. That is. Look, that is definitely spots of rain we are seeing on track. Okay, this is going to be interesting, and this is going to massively change things, isn't it? So, Harry, I don't know how much driving you've done in these kind of cars, but they're difficult enough to drive in the dry. What about in the rain?
Yeah, frightening, terrifying. There's a whole host of words I could use to describe them, but yeah, it's going to possibly change the complexion of the race as the rain is now starting. It's gone from nothing to quite a lot real quick, and it's going to be an idea of who's adapted the setup, maybe, who's done the practice in the wet. That's the kind of thing they're going to be coming undone now if they haven't done that kind of practice, but I don't think it's going to change much in terms of them rubbing door handles and bashing bumpers against each other at the moment. Now,
Red Bull Racing, I mean, they were cruising out front. They might quite literally be doing that soon, because they've now... This has really changed the complexity of the race. They're no longer safe in the lead, and there you can see we're already seeing a little bit of contact there. The Le Mans Legend car going into the back of the Setup Demons car. They can use Setup Demons as a marker here. When Setup Demons brake, they can maybe brake a little bit earlier, and there you can see the Le Mans Legend car trying to get down the inside, not quite able to get through. But the last thing you want to be is a car leading a queue of cars into a braking zone, because if you make the mistake, the other drivers might just be able to react in time to that. So this is going to be really, really interesting. You can see the car at the back of this trio already starting to close in now, as the two ahead a lot more focused on each other, and the rain is now starting to come down for the first time in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, the second running of this iconic event already within the esports world. And the Le Mans Legend car there we are looking at second in this queue. I think behind is the Arnage Titans that is in 7th place. So Arnage Titans in the light blue colours starting to close in now. And the Le Mans Legend car looking a lot more planted and a lot more comfortable in these conditions than the setup demons are ahead.
Yeah, it's such a difficult phase of the race now with that changeable weather now coming in. Say every corner, every lap, you never know how much grip there is until you get there, and you've got to hope that you haven't run out of grip by the time you get to the apex, of course. But they're doing a good job at the moment. Say not too many mistakes being made, no opportunities really being given because of the weather, but it's only going to get worse. We're running a little bit wide out the final corner. That might give a run to the car behind down into turn 1.
Yeah, Arnage Titans, we may see that light blue car now come flying down the inside. Not quite happening though. You can see car ahead there just trying to break the toe. The setup demons. The Le Mans Legend car is the one we are on board with, and the Arnage Titans is the car that will be directly behind us, but not quite able to get through as they go in towards Dunlop chicane.
Oh, hanging the tail out there nicely out turn 3. That was nice to watch. But another thing that happens with these change of conditions is your reference points often change, obviously because the breakers have become longer, but you get used to a certain braking marker board, a certain light pole even that's hidden away in the barrier that you use for your reference point. That suddenly becomes irrelevant in these conditions, and you've got to then adapt on the fly, and that's going to be a real skill that these drivers have to have in their locker for when this kind of thing happens.
Well, into the final 10 laps of this first race of the week. The LM squad are the ones leading the Pro-Am class. We have 2 comfortable race leaders. Red Bull Racing Esports team have over 10 seconds to spare, and the LM squad also with just over 7 seconds ahead in the Pro-Am class. So a good start to the race for the LM squad, as they now come through the right and in to the left. I believe it's the hairpin heroes that may be. Oh, and they're getting a little bit out of shape. Whew. The LM squad there just about hanging on to that one. And that a proof of just how quickly your race can turn there. If that was the LM squad off, then we may have seen them tumbling down the order and losing a lot of points with it.
Yeah, so the white lines and the curves become so treacherous in these conditions, and if you're going to be risking using them, you better be ready to pay the consequences. As we can see the driver on screen in the bottom right there, maximum focus and maximum concentration as you'd expect.
Sitting forward as well, definitely. Now, that one thing I would say there, because it looks like he's probably using a controller.
I imagine so.
Yeah, the LM squad, the driver in the car for them is Gary Mitchell. Now, in the Pro-Am, they do not have to use a wheel, but in the Pro class, they do. So all the Pro drivers will be using a wheel, but in the Pro-Am class they do not have to, Harry.
Exactly, and so that can make a difference. Now, I don't think there'll be many Pro-Am drivers looking at using a wheel unless that is their ultimate preference. But at the moment they're all doing a stellar job, so especially this lead car now with over 7-second lead it was, wasn't it? So these guys, it's so difficult to find, though, even just a few tenths, because they're so evenly matched and because there isn't a lot of performance in them to make that gap into a corner. They're really driving superbly well, but nevertheless, the guys back in the field as well, also driving superbly well, not to have any accidents whilst battling really hard to try and gain those extra positions that are going to be oh so crucial come the end of the day.
This is the Arnage Titans car we are looking at. And this is a good battle that is forming, isn't it? A good 4-way battle going on in the Pro-Am class. The weather definitely has played its part and has really closed things up within the Pro-Am class. And there goes the Arnage Titans, and that is a move complete on the Le Mans Legend car. Good driving there from the Arnage Titans, and they go through into 6th place.
Yeah, beautiful move. Just snuck up the inside right on the apex. They managed to almost throw an anchor out the back of that car to get it slowed down the way they did, and hug the apex as well. And ultimately they managed to stop the rival there getting a run out of the corner. Like we've seen so many times, they got the inside, but the car on the outside then has a better run down the back straight. They stopped them getting that, and that is position gain, so excellent job.
Yeah, good driving there from Arnage Titans. They go through up into 6th place, as we said, in class. The Le Mans Legend car is now the one we are on board with. Good points in the bag that will be. The Le Mans Legend car now sat in 7th place, just up ahead. 2 groups of 2 here in the middle of the Pro-Am field. And if you're the Le Mans Legend car now, you probably want to just tuck in behind the Arnage Titans here and maybe even push them along, work together.
It's a difficult part of the race. Lap 23 of 30, so we're running out of laps now if you are going to be looking to make positions, but Yeah, it's an idea maybe for the next few laps at least. Now, they've passed you. You might think, well, maybe they are a quicker car. Let's see what they can do against the cars ahead, because we've not been able to make an impact ourselves. And if they start battling and squabbling and forcing each other offline to defend and get no undercuts, you might find yourself with an opportunity into a corner that you never expected. But you've got to be there to make sure you're there to pick up the pieces, which at the moment, the Mon Legends car struggling a little bit with the AstroTurf, which is even slipperier than you might imagine in these conditions.
But now you're thinking points as well, because that's 12 points out ahead of this queue, isn't it? You're on 8 points if you're the light blue car, the Onash Titans ahead of us. So you've got 4 more points just ahead of you. And it's all about points, isn't it?
Especially at this part of the field, looking 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. At the moment, the 8th and 9th place car looking a little bit off the pace in this race at least. But it'd be such a massive weight off your shoulders to get an extra position 2 in this first race. So for race 2, and especially the endurance race where there's more points available, you're not as under pressure as you might have been.
Well, I have to say, I think it's been an excellent start to the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. We've had to wait a long time for it, unfortunately, but I think it has been worth the wait, hasn't it, Harry? And this, the first race of the first day of this competition. If you are joining us, you have joined us in time for the end of race number 1 in segment number 1. Each day carries a segment with it. At the end of the 4th day, we will have 3 teams left in each class, and they will battle it out for overall victory. The first 3 days, the bottom 2 teams will be eliminated. So today is all about survival. That'll be the same case for tomorrow, and then again on Thursday as well. The top 7 teams in each class today will go through and make it into segment 2. And to decide that, we will have 3 races, 2 sprint and then an endurance race as well. There is Robin Bechter. So he looks quite relaxed so far, so he should be. He's got a big lead as Robin Bechter has driven superbly so far, has not put a foot wrong. I say this a lot, we haven't seen a lot of him, and that's either a really good thing or a really bad thing, isn't it? Yeah,
no, he's delivering the goods at the moment. He's just, he looks very relaxed but concentrated as ever. You'll see his eyes sort of constantly darting left and right as he's just, whilst driving, just checking out the timing gaps, checking out the mini-map, checking out exactly where people are on the track. Now, probably every time he goes through there, he's keeping a mental note as to whether he's gaining time, losing time. Whilst he's got a comfortable lead, he doesn't need to be pushing super hard. So at the moment, for the guys behind, it's a bit of a worry that he's able to drive so relaxed and still pull away at the moment as well.
We've got a close battle forming for second place. There's 10 seconds back to Williams, but Williams only have a couple of seconds to spare behind them with the Lazarus car. So that battle between Lazarus and Williams for second place, fairly close. But this on board with the Red Bull, and you can see just coming through turn 1. How quickly they go into there, and then you've got to get straight on the anchors, and the front of the car just darting down as you hit the brakes. But Lazarus it is in second. They have just 2 seconds ahead of Williams, but both of those I think will be happy to stay where they are and make it to the end. And here we look back at Lazarus, who, like we are seeing here, got off to a strong start in the Pro Series as well, and they were one of the most consistent teams in that series. Yeah, absolutely. Now, if Red Bull had continued on their trend from the first event that we saw when they struggled at the Le Mans circuit, then it would have been Lazarus probably picking up the title, but unfortunately it didn't work out for them that way. No. But I think for these two, second and third, I don't imagine they're going to be closing up in the latter stages, because they've got almost no point to it, really, putting it that way. They're comfortable enough, I think, for race 2 and race 3 today to see themselves through comfortably without having to worry about fighting over second place in race 1 and risking damage and seeing. Now, we've seen how much it can cost you from the likes of fast racers Forza. That we expected a little bit more from them, but sustaining damage, it's blunted their performance, and they're languishing down in 8th, and let's put the pressure on for the next few races for them, unlike the guys who have kept it clean. Let's talk about Solar Vision Racing. They've been very impressive, I have to say. Yeah. They finished 5th in the Pro Series, but Solar Vision Racing, I think the reason they did that was because of how consistent they were. They were good at staying out of trouble. And this is the type of competition where that kind of mentality and driving ability pays dividends. Yeah. You've got to keep out of trouble whilst being quick enough to be in 3rd, 4th, 5th, which is what they were consistently looking at doing, and they're carrying on that form into the Super Final itself. And I think for a first race, they'll be looking. You can see them on screen now, just coming through the last part of the lap, and they're looking quite comfortable now. We saw them battling early on with the Rise Motorsport car, didn't we? But then after they sort of put that to bed, they've driven really well, really comfortably, and they're looking at a good points haul as things stand at the moment. But still, the weather playing a little bit of part. They've got to keep their head, keep their driving ability top notch, and bring it home when they can. Yeah, Michael Thomas Coyne is in the car for them in his first race, and he's going to be going out for them in the endurance race as well. So he's going to be getting 3 hours under his belt, and there you can see Michael Thomas Coyne, and that is someone who is definitely focused and definitely determined to go and get that 4th place.
Yeah, you can see just like the way the car handles, you can see it through the steering wheel. You just got to sort of tip it in gently and then sort of balance the steering wheel and let the car sort itself out before getting back on the throttle.
Michael, he's definitely sitting how you would have to sit off to one side, and it's
just replicating it, isn't
yeah,
it?
I can imagine if you'd be driving that car, it's almost like you're falling out the thing, isn't it, at times? But this has been a very good performance for them, and Solar Vision have stamped their authority down on this. They want to be in contention to be one of those 3 teams that makes it through to the final day.
Absolutely, no, that'll be their aim, isn't it? They qualified, was it 5th in the
Yes.
in the qualifying event, so
yeah.
They know that's roughly where they would be looking at as an average. But there's no problem in looking at it and go, well, we want to be in the top 3 teams. We know it's a tall order. Red Bull are very strong, Lazarus are very strong. We're seeing Williams with a good performance. Performance Racing, we expect it to be better. Veloce, of course, we expect it to be higher up. But seeing those 2 teams, Veloce and Total Performance Racing, languishing down behind them this race, it's going to give them that extra bit of confidence to go, we can make that 4th day. A 4th place to start with. If we can pick up maybe a 3rd or a 2nd, it doesn't necessarily matter now, of course, because a 4th place in this race would be a great result and would be quite comfortable for race 2 and 3 to make sure they got through to day 2. But then as day 2 and 3 come about, they'll be looking at and they're picking up maybe a 3rd, a 4th, maybe even a 2nd if they can get the performance on point, and then go from there.
One thing, I look back at my own racing experience with this. When you go out there and beat a team, so Solar Vision Racing, they've now beaten the likes of Veloce and Total Performance Racing in this first race. In race 2, if they're sat behind them, they're going to go for a move, right? Rather than sit behind them and go, I'll work with them. They now have that confidence to go, no, we're going to be quicker than these guys. We can beat these guys, and that's when they'll have that presence on track straight away that they're going to be one of the strong contenders to get through to day 4.
Yeah, there's 2 aspects that have always reminisced with me in terms of how you go about sim racing and driving a car on like Forza Motorsport, for example, where you've got the physical side of it. You're using a wheel and pedals. You've got to be in a good physical condition to be able to do an hour race, 2-hour race without struggling physically. But then there's the mental side of things. You've got to be in the zone, and you've got to know that the cars that you're on track with, you can beat them. You've done it on merit in this race. They're beating those cars on merit that we expected to be quicker. They might have even themselves expected them to be quicker, but on their day they've made themselves count, whereas the other teams have languished down behind them, and that's going to be a real boost to their psyche going forward.
One thing we couldn't, we talk a lot about this with the pro teams, the Pro-Am teams. They've all been thrown together. We have no idea really who's going to be the quicker teams, but this is now giving us, we know now that the LM squad are going to be. We have to label them favourites going forward now after the performance they have put in here. But this is the Arnage Titans and the Le Mans Legends battling away down in the middle of the pack in the Pro-Am class. They're battling just outside of the top 4 positions there. So the Arnage Titans 6th place, the Le Mans Legends in 7th place. So good little battles going on here, but that 4th to 7th has been a very, very close area of the field in Pro-Am. We're on board with Le Mans Legends, by the way. So getting into the latter stages of day 2, that's where that battle's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, we see it in a lot of Forza Motorsport where the midfield tends to be where it really goes off and where we have a lot of action, and that's where it's most hotly contested. And I know it's only race 1 of 3 races today, but that extra 1 position you might be able to get could make all the difference come the end of race 3 and whether you make it through to day 2 or not.
And this is a battle that's gone down right to the wire, isn't it, this battle for 2nd place?
Yeah, absolutely. They're being noticed out. I'm really impressed with these Pro-Am guys. Obviously, they've qualified via a hot lapping experience basically on the Rivals event, and I know in the racing community you can get a bit of a notoriety for being a good hot lapper but not a very good racer. But these guys are proving they really can race and race well and close, and they battle with the best of them and keep it clean and not cause accidents. It's great to see.
It really is great to see. We could see the Apex Hunters there on screen as well. They're currently sitting in 3rd place. So Apex Hunters, they're just trying to find their way through into 2nd. They're doing a really good job here. It's now they're kind of debating whether to go for this move and take a risk with it, or just to sit in 3rd and take the 15 points that comes with it.
Yeah, so I would be surprised if either of these 2 teams were worried about qualifying for day 2, considering how well this first event's gone for them. But you've not got you can't get carried away with the ego side of things of wanting to get one over on the competitor by overtaking them for second place at the last part of the race. You've got to think of the team aspect of just bring the points home safely is the most important thing. But if you get an opportunity, then why not?
Apex Hunters here trying to get down the inside of the Hairpin Heroes, and Hairpin Heroes just about managing to hold on. So when you get into the final 2 or 3 laps of a race, that is when the bell often rings on a battle. That is confirmed that you're almost allowed to go for the move, and there goes Apex Hunters down the inside of Hairpin Heroes. Hairpin Heroes now stuck on the outside of the corner there. That will give them the inside though, coming up to the left-hander here at turn number 5. And Hairpin Heroes, the nearest to us on screen. We're on board with them now as we come in towards this left-hander. And Hairpin Heroes just holding on for the time being. We're going to have 2 laps to go when they cross the line next time. Apex Hunters, we can see just on our screen now as we come down towards the right-hander there, and Apex Hunters once again on the outside. They're going to try and get the switchback, but just going a little bit too deep there, and Hairpin Heroes hold on.
Yeah, great battling between the two of them. You've got to be quite bold to overtake a team named Hairpin Heroes into a hairpin,
into
haven't
a
you?
hairpin.
But they've lived up to their name and their expectation, held position. So great bit of defending. It's a good effort in terms of overtaking, looking on the outside, looking on the inside. And again, the thing with this track, you can always make an outside work to an inside on the next corner. So it's always worth a go. But at the moment, they are as they were.
We ride on board once again with Hairpin Heroes, looking back at Apex Hunters, and Apex Hunters, they see an opportunity of 3 more points here, and they're going to want to grab this if they can. And this could be a battle that they're having come day 4 for second place overall. So they want to be. You want to be the one that walks away ahead of the battle every single time. More for a confidence thing and a presence thing, isn't it? More than anything. But Hairpin Heroes just about managing to hold on to that position. Taylor Stomsky is in the car for them in this first race as they make their way now round turn 1 one more time. Apex Hunters there just ahead. Fabian Piffet is in the car for them, and they've moved up from 6th on the grid. So really good stuff from Apex Hunters. They've moved forward strongly in this race.
Yeah, force to be reckoned with. Maybe qualifying not their strong point. But in the race they're showing exactly what they can do, and that's a real message to the other team. Say even if we don't start towards the front, we will make our way through the field and overtake them without too many issues. But in terms of overtaking, these guys had to do absolutely none of it apart from when it came to lapping at slower cars, and they've been faultless in this race.
Red Bull Racing, Roman Bechter in the car for them. The other drivers we'd seen out, Ross May was out for Lazarus, Williams, Nikodem Wisniewski, Solar Vision, Michael Coyne, Chris Cabrera for Rise, Fast Racers, Forza, Bruno Santos, Adrian Schultzek for Wolves of Dawn, Total Performance Racing, Aaron Martin Pilkington, Isaac Gilson for Veloce, and then we had the likes of Gary Mitchell, Losse de Joey, Heidi Baffade, then Taylor Stomsky, Richard Mills, Fabian Piffet, Ryan Bill, and Andre Nasuti and Chris Farkas. But this is that battle for second. Apex Hunters just behind Hairpin Heroes, still trying to find a way through, and it looks like they found a gap now on the inside coming up towards the chicane, and Apex Hunters may have timed this move to perfection now as they come up to the left-hander, and that is Apex Hunters going through. Brilliant driving there from Apex Hunters. Hairpin Heroes past a chicane. Can they now get that place back coming up towards the final hairpin? We've got the right and left-hander first. Hairpin Heroes are going to try and go all the way around the outside. Oh, and Apex Hunters there forcing them a little bit wide there. Apex Hunters getting a little bit too aggressive, I think. Up to the final hairpin we go, and Hairpin Heroes not quite able to find a way through, so they're going to have one more lap. Red Bull Racing are on their final lap, so that is going on to the final lap now for Apex Hunters and Hairpin Heroes. But any second we are going to see Red Bull Racing Esports take the checkered flag, and they will take the first win of the week and 25 points with it. Here they come round the final corner, and the first win of the week, 25 points on the board in day 1. They get their week off to a perfect start. Red Bull Racing Esports, Robin Bechter taking the race win for them, and that's putting them in a very good position to go through in top spot on this first day. Lazarus will finish in second place, a good performance from the Lazarus team as well. Williams Esports will finish in third place. Great driving from Williams, a strong start for them as well. We go back to the LM squad. The LM squad are going to be the top team in the Pro-Am class, and a good drive from the LM squad as well. But overall, good racing throughout.
Yeah, so we almost didn't expect it with looking at the cars before the race, thinking they're a bit down on power, then they're going to be a little bit slower in a straight line, they might be harder to race, but those guys did not let us down at all, did they? It's like all race, there was always at least one battle going on, usually between 3 or 4 cars, because why not? That's the most fun you can have. But obviously out front, we saw two dominating performances from both class leaders, and that's really sent a message, I think, to the rest of the teams of, if you want to beat us, you're really going to have to step up your game.
I think one thing we saw in that race, we had racing all the way throughout the field in both classes and all the way to the end.
Yeah, I say that's the best thing about it. This two-class system really does work because it allows you to be pushing on both sides of things, because there's always something to play for. Now, if you've got one class of maybe 16 cars, if you're down in 13th, 14th, you might not be too bothered about fighting for a position when it's worth no points. But when you've got two classes that are always fighting for something more, then it makes them hungrier.
Well, brilliant stuff, I think, all the way throughout the field. That's just the first race of 3 today, and then at the end of the day, we're going to lose the bottom 2 teams in each class. Yeah,
it'd be a shame to see 2 of them go, but they've got the best opportunity they can to make sure they survive, so they've got to do the work, otherwise we will be saying goodbye to them, unfortunately.
Well, of course, we will bring full confirmation of the results shortly, and we'll digest that first race before we move on to the second. But before that, I do think we need a quick breather, because that one was fierce all the way to the end. So we're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll be back to summarise that first race for you.
Porsche coming on strong, the 9th comes a knocking. Porsche coming on strong, the 9th comes a knocking.
Whew, how about that? That was quite dramatic, wasn't it? Particularly all the way to the end. And the first race, of course, people trying to bank as many points as they can for their teams. So they get off and running nice and quickly. Didn't go to plan for some of them, but we'll pick through the bones in just a bit with Chris when he comes back in to the studio here. Himself and Harry did a great job, of course, through that one. But if you want to stay tuned, we'll go through all those details. Have a look at the points, the classified results as well, because it has to go through the system. There have to be any kind of stewards chats. They have to go through the whole process. We'll bring you the points very, very soon ahead of the very next race. Now, you may have seen an advert just there for the Thrustmaster store, 15% off the racing equipment. You can get that 15% off by using the promo code TM-LMES. So TM-LMES. You'll find it throughout the course of the next 4 days. But it's a great time if you want to get some equipment. Use that code. Take advantage while you can. Also, if you like any of the stuff around here, we're not auctioning it off, by the way, but if you want any of the stuff around here, you can go to the Le Mans store, the boutique. It's brilliant. It's online. You can even get these shirts too. But I'm eyeing up a few of the bits of kit around here, thinking they might go in my suitcase a bit later on. Well, come Friday anyway. Now, we'd love to hear from you. If you want to get in touch with us and tell us what you think of the Le Mans Esports Super Final, get in touch using the hashtag LMES on Twitter. We'll have a look at that maybe a little bit later on, but certainly tomorrow and moving forward. Now, we will pick through the bones of that race. The weather, that played a big part, didn't it, coming in? And those cars, as Chris and Harry were saying, racing those, we did try it yesterday. My racing skills are somewhat questionable at best, and yesterday I really struggled in what I could only describe as a big shiny boat. That's what they look like to me, particularly when I was out on track. I spent a lot of time on the beach, really. It's the only way to ride, I think, certainly when it comes to something like that. Very hard to handle. And we've got 2 more cars coming up in the next race from roughly the same period. We've got the 1958 Aston Martin DBR1 and the Ferrari 250 Testa Rossa from 1957. A beautiful car. Both of those actually stunning, stunning cars. Which would you put in your garage? Both? Why not? Why not? Now, what's it like to race at Le Mans? What's it like to race in WEC? Well, Louise caught up with a couple of days ago, in fact. Phil Hansen, he races for United Autosports in WEC, and here's what he had to say.
Joining me now is United Autosports driver for ELMS and WEC, Phil Hansen. Now, Phil, I think it's fair to say that United Autosports and your car in particular has been doing great since we've been back racing.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a hot streak at the moment, mainly in ELMS, obviously, because we haven't done that many WEC races. But yeah, ever since we've been back racing, we've been at the top step quite often. So it's great for us because that's what we've been hoping for the whole 4 months when we were stuck at home. So yeah, it's going so well.
And how does that make you feel going into Le Mans?
Yeah, it's good for the championship as well. We're leading both championships at the moment, ELMS and WEC. And WEC's obviously the important one at Le Mans, with it being double points. We feel confident that we can do a good race, but at the same time, the whole championship dynamic changes massively when there's double points up for grabs. So yeah, it's one of these ones where you want to win Le Mans, but at the same time you think about what you could potentially lose in the hopes of the championship. So it's a stressful one.
How do you manage those nerves and stress?
To be honest, I think it plays on everyone's mind, but you have to go in it like any other race weekend. I think the moment you start considering what you might lose, probably make mistakes. You just need to think of it as a really important day in the office. And I think that's how the team's going to approach it. I think we need to just make sure that we're at the front and hard, and that should hopefully induce people to make mistakes if they're having to push even harder to try and catch up. So yeah, and also the fact that it's in September this year will make a massive difference because it's going to be up to 4 hours extra darkness. So yeah, and no fans. Everything's different this year, basically.
It certainly is. Everything is very, very different, but esports is still here, and that's what we like. It doesn't change for us because we can race from the comfort of our very own homes. In fact, some of the racers in the esports series are actually racing from their bedrooms. And if we go to their live cameras, you can see some of them with their beds in the background. They've made them, though. It's nice and tidy, as it should be. Now, we hope to be able to speak to some of the drivers over the course of the next few days, get post-race interviews with them as we move on. But at the moment, of course, as you imagine, they're all trying to get to grips with what's been going on and really work out where they currently stand in the points, what it means to the next race and the one after, and whether they're going to make it through to tomorrow. Because remember, it's elimination. Just to recap on how this works, there are 4 days worth of racing here in the Le Mans Esports Super Final. 4 days. After every single day, we lose 2 teams from the Pro and 2 teams from the Pro-Am class. So we go down from 9 to 7 to 5, and then on the final day, 3 teams will be racing for that big prize pot. If you go out today, if you get eliminated today, you'll still earn some prize money, but it's not big bucks. It's not bad money, though, of course, from a day's racing in your seat. And we'll have a look at the classified results now and see really what happened in that last race, because it's all been through the process. We are ready to bring it to you. Who won? Who came last? Who is a little bit nervous? Well, Wolves of Dawn, they are very, very nervous, sitting there with 2 points after that first round. They are in the drop zone, the elimination zone, you can see as well. Fast Racers Forza, 4 points there at the current moment. Veloce Esports, what is that about? Last year's champions only getting 6 points. They started at the back. They've got a 7th place for them. It's not a bad points haul. Of course, you want to get more than the rest of you around you. That's not happened for them, but they have outscored 2 of the teams. At the very top, though, sitting pretty on 25 points. Maybe that will be enough to get them through to tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see on now. And this is the pro class, as you can see at the moment. Williams there with 15. All a decent points haul. A lot of these teams, remember, they're not trying to get first place or anything, really, not necessarily. What they're trying to do is make sure they're in tomorrow's race, or races. If we have a look at the Pro-Am team, you can see the Le Mans squad, 25 points for them. Beautiful start. Apex Hunters, what a battle. The weather really playing a huge part. Hairpin Heroes as well. Tetra Rouge Races 12 points. Setup Demons on 10. Le Mans Legends on 8. The Arnage Titans on 6. And then, as we see, in the red zone, the area you don't want to be unless you're playing American football, Hot Lappers and the Endurance Elite on 2. Which means as we go into the next race at Silverstone with a 1958 Aston Martin DBR1 and the Ferrari 250 Testa Rossa from 1957. These 2 bottom teams are going to be looking to really improve upon their points. That is how it works, remember. So we're looking at staying out of that red zone as we go into the end of the day. Chris has just come back, or is just coming back into the studio. We'll go through that last race. We're going to build up to the next race as well. We'll bring you the grid very, very soon. The grid is essentially the points position now, because we had a qualifier for race 1 to get that grid position. This one is all about the points. So if you've got a high points total right now, you're great because you're sitting pretty. Someone like Veloce, well, we know they're going to be 7th on the grid, and that is not a great place for them because they need to start working their way up that grid order as best they can. So let's get Chris back into the studio. Let's talk through all the highs, all the lows, and also take a little nod to where we're going to be for the next race. But before we do, a quick recap of what happened in race number 1. Oh, I've just been told we don't have that replay ready for you right now, so we won't be doing that, but it's okay. We're going to have an interview. Who are we going to interview? Let's find out. Ah, hello. How you doing?
Hello?
It's Robin Bettker here from Red Bull Racing. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm very well. Can't hear you very well, but we'll struggle through this bit at the moment.
I will try to put my mic closer if it's good.
That's much better. That's why it's a little bit better. Yeah. It's good enough for me. It's good. It's nice to see you. Of course, you were at Le Mans Esports Super Final last time out, actually at Le Mans, but it's great to see you with a slightly different top on this time.
Yeah, like this time we were able to compete for our team for Red Bull Racing Esports.
So ultimately, is your goal for this event to go away on Friday as the winners, or are you just hoping to get you and your team into the final day?
Our goal is to win the entire event because we think that overall that we are the strongest team, and we really worked hard the past weeks to make that happen.
How hard is it for you to be racing from your, from the surroundings you're currently in, and not in maybe, I don't know, a more professional setup, shall we say, when it comes to Red Bull racing?
It's not really harder for me because I'm used to this. It's just if you actually can travel to the event, it's of course much more fun to actually meet all the people and to race live.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big part, the social side of it, isn't it, really? To be able to chat to your fellow competitors, also have a bit of a laugh with them as well, and maybe chat about what's happened in the race. How did that race go from your point of view?
I knew that getting the best possible launch was extremely important in this race, so I was practicing the launch a lot, and in the race I actually got an extremely good launch. So already by turn 1, I think I had quite a gap, and after that I was just driving my laps, and because my pace seemed to be faster than Rossi, I was actually able to create even more of a gap.
Yeah, I mean, you managed it really well because it's so important in an event like this where you could be eliminated, at the end of each day, to get those points in right at the very beginning. If you can get the points you've got in race 1, then all of a sudden, you know, you're not looking so bad, and you may have even got enough points at this stage to qualify you for tomorrow. What does that mean for you when it comes to the race? Did you have your mind set on trying to bank those points, or did you think we'll just get what we can and move on to race 2?
No, like we practiced a lot for all the races, including the races for segment 1 and 2, and we really planned to win this race. And after we got that pole position yesterday, I was pretty confident that I'm able to convert that into a win.
Yeah, and so your team strategy then, who do you have in your next race? I'm just having a look at your list here on my tablet. I'm seeing who you've got lined up for the next race. How have you worked out who is going to drive the next one?
We were like trying to figure out which races are more important and which others are less important, so that we really got the strongest drivers on the most important races. But it was also a bit of personal preference, because the person doing a race must be able to drive the car, of course. So, which means if the person is struggling with the car, we had someone else doing it.
Right. So you had like a backup system, a plan A, which was you in this case, and a plan B as well. And looking at the list, you are plan A as well for the next 1 hour race. So you're staying in your seat.
I'm not like the.
You're not.
In the next race, it will be Essex racing, and then in the third race late.
Ah, yes, I've got you here. So Alexander Arnold's coming in for the next. So it's okay. You suddenly thought for a minute, oh no, I've got another hour's racing. Don't worry. You can go and get a cup of tea, coffee, Red Bull, or anything else that you want right now. Well done. Great to talk to you as well, and fantastic first race for you.
Thank you.
Great stuff there. Well done to Robin Betka from Red Bull Racing. Chris, you've joined us in the studio. Nice to have you along.
It's good to be back.
What a good race that was to start things off. It was nice and gentle until the rain came.
Yes, that was a nice surprise, wasn't it?
Yeah, wasn't it?
We didn't know that was going to happen either. It was a great race.
Yeah.
I think one thing, we did see 2 winners that did cruise to a comfortable victory in the end. However, we did see a lot of close racing. In difficult cars to drive as well. I think one thing that came into play was the strategy, because we are working to this elimination format where the first 3 days are survival. That's basically all it is about, survive, and then the last day, if you make it that far, that is when you fight it out for the points and the prizes that go with it. So one thing we did see is the drivers, some of them a little bit scared to overtake. They sort of put a nose down the inside, but I don't want to take someone out. I don't want to take myself out. So it really was, drivers just trying to get themselves to the end in a way without making too many mistakes. It's
really wise. And when we were talking about our team strategy, and
yes.
I heard you guys talking about me, by the way, in that race. When we were talking about our team strategy and the fact that
yes.
Harry's our strongest driver, do you put him in first? You're our second strongest driver. Do you go in a race at all? And then there's me, just to make up the numbers.
Yes.
Poor old me sitting in the corner. But looking at that, it does go to show that quite a lot of these teams were going for the points from the start.
Yeah, because you get off to a strong start, you've got a lot of confidence behind you. You're starting at the front now for this second race as well. You're going to be starting high up. That puts you less of a risk to get involved in any incidents. So immediately the pressure gets taken off what would be myself and you, for example, if we were now going to jump in the car, because Harry's gone out and got a good result for us. So the pressure's off our shoulders all of a sudden. So I think that's what some drivers have done. They've gone out, they've got a good result. There's only 3 drivers coming back to do this second race. All the others are going to now step away and hand over to their teammates. And the teams that have done well, they've said to their teammates, we've got some good points on the board now. Just bring it home.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the list now. There are some changes going on as we speak, but actually looking down there, Chris Farquhar's coming back again. He raced in the first race just there. Let's have a quick look again, shall we, at the result from that first race, because the first race, the only race we've had so far today, but that classified result is in, and it was a beautiful race. So important to get the points in early. But look at this drop zone, and we're going to call it the drop zone. Why not? Because if you're in that red zone at the end of play, you haven't scored a touchdown. What you've done is you've packed your bags and you're going home.
Yes.
The pro teams there, Wolves of Dawn, Fast Races, Forza. Is that a shock to you?
Fast races Forza is, and I think Wolves of Dawn. It's hard to say whether they'd be a surprise or not because we don't really know them as a team. We know them as drivers, and they're fast drivers. But we have to remember there's only 9 teams out there, and they're all quick drivers. But Fast races Forza are definitely a surprise to me because they finished 4th in the Pro Series. So yeah, I'd say it was a surprise to see them down there. Veloce likewise, and
that's a big surprise. I mean, I know they started at the back, but I expected them to work their way up the field.
I did as well, and it looked like that was the way the race was going to be going for them, but it just didn't quite work out for them in the end. Now they're in danger because I remember you mentioned this yesterday as well. Anything can happen to you in a race. You can get taken out, for example. You can have a fault with your technology at home. If you have that and you're already down the bottom of the field, you're going into an endurance race where you almost have to win from the back.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Pro-Ams as well, we saw what was going on there. We've actually got somebody else lined up. We've got another Pro-Am driver this time to chat to about the race. We're going to find out who. Here we go. Who are we chatting to this time? I'm not sure who we got lined up. Hey, Mitch, how you doing?
Hey there, I'm feeling pretty good after that, thank you.
Yeah, I bet you are. Talk us through the race.
Yeah, so it's pretty comfortable for me, actually. Obviously, I didn't know what to expect before the race with the rain. I had done some testing before the race, so I felt comfortable if it was going to rain, which it did. Yeah, but other than that, it went pretty well for me.
Yeah, so Gary, I mean, when the rain came, how prepared are you? Because we don't know what's going to happen here in the studio. You guys don't know when the rain's going to come. We don't know what's going to be thrown at you guys. So how much have you practiced these different scenarios?
Yeah, so for me personally, I do most of my practice in the drive because you're gonna learn all your lines and braking points from there anyway. And it's just a case of learning rain beforehand. Just maybe you're braking a little bit earlier and you've got a little bit less grip to deal with. So it's not too much trouble.
And what about the car that you're in, though? Because those cars, we were saying in the commentary, or Chris and Harry were saying in the commentary, and we alluded to it before, we tried that car out yesterday, and we were terrible, and that was in the dry. So when the rain comes along, all of a sudden your braking points change, but the car starts to just move around underneath you. How do you find that? How do you suddenly adapt from one setup? You're keeping the same car setup, but the conditions are completely different.
Yeah, so the car just had a little bit more oversteer on corner exit was the main difference for me. So it was just about finding a balance between throttle control and the right braking points as well.
I suppose luckily you've only got 83 horsepower underneath you as well, so I suppose it's not hugely powerful, but it's still an exciting little car to watch race around, isn't it? Do you enjoy racing the older cars, or are you more of a modern car lover?
I like both, to be honest. It's more like I prefer driving the slower cars. As you say, it's only around 80 horsepower, literally. So for me, I like driving the less powerful stuff, driving those. I felt much more comfortable in that.
I'll let you into a little secret. Yesterday, I was practicing in the Citroen 2CV, and I managed to master it. Because you can't spin a Citroen 2CV. It's very, very simple to drive that thing around. Sadly, you guys don't have that joy for you. But what would it mean for your team? What's your hopes? What's your ambitions over the next few days?
Yeah, so obviously we really want to make the final. Hopefully our strategy we come up with will allow us to do that. We'll have to wait and see. We've got off to a pretty good start today, though, so I believe Chemical will be starting on pole for the next race. So hopefully those big bank of points for that race will help us to reach our goal.
Got a really good points haul because of your great efforts in that first race, and that puts you in a really good position to make it to tomorrow, where of course the points get wiped out and you start again, but you'll be starting in a strong position because of your points tally if you manage to get up there. How have you, as a team, because of course you're a Pro-Am team, so essentially 3 drivers that have been pulled together, how have you worked out your strategy? Myself and Chris and Harry were talking yesterday for 2 hours trying to work out our strategy, and we were sitting in the same room, socially distanced. So how did you work it out?
So we try to play to our own strengths the best we can, but the hour limit that we have doesn't always allow you to do that. So it's trying to find a balance between finding the best cars for us personally and trying to be as efficient as we can with our hours as well.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing, isn't it? Because if you've got a particular car or circuit that you're really strong at, you kind of want to have that circuit. But if somebody else comes in and says, actually, I want it, then you've got to maybe have a fight in a car park, which you can't do right now, or you've got to work it out between you, over Zoom calls or whatever.
Yeah, I think we've got a pretty good strategy though, so hopefully that will pay off for us over the next few days.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing what happens. Well done to you in that first race, and who knows, you could be very, very rich at the end of this week.
yeah, that's the hope.
That is the hope, isn't it? Good luck to you. Well done. Thanks for the chat as
Thank
well.
you.
There we go. Great to hear from Gary Mitchell there. That was a really strong performance. Chris, I know that we're going to build up to the very next race as well right now. So as we bring Harry back into the studio to build up to the second race, I can't wait for it. Let's have a look at a few highlights from the first one.
Hi drivers, can you all ready up now please?
And there we go, just like that, we are back live in the studio. A lot of highlights, weren't there? It was a really, really good race from the start until the finish. Started in dry conditions, ended in wet conditions at the end, and we were battling all the way until the checkered flag. A fantastic way to get the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final off, the second running of the event. And also now back in the studio is Harry Jacks. Harry, what did you make of that first race?
It was brilliant. No, from start to finish, there was battling up and down the grids. Both classes had lots of battling, as you mentioned, so we were never lacking any action, that's for sure.
Yeah, fantastic racing in both classes as well. Pro-Am, we didn't really know what to expect, but we saw some great racing there. Surprise results in both, in a way, as well, I think you could say, and, you know, good and bad.
Yeah, we'll have to see if any of them were just a blip in performance and whether the teams we expected to be at the top from the get-go now start to rise up, or if they are genuinely struggling no matter what car or track combination we throw at them. So that's going to be a looking point, as well as, obviously, we've mentioned that we've got driver changes coming up, and this is going to be a race where some of those take place.
So just to remind you of where we are at in the competition, all teams have 3 drivers each. They can do a maximum of 10 hours over the course of these 4 days if they make it that far. At the end of today, the bottom 2 teams in each class are going to be eliminated. So what is happening today is the teams are scoring points in each race, and then at the end of today, the top 7 teams will progress into the next day. The bottom 2 will be eliminated from the competition. So the next 2 races is all about survival, scoring points, and getting yourself into day 2. The next race is going to be another sprint race, which will be around an hour, and then we'll have the 2-hour endurance. So we're going to be moving away from Le Mans. The Bugatti circuit is where we kicked off, but we're going to be coming to a familiar circuit to us in the UK for the next one.
Yeah, 25 laps of Silverstone, the full circuit as well, so we get all the glorious corners of that track, holes in its lock, and so we're not moving too many years forward. We're still in sort of the 58, 57 era cars, so we're only moving literally 1 or 2 years forward from what we've just seen, so they're still going to be struggling to maximise the high-speed nature of the circuit in these types of cars. They're really going to have to work for lap time, and it's going to be interesting to see how they handle them.
And we're celebrating years of history of the Le Mans in this competition. That's one of the special parts, I think, about the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. We saw the Jag and the Lotus 11 in that first race. Tell us what we're going to be seeing in the next one.
Yeah, so we've got the 58 Aston Martin DBR1 for the Pro class, so you're looking at about 250 horsepower, 875 kilos, so a bit more powerful, a bit less weight than what we've seen previously from the first race, so expecting a bit more oomph there for those guys. And then the Pro-Am, the Pro-Am class, sorry, they're in the Testa Rossa, the 57 Ferrari Testa Rossa, which actually boasts more horsepower than the Aston Martin. They're a little bit more weight, so it's going to be really interesting to see how those 2 cars fare up against each other, and if they even end up battling each other at some point. They're not obviously competing against each other, the Pro teams and the Pro-Am teams, but they might find themselves battling for position on track itself.
And let's show you the track that they're going to be racing on then. We are going to Silverstone this time around. Let's have a look at the track. And Harry, this is a great circuit, I think, to see these cars going on, and they're going to be going around the full circuit as well. So the layout that didn't even exist back then. So it's going to be interesting to see them go around the full GP circuit.
Yeah, unique experience for the cars, for the drivers as well, to handle them around there if they can. So the high-speed nature of the circuit doesn't quite lend itself to these cars in particular. So they're going to be a lot of the corners we know to be sort of maybe a lift and a downshift in modern cars, but they're going to be coming down probably 3 or 4 gears and really hammering on the brakes, and it'll maybe provide some more overtaking opportunities than we're used to.
Yeah, you've got the long runs, haven't you, around the Silverstone. It is a very fast track, isn't it? How is that going to be how are the drivers going to react to that with the cars? Is it going to be more difficult around a track like Silverstone than it would around a tight and twisty track, or is it going to be a little bit easier on the drivers?
We're still going to be working with the long braking distances that we've seen from the first race. A lot of the cars rolling again as they go through the fast left and right corners that Silverstone boasts. So again, it's going to be a real challenge for the drivers to make sure they're hitting their apexes, hitting their braking points spot on, and if they don't, I'm sure they're going to be close enough together that they'll be leaving themselves open for any overtaking opportunities. And again, most of the corners lead into sort of longer straights. You look at the old pit straight, you look at that hangar straight, Wellington straight, they're all parts of the track that blend themselves to a bit of slipstream and maybe a late lunge on the inside if you can.
Well, we've still got a few minutes to go before the race, so before we do get into the grid, one thing I think we were just talking about in the break there while the VT was playing was the fact that we've got 3 drivers that are coming back for this race. So 3 drivers are now going to be straight back out in this race, but for the rest of the 15 teams, they're bringing in a new driver, one of their drivers racing for the first time this week. is those three drivers that have just been out there at a disadvantage or at an advantage?
I mean, whatever I call it, I'm probably going to be proved wrong, I imagine. So, I mean, they've got their eye in, obviously, in terms of competition and being a heat of battle against other drivers, while the new guys who are coming in for this race have probably been spending the last hour or so, or probably even longer. They probably might have even watched their teammate race. They've been out there practicing, getting their eye in. So when it comes to competition, they're ready to go. So we'll see how it plays out. It's going to be close for sure, though.
Yeah, like you said, those three drivers have settled in to the competition. You know, they've now eased themselves in. The nerves have now gone. However, they have driven the Bugatti circuit in pretty different cars in the Jag or the Lotus 11, and now they're jumping in either the Aston Martin or the Testa Rossa around Silverstone. So it's a little bit different.
Yeah, so they would have obviously done lots of practice before this point. They should be able to jump from one car to another without too many difficulties, but there's nothing quite like just hammering lap after lap in the same car, and then when it comes to competition, you jump back in that same car, the same track. You're not having to blend two different cars and circuits together in quite a short period of time for the turnaround, really, for these guys. So it's going to be interesting, but I think they're all professional enough and good enough to make the changes without causing too much carnage for us to commentate over.
Well, I think we'll take a look at the grid, shall we? It's going to be the order that we finished the first race, and that's going to be exactly the same every single day. So the order of the first race will be the grid for race number 2, and here we go. So we can see Red Bull Racing there. They're going to be starting from pole position. Alexander Arnoux jumping in for the first time this week. Likewise, Lazarus Racing, they are one of the three teams that are keeping the same driver in for this race. So Ross May, who finished second in that first race, he's going to remain in the car and do his second hour of his 10 this week. He's going to start on the front row. Then we have Williams Esports. They're putting Isaac Price in for this race. Solar Vision likewise are putting in a new driver in Sam James. They're going to be row 2. Solar Vision, one of the more impressive teams for us in that first race. Rise Motorsport also doing a great job. They're putting in Shoma Takaya over Chris Cabrera. Shoma's going to jump in for Chris in this one. Total Performance Racing, we're going to see Sean Arnold out on track for the first time this week. They will form row 3. Row 4, then we have Veloce Esports. Isaac Gilson didn't really get off to the best of starts for them. Tom Lartalou, let's see if he can come back through the field in this one. Fast Racers Forza likewise will be looking to recover. They have got Igor Rodriguez jumping in to try and make up some valuable points for them. Wolves of Dawn, we're going to then have Mariano Rubaclava Okana in the car. Again, the first time we'll see him out on track this week. LM Squad, a new driver for them. Likewise, Alex Harrison is going to be hoping to continue their fantastic form that they have shown in Pro-Am, getting off to a start with a win. Then we have Apex Hunters, Jeff Newton. We're going to see him out on track for them. Hairpin Heroes, Kayak Jung will be going out on track. Brilliant battle between those two teams in the first race. Tech Rouge Rangers, Guillaume Goncalves de Silva is going to be out there for them. Then John O'Grady, again, that's the third driver we're going to see remaining in the car for the Set-Up Demons. They're going to be starting on the front couple of rows for them. Then we have the Le Mans Legends. Heidi Bahafid, is going to be out for them. Chris Farkas is back for the Arnash Titans, so he is one of the three drivers remaining in the car. Hot Lappers next along, Wesley Augusto, and then we have Koi Matsusaka in for Endurance Elite. So there we go. We see three drivers remaining in the car. Some of those who did pretty well in that first race as well, but a whole host of new drivers coming in.
Yeah, they're going to be hungry to make an impact on this championship.
Yes.
Make a statement for themselves, for their team, especially those who are maybe started in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th from that first race. Now they really need to get a good result. They can't be relying on, yes, there's more points available in the endurance race, but they can't put all their eggs in that basket, because you never know what's going to happen during an endurance race, and if you're leaving yourself open to failing, you want to get wrapped up as soon as possible. So a good result in this race really will take a weight off their shoulders.
Because you want to get, if you have two bad results, say, then you might be one of the reasons your team leaves the competition on day one.
Yeah, if you're a returning driver for this race, yeah, especially there won't be many questions asked as to what the other two drivers did wrong. But yeah, they'll have to pull their weight, let's put it that way.
Well, I think we're about ready to go racing here. The second time we're going to see the green flag waved in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final as we go racing around Silverstone. And we are on board with Red Bull Racing. They took the win in the first race. They will start on pole position in that Aston Martin DBR1 as we get ready to see the green lights come on around Silverstone. And we are away and racing. Red Bull Racing lead us underway to get race number 2 2 of day 1 underway, and a good start from Red Bull Racing, who lead us in towards turn number 1. Good driving so far from Red Bull Racing to hold on to the lead, quick away off the line, and they can now try and build a lead early on as they come round the first few corners. So Red Bull Racing, good start from them, and I think a clean start all the way throughout the field. Williams have got into second place ahead of Team Lazarus. Solar Vision Racing trying to hold on to fourth, but they have just dropped down to fifth place, and now we go on board with Arnage there as they get the race underway in the Pro-Am class. So the Pro-Am drivers in the Ferrari, Testa, Rossa. Hopefully we're going to see all those guys make a clean start. Oh, a little bit of contact there between third and fourth place, it looked like, as we now make our way down towards the hairpin here. You can see Arnage Titans there just trying to get themselves through cleanly. Now trying to make a couple of places as we go up towards the left-hander. A little bit of contact there, but I think everyone, Harry, just about through safely.
Yeah, just about being the right kind of phrase there. They're really bumping each other, nose to tail, but they're all through, facing the right way. I'm sure they'll have a few complaints between the pair of them, or amongst all of them pretty much, as they're sort of snaking down through turns 3 and 4. We saw that be a problem area in the qualifying events for the pro teams. They really sort of get bunched up and concertinaed in there, but they're all through now down into essentially the second sector, and they're still carrying on as they started. Yeah,
Arnage Titans there. We've been following them closely throughout this first half a lap here, and Arnage Titans just trying to, of course, Arnage Titans finished in 7th, so really they could do with a good result here. Here is Red Bull Racing, who continue to lead the way with the Williams car chasing them. Then it is Lazarus next along behind that. So a good start from your top 3 there. Already they seem to just be escaping here, the top 2. Lazarus on their own in 3rd place. Then it is Rise Motorsport in 4th place. Behind that then we have Fast Racers Forza, who have made a very good start. Veloce likewise, they've moved up. Total Performance Racing next, and it is Wolves of Dawn. And I don't know what's happened to Solar Vision Racing, but they've had a very poor start to the race, Harry, and they are down in 9th.
Yeah, disaster start for them. We were praising them in the first race about how much of a good job they were doing, and then unfortunately they've gone and undone a lot of that work on the opening lap. Yeah, that's Chris for you. And 25 laps is a reasonably long race. It's not over the first lap. There's still going to be lots of squabbling going on, potential opportunities later on, I'm sure. They've got good pace, and we've seen that in the first race. They have the pace to claw their way back through the field, but a shame for them. But at the start, I say, just like Ross May and the Lazarus car just didn't get off the line well at all. So before turn 1, they were already passed by the Williams car of Isaac Price, and he's already going after the Red Bull guys, so it doesn't look like they're going to have an easy ride like they did in the first one.
And we're looking back, I think that's Solar Vision now. It was round the loop really that they found themselves dropping down the field. In fact, we're on board with them. Although they're at the back, they're staring at sort of 4th, 5th place just ahead of them there, so they have got a chance to make up some places here, Solar Vision Racing, but they've got off to a good start. They've got good points in the bag, so they don't need to be too desperate in trying to get themselves back through the field. They can be patient here and try and pick their way through the field slowly but surely.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they get on, because obviously we expected Veloce to be in the same boat in race 1. They're starting at the back, trying to work their way through, and obviously immediately they gained 2 or 3 positions and then failed to progress further during the race. So it'll be interesting to see how Solar Vision get on, but it looks like they might be picking up a position already. Yeah,
that was them trying to go around the outside of Wolves of Dawn, who were getting themselves some contact with the Veloce team. Veloce trying to regain some places after a difficult start to the competition. This is the battle for your lead in the Pro-Am class we are now looking at as we head down towards the left-hander. We've got Apex Hunters here just at the head of the field, having a good start to the race. This is the team that we saw battling away with each other in the first race, and side by side we go. Hairpin Heroes on board we are with, and Hairpin Heroes now trying to get the switchback coming out of the right-hander, and Hairpin Heroes not quite able to get through. So Apex Hunters holding on to the lead, just about ahead of Hairpin Heroes here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Hairpin Heroes, Silverstone doesn't feature many hairpins, so they might be out of luck here. But interesting to see that the winners from the first race, LM Squad, not in the top 2 positions. It's these two who are second and third from the first race, battling out indeed they are. So literally pushing each other down towards Maggots and Beckett's, but no overtaking opportunity through these corners. LM Squad have actually dropped all the way down to the back of the field, so difficult start to the race from LM Squad. I wonder if they had an off somewhere, but it is Hairpin Heroes we are on board with as we come through Maggots and Beckett's, and just ahead of us is Apex Hunters. So that's how quickly your race can change in any race, isn't it? You have a small off
and you find yourself now down towards the back of the field, and they've just gone up to 7th. You can see at the top of the screen the positions changing. LM Squad are now in 7th, so already they have gotten the recovery, but we are on board with 2nd place in the Pro-Am class as we now look back. The bright blue car there, the Arnage Titans car, trying to make some places. This a hugely close battle, and it might even be the same 4 cars we saw battling away with each other around the Bugatti circuit in the first race, as Hairpin Heroes have taken the lead. So out of view, Hairpin Heroes now lead the race, and there was contact there going in towards, well, that was there you can see contact as just now side by side. Arnage Titans trying to get through, but all going off in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, I think the Hot Lappers car's in there from what I can tell, but yeah, as they just bumping each other nose to tail into the tightest corner on the circuit. It's always going to happen in these kind of vehicles as well, as we mentioned with the braking zones, but they just can't get enough of each other. We love watching it and commentating on it, and they love delivering for us as well.
Around the left-hander, down towards Village we go. A heavy braking zone, one of the heaviest braking zones around Silverstone. You can see 2 leaders already locking up tyres there. Arnage Titans in 7th place so far. LM Squad just ahead of them as we now look back at the battle for the lead in the Pro class. So very close. Red Bull Racing have retaken that lead. Williams in 2nd, Lazarus in 3rd. But Lazarus, Harry, have now come into play here, haven't they?
Yeah, so it's not like the front two are even battling for them to catch up. They've done it on pure pace alone. So although a bad start, they haven't let that get to their head, and they're right on the tail of the front two. And I know Isaac Price, sitting 2nd, he doesn't even need half a chance to make a move. I've raced with him quite a few times before, and very talented driver he is, and I'm sure if there's any sniff of an overtake, he'll be poking the inside of that Aston Martin through if he can.
Drove very well at Autosport as well, did Isaac Price, and that's what helped the Williams team qualify through to this event. And we're on board with Red Bull, but any second now we may see that Williams car drawing alongside, and then behind that Lazarus would be there ready to pick up the pieces as well. As we can see Alexander Arnoux there in the bottom right hand side of screen. Live pictures coming to you from the drivers as well, which is great to see. And just about leading is that Red Bull car ahead of the Williams car, and then behind that in 3rd place is the Lazarus team.
Yeah, I love that driver cam, and especially with these cars, you can see the amount of work going through the steering wheel just to keep it pointing in the right direction. There's such a fine balance of these cars where they start sliding sideways, and anytime you're sliding sideways, you're losing forward momentum, so that's what they're trying to get on top of, and it really is a knife edge. But at the moment, nothing to choose between the top 3.
That 4 of 25, it's already flying by, isn't it, here as we come through turn number 1 once more. And Red Bull Racing, their mirrors filled with that Williams car. 3rd place is Lazarus as they now make their way in towards the hairpin. We can see Red Bull, they couldn't be much further to the right of the track there. Williams are going to have to go around the outside whether they like it or not, but this a place you can get a switchback. Red Bull definitely defending there. Williams trying to get the switchback coming out, but Lazarus also there as well. So all nose to tail now as we come onto the straight.
Yeah, I think May in the Lazarus racing car, just taking a watching brief of these two, just to see if anything unfolds without getting directly involved themselves. So obviously if they do make any contact or any collisions, there's a late lunge there, but it's not going to work as the Red Bull car covers off the inside. But you feel like there's any moment there's going to be an overtake or a coming together between the front two. Yeah,
around Luffield now, Williams just trying to find a way through. They can be patient with this, there's plenty of laps to go, but if Williams can sneak past, they may leave Red Bull and Lazarus to fight over 2nd, and that could be their chance to break away. But I tell you, the team in 4th place, I think it's Rise Motorsport, just behind in the distance. They'll be hoping, Harry, that this battling is going to continue at this intensity, and then they can close in.
Yeah, with no one in front of them, the Rise car, they can focus on driving their own race and delivering their own lap times, and as long as they can stay within somewhat touching distance so they don't fall too far back, if anything does happen between the top 3, they'll be there to pick up the pieces. And of course, a podium position is always going to do wonders for your points tally.
Fast Racers Forza in 5th place as well, but we're on board with Isaac Price, and it takes a while to get round maggots and beckets in these cars, doesn't it?
He's got a run through there though, picking up the slipstream as well, so halfway down the hanging straight he's going to have to go to the left because that Red Bull car will not let him through on the inside. You can see the concentration on Isaac's face, just working out where he wants to place the car, where he's going to brake. Is he going to go round the outside? Is he going to try and cut back for the switchback if he can? The Red Bull car going in deep. It looks like it's going to make the apex. Isaac lining up to make the slingshot into the final couple of corners. It looks like it's the roles reversed again, apart from he has got the inside. He's got the inside going into the final corner. Can he get it done under braking? Red Bull car squeezing him on the apex, a little bit of contact. So Isaac doesn't look too fussed by it though, it must be said, as he's wrestling that car, still trying to get the back end under control, but the Red Bull car just about hanging on. But they really are under some serious pressure from Isaac at the moment.
Fantastic racing here in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, and this only the second race of the 4-day competition. Red Bull versus Williams versus Lazarus for the race lead in this second sprint race of day one, and that's going to be Williams looking to the outside. We're on board with Red Bull as they now come in towards the right hand hairpin, now up towards the left, and once again Red Bull driving very, very well in their defence at the moment, placing the car perfectly, and the Williams car just unable to find any way through, and definitely the Rise car is starting to get a little bit closer now.
Yeah, Arnu in that Red Bull car picking the perfect braking points to cover off the apex and almost initiate a block pass attempt, by parking it on the inside. Doesn't let the Williams car get the run on him. Looks like the Williams car set up to have just superb traction. The way it fires off the corners, really giving it an opportunity into the next corner after the straights, but Arnu doing a perfect defensive job at the moment, and Ross May still biding his time, although it looks like his patience may be wearing thin, just sitting back. He wants to get involved, I think.
Yeah, through Woodcote now and up towards Copse Corner. This back to the Pro-Am class, and this is the Hairpin Heroes team who is currently leading the way. So they were in that battle for second in the first race, and now Hairpin Heroes with the LM squad struggling at the start of this race. They've had problems of their own. Hairpin Heroes have taken advantage, Harry, and look at that, they've got themselves a pretty handy lead as well.
Yeah, just got to keep their head down now. They've done the hard bit, they've got to the front, they've made the overtakes count, and now they've got a bit of a buffer behind. Just got to drive the wheels off it essentially, but not literally, of course, at this point. But they're in, as you say, they're in a really good position. It's what you want in these kind of races now, an hour long. If you can get a gap early on, you can really settle down into your rhythm, relax a little bit. You've not got the pressure from the cars behind like we see on screen at the moment. Cars nose to tail. That's a good job they're not involved out front.
That's a change, isn't it? That's a change for second place. So Lazarus have now gone through. You can see Red Bull ahead of us. Oh, has Lazarus gone straight on there? They've locked up the brakes through Stowe Corner, and that is going to be the Williams car going straight back through into second place.
Yeah, an interesting one. Didn't look like there's any contact from what we saw, but it was an immediate lock-up as soon as they touched the brakes in the Lazarus car. A double lock-up on the front wheels and off into the runoff area, but they haven't made any contact with anything. They've regathered the car back into third. So unfortunately for the Rise car, they weren't able to make up. That's what we're talking about. They were hanging on there, but they weren't close enough to take advantage of any kind of mistake, unfortunately for them. But Lazarus got to regroup and go again.
A surprising mistake.
Yeah,
to make there. I mean, is it easy to make?
I mean,
in the Aston?
Stowe's it's a difficult corner at the best of times. It's a really late apex, almost blind on the way in. But these guys seem to be drifting their way through for fun. Yeah,
this is a battle for second place. That's Apex Hunter. In fact, no, that's Apex Hunters now down to 6. So not too sure what's happened to them. But they're and that's contact there. Apex Hunters have got to be careful here as contact there. Has just seen them dropping even further down, but that's caused a knock-on effect, and Apex Hunters still sat there in 6th place, but that was a change for 4th, just ahead of them after that contact. So Apex Hunters just got to be a little bit careful. That was I think that might be the LM squad up into 4th place as a result of that. So good driving there from the LM squad, getting past the setup demons who had that contact from the Apex Hunters, and once again contact being made there from Apex Hunters. They've got to be careful, as now the Arnage Titans there just trying to get themselves down the inside in that bright blue car, and they're going to go through, and that's going to be them up into 6th place.
Yeah, forcing the move there on the inside of the left-handers. They're still squabbling as they get onto the back straight. They're coming into the second sector. So they're all jostling so fiercely for position. It's a shame they painted the cars so nicely, because it's just getting ruined every time they go out on track.
Yeah, just trying to work out. I think that's going through ahead of them. Let's have a look just behind that, because that's the Apex Hunters losing more positions, isn't it? I think that might be the Hot Lappers who got through as well. So Apex Hunters dropping further down their race. They were once fighting for the lead. They now find themselves in danger of dropping all the way to the back of the field. They're now down in 8th place as we go on board with Ross May. He was out in the first race, he's back out in this second race. He was briefly into second, then locked up here at Stowe Corner. That's dropped Ross back down to 3rd place, but since they've given second back to Isaac Price in the Williams car, he's now began to close that gap to Red Bull once again.
Yeah, so it's all about getting his head down though, get that mistake out of his mind, and just driving as well as he knows he can drive. He's caught up to these guys once before. He's now in the process of doing it again. And obviously, every time they battle, they're getting more experience of the car, where they can brake, where they can try overtakes. So it's one of those things where he's now got that experience of, well, I can't break that late for Stowe, so
No.
I'll break a little bit earlier next time if I get the
Yeah.
opportunity. But yeah, it's nice to see that they haven't lost anything in terms of confidence or ability with that small mistake, and they're hopefully going to make it a three-way fight anytime soon.
It's hard to put that to the back of your mind sometimes, isn't it?
It is, but I think when they're in a position that they are, they've had a good result in the race one, they're still on the podium, it's not too bad when you know that ultimately it's not cost you anything at this point.
Interesting camera angle there for Ross. Clearly, Ross doesn't want us to see his reactions live.
He's got one of that concentration faces that you don't want people to see. That's what's going on there. I know that I've got one as well. So
You just don't want a screenshot of that going
exactly.
around, do you?
No, exactly. But it's great to see them using the equipment they've been given by Thrustmaster and doing good work with it.
Yeah, good stuff there from Ross May. The Williams car, though, Isaac Price, all over the back of the Red Bull Racing car. Here we go back to the Le Mans Legends car in second place, 3 seconds back from the Hairpin Heroes, but under all kinds of pressure for second place. The Le Mans Legend car doing good. They did pretty well in the first race as well. 6th place for them in the first race, so not a bad start, but they're doing really good in this second race when you consider they were 6th in the first race.
Yeah, this is the confidence builder for them as a team now going forward. Now, they've had a good but not extraordinary result in the first race, but this one at the moment is where they're going to be looking at picking up some really strong points if they can hold on. And say worst comes to worst, if they lose second place, third place isn't bad either. It's a good haul of points and it puts you out of the danger zone come the end of the endurance race later.
Tetridge Rangers, the next car behind them. This is on board with the Williams team, who are now right behind Red Bull Racing as they make their way down towards Stowe Corner, and a gap on the inside. Alexander Arnoux leaves the door open, and that is Isaac Price now drawing alongside as they make their way down towards Stowe. This on lap number 7 of 25. Are we going to see a change of lead? Oh, where did Alexander Arnoux, how did he get the car stopped there? He managing to find a way around the outside, and that looked like that was move done, but Alexander Arnoux being a little bit brave around the outside and being rewarded for it.
Yeah, fantastic braking performance on that Red Bull.
What does he drive? What does he actually drive?
Yeah, I mean that will put something in Isaac's mind to say now. Well, he's obviously very good on the brakes. It's not going to be a slam dunk because we've seen Arnoux defend that inside line vigorously over the last few laps, and at that time he let Isaac go there, but still managed to outbrake him on the outside this time. So it's not going to be an easy pass at all for Isaac to get past Arnoux, as we can already see lap 8, and he's still not been able to pull that one off, but still plenty of laps to make it happen.
Now, one thing that has changed, getting all out of shake. Isaac Price just about managing to get the car stopped there. Well, entertaining to ride on board with, isn't it? Isaac Price just about managing to hold on there. But one thing, I think this is a good time to speak about this. Driver aids has changed this year, hasn't it?
Yeah, so last year, my understanding is they had an optional traction control if they wanted to run it or not. And obviously, depending on the car, it was sometimes beneficial, sometimes it wouldn't be beneficial because it just bogged the acceleration too much and you wouldn't be able to fire yourself out of the corners as well as you'd want. But this year, no traction control at all for any car, no assist at all for the drivers to contend with. So they are driving these cars now as raw as they can be, essentially.
And in these cars in particular, that's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, they're beautiful cars, but in terms of performance, they're wanting a bit compared to obviously modern technology that we've got in the modern motorsport. But it provides a really unique challenge for these drivers. They're not always going to be in these kinds of cars to race with. So it's a nice experience for them, and we're going to see who's going to be able to come out on top and dominate this type of era that we're in today.
Well, that's the Arnage Titans in the bright blue. Behind that is the Hot Lappers car. This battle down the lower order of the field in the Pro-Am class. The Setup Demons just ahead of them. They now come round the right-hander there. Just at the back of the queue, Hot Lappers trying to find their way through. They're currently in 7th place, Arnage Titans in 6th, and then ahead of that, Setup Demons in 5th place. And 4th place, not too far ahead of them. I'd say across the field, Pro-Am is very, very close.
Yeah, so it's going to make those extra positions so important. If you can just nab one from someone towards the end of the race, maybe, it's going to be worth so much because it looks like there's a trend being set here. Now, every time we go out the midfield in the Pro-Am class, it's always nose to tail, and every position you can make up is going to be beneficial, although I think they're pretty far enough ahead of the tail end of their class to make sure they're not at any risk for qualifying for day 2.
Through Maggots and Beckett's we go, and start weather's starting to change, isn't it?
Yeah, the fog's rolling in, the mist is rolling in. So I wonder if we've got some more wet weather to challenge these guys, which, as we saw from the last race, they are a handful at the best of times, let alone when you throw a sprinkling of rain on the circuit as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see the rain falling very soon in this race. Already, though, the conditions changing. It's we can't be there racing at Silverstone, but why don't we give you a taste of what the weather would be like if we were there? Let's just say that as we go back to the battle for the lead in the Pro class. Williams there trying to get the switchback on Red Bull Racing, not quite able to get through. Williams still sat there in second place as they come onto the Wellington Straight, this for the 9th of 25 times. This Alexander Arnoux to have the mental ability just to be able to hold that defensive line every single lap. He's been able to do it for the first 9 to 10 laps of the race. Is he going to be able to do it for the remaining 15 laps? That we will find out. But Isaac Price desperate to find a way through, but so far Alexander Arnoux has had an answer for every single attack he's thrown at it.
Yeah, stout defence from Arnoux, it must be said, to hold on for so long under so much pressure from Isaac, and one of these two is going to have a real big mental boost coming into this race. If Isaac can crack Arnoux and get that move done, or if Arnoux can hold off Isaac for the entirety of the race, that's going to give them a massive boost for them, the team, to know exactly what's going on.
Now Lazarus, they are not too far behind, are they? They're gradually starting to come into play, because Red Bull, they're having to go defensive, aren't they? They have no choice. They can either pull over and say, you know what, Williams, go through, or they can just keep defending as they are. And certainly Rise Motorsport in 4th will be hoping that they continue to defend, because gradually that Rise Motorsport car is getting closer and closer in 4th place. And particularly if the Lazarus car can catch up, then that really will help their chances in trying to get involved in the battle for the lead, as we now go back to one of the battles in the Pro-Am class. It's the Endurance Elite car, finished 9th in the first race, so they really do need a good result here to Endurance Elite. And I think that was the Hot Lappers car just taking a little bit too much curb ahead of them. Oh no, Arnosh Titans off the track. They now rejoin, so they're going to lose a place there. They drop down to 7th, and that is the Hot Lappers who have gone past them. So that is both Hot Lappers and Endurance Elite who have gone past them. So Arnosh Titans there dropping down to 7th place.
Yeah, so a little bit of contact into Magnus and Beckers. Any contact through there at such high speed, it's almost impossible to gather any kind of mistake or contact that's going to send you off. But they've done well to hold just about hold on to the car without spinning it completely. They're still in the fight. We've just got to hope they don't have any kind of retaliation, because that's not going to get you anywhere. They need to sort of lay a mark and say, this is how you overtake properly, and get the place back. It
was a setup Demons, actually, it was the other car that got through. Oh, Arnosh, the Titans, that was an ambitious move, going clattering straight into the back of the Setup Demons. Setup Demons are going to now lose a place on the exit of that. There go the Hot Lappers going through, and both cars now running wide. Arnosh Titans bring themselves back into the fight here, so it's a battle that is going to be going on all the way through the next couple of corners here. Arnosh Titans trying to bring themselves back into play. So we've got the Hot Lappers there and Setup Demons side by side as they now make their way into the right-hander. Here you can see just behind Arnosh Titans, we ride on board with them. So, well, we are in race number 2 of 3. We are losing 2 teams at the end of today, and I think you can see the drivers reflecting the pressure that is being put on them.
Yeah, this is the race you want to make things count, because you don't want to be relying on that endurance race to make the points up, because anything can happen. We've seen teams who were towards the front of the first race fall back down the grid immediately in this race, and it can happen in the endurance race as well. So they need to make up as many points as possible now, but obviously they need to make sure they're not running into any penalties by having incidents like we've just seen that might be looked at. But yeah, they need to get themselves under control a bit and then get back into a rhythm.
Hot Lappers is the car at the head of this trio. Setup Demons immediately ahead of us. We ride on board with Arnosh Titans, 5th, 6th and 7th in that order, as they now make their way onto the old start-finish straight and down towards the old first corner. Copse corner, very fast corner, very tricky in these cars. Now this is the battle for the lead in the Pro class. There goes Red Bull past Williams. So Williams had got through, and they're just about able to hold on, I think, on the exit. as they now come down towards Club Corner. You can see they're behind. Lazarus have now joined this fight. I think there may be sprinkles of rain as well. Williams just about managing to get back past Red Bull. We look back at them. They're now in second, Lazarus third, and Harry, you can see just in the distance, Rise Motorsport now getting closer.
Yeah, we're now at a point where if any of these three make a bit of contact like we saw, or a
there.
mistake from Lazarus earlier, yeah, Rise will be there to capitalise. So the stout Red Bull defence has been broken by Isaac.
Yes.
Finally, he'll be pleased to get that one done. Now it's interesting to see, will he now be able to run away in the lead like we've seen Red Bull do before? Give them a taste. There's a bit of a dive bomb from Anu there. Thankfully, those brakes still work on that Aston Martin. As he's going for it again, but again not quite getting the nose inside the Williams car. And so it's difficult because he's now coming under pressure from Lazarus, pulling those kind of moves to put the frighteners on the car in front, leaves you vulnerable to the car behind, and Ross May and that Lazarus is looking feisty.
I think Red Bull here, this is them saying, you go away, we're going to defend from Lazarus.
Potentially, it might even be a tactic, just to show the other teams that as well as being able to run off into the distance and dominate a race, we can defend and battle with people and win races that way. But at the moment, the Williams car does look like the fastest out of the three, although Lazarus have fallen back and caught back up as well, so they've got good pace. So arguably the Red Bull car might even be the slowest of the three despite leading for so long.
There is that tactic, isn't it, filling the mirrors of the car ahead, and it's a distraction tactic, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. So especially in these types of conditions where you're already having to adjust to certain things, if you're looking around for a new braking point or a new reference mark, and all of a sudden you see a car dart into your wing mirrors that shouldn't normally be there, it does make you think twice about, can I turn in? Is that car going to be up my inside?
Yes.
But they're experienced enough to know exactly when a real move is on and when it isn't. So we'll see how they get on with things for now. But Max and Beckett's the Williams car taking that wide sweeping line into focus on the exit. That really does seem to be paying dividends for Isaac at the moment. And Anu diving towards an early apex, but you can see how much he loses on the exit with the car sliding. And Ross May might be able to pick up slipstream and look into Stowe if he gets enough of an overspeed on him.
That rain isn't far away, is it? It is getting closer. There's definitely rain on the way here, but the Rise Motorsport car, Shoma Takaya in the car for them in this one. He's doing a fantastic job. Chris Cabrera was out for them in race number one. Shoma jumped in for this race, and he is the car just behind the battle we are watching. So this is Red Bull, and I think you know which car that would be. You'd probably be able to take a guess, as Lazarus is now coming down the inside, and that is move complete as they come through Club Corner. So good driving there from the Lazarus car, and Lazarus is through into second place.
Yeah, so that stern defence we saw from the Red Bull holding off for 9 laps. Now they lost 2 places in the space of a lap. So falling through the field. It'll be interesting to see if Rise can now get onto the back of them and put them under pressure, because I don't think Arnie that Red Bull's got the pace to hang with the Lazarus car and the Williams car. Be interesting to see if those two now close up to each other at the front of the field, or if they're going to start spreading out a little bit, but they seem to be in somewhat of a pace order.
So we're on board here with Ross May in the Lazarus car. He had to get that move done quick. I'd say he's got it done within a reasonable time. Isaac Price has been taking advantage of getting past Red Bull and has already built a little bit of a gap. Lazarus now needs to start going after that Williams car as quickly as possible and leave the Red Bull car to defend from the Rise Motorsport car and Shoma Takaya.
Yeah, absolutely. I say at the moment I think the Lazarus car just got enough on the Red Bull to not have to warrant taking any defensive lines. They can focus on taking the racing line, maximising their lap time to try and close up to the Williams car. But in saying that, of course, Anu's now putting him under pressure. So what do I know?
Well, Alexander Arnoux there not giving up the fight at all. But Alexander Arnoux, this could be a good chance for Arnoux to just, Alexander Arnoux, really quick driver, but at the moment just hasn't got the pace of both Ross May and Isaac Price in the Lazarus car and the Williams car. So this could be a good chance for Arnoux to just tuck in behind Ross May and push him along, maybe back up to the Williams car who's leading the way. Yeah,
I mean, even at this stage, they've obviously been doing a lot of practice with all this, but you can still pick things up from other drivers by following them around the circuit and working out what they're doing to be so quick, because obviously he's been out front for a period of the race, had to take a lot of defensive lines, couldn't really optimise his pace because of having to compromise that from the defending driving. Now that he's out of that position of having to do the defensive driving for the time being, we might now be able to see him push on a little bit and focus on the racing lines, maybe putting some attacking moves on the Lazarus car if he can stay with him.
I think we could now really classify this as a three-way fight, because that Rise car is within a second of Lazarus and Red Bull as they come through Stowe Corner. We are approaching half race distance. We're about to get into the second half of this race, and what a race it has been. This race number 2 of segment 1 here. and brilliant racing. I think we've been shown that we're in for a very good week of racing overall, and you can see here the Lazarus team and the Red Bull team fighting away. We were briefly on board there with the Lazarus car. On to lap 13 of 25 we go. Rise Motorsport just behind them then in 4th place, and the gap was just under 2 seconds between our 2 leaders. We'll keep an eye on what that gap does over the next couple of laps, but I'd say Arnu has settled in behind Red Bull Racing here, and so far doing a good job just to hang with that Lazarus car. And I think this could be Red Bull just deciding, you know, I'm going to sit in behind for the time being and see what pace that Lazarus car has in respect to the Williams car.
Yeah, regain a bit of composure behind the wheel, and as you say, settle in, just follow the cars around for a bit, get back into your own rhythm, your own comfortable place driving the car, rather than having to worry about diving to this apex, taking a late apex, focus on the exit, defensive driving. They can just do what they need to do. But of course, we say that, and the Rise cars now catching the back of them, so they might not get as much of a break as they wanted. They just seems to be never-ending. But the good news for the Red Bull cars, if Rise do pass them, there's a little bit of a gap for them to slide into and not have to worry about from behind.
There's a great three-way battle going on behind that as well. I could see Total Performance Racing are in the middle of that trio just behind. So a great battle going on for 5th, 6th and 7th place in the Pro class as well. This is 4th place Rise Motorsport we are looking at, and they've worked very hard to catch the back of Red Bull Racing, and they'll want to take advantage of that as quickly as possible as we go on board with them. But Fast Racers Forza, Total Performance Racing and Veloce are the trio that we see behind this, as Rise sliding through Maggots and Beckett's there, getting a good run through that final right-hander, and that should give them the run down the straight.
Yeah, so I wonder if the 3 behind these cars want to just sort of, maybe we can send them some kind of message, say, do you want to not fight and just close up the top 4, and then we'll have a 7-way fight for the lead? How does that sound?
Well, we will have a look at our race leaders. This is how the lead changed, and there you could see a rare mistake from Red Bull Racing, sliding wide through Maggots and Beckett's, and that is where Williams took the lead of the race. So in the end, it was a mistake from Red Bull that cost them the lead. Yeah,
that'll please Price no end, seeing that happen. He hasn't he's forced the error, is what's happened there. He's bided his time, put a few frighteners
just
on
like that, it's sunny.
We've got blue sky again, happy days. So that threat of rain looks to have gone away, although it's still, so you never quite know whether it could just be around the corner still. But
yes,
that'll please a lot of the drivers, I think, not having to worry about changing conditions again. They can just get back to what they know best.
Well, this one of the battles we were referring to. This is the Arnage Titans battle, and that is a car running wide at Stowe, and that is going to be them. That's Set Up Demons that were running just a little bit wide there. Arnage Titans are going to draw alongside now as they come down towards Club Corner. You can see Arnage Titans on the outside, not quite able to get through, but on the exit and through the right-hander, they're going to find a gap on the inside, and that is going to be them going through and into 6th place, is it? Not quite. So Set Up Demons just about holding that place for the time being.
Yeah, difficult, complex corners, that final 3 corners of Silverstone. It's very easy to get the switchback set up, but once you get on the inside of that final right-hander, you really do get pinched into the apex, and you've got to be respectful of the car on the outside, so you can't always carry as much speed through there as you would like, and that's why they didn't quite get that position gained.
And I was just about to talk about Endurance Elite, because they are actually past. They're into 8th place now, which is really what they need to do, because they did finish 9th in the race previous. But this is the battle going on for 2nd place now in the Pro-Am class, and we can see the hot lappers there on the outside of the Le Mans Legends as they come through the left-hander, now up into the right. 3-way scrap this going on for 2nd place, and again side by side there, but not quite able to get through, and in the middle of the pack there, I think that's going to be the hot lappers dropping down to 4th place.
Yeah, blink of an eye, you can go from trying to gain a position to then losing a position because you've been a bit over-ambitious. So disappointing there. Is that the Tetra Rangers?
Yes.
So they've gone from sniffing 2nd to then having to settle for 4th in the space of 1 corner. That's how quickly things can turn in these kind of races.
Yeah, and Tetra Rangers, that was where they were in the first race, 4th place. So they stay there for the time being, but giving themselves a good chance at fighting for 2nd place. So good driving that from the Tetra Rangers, showing good consistency, which is what I think you need to do when we have a knockout and elimination format.
Yeah, interesting to see in the Pro class that Solar Vision racing car still languishing down in 9th place. I'm wondering if they've had some kind of incident, any damage. Because obviously we praised them in the first race. They've done a very good job with their finish in there. But surprising to see them so far down at this point of this race. And they must have had some kind of errors. But it is a replay of...
This is Arnage Titans.
It is indeed, yeah. So it's not a replay, is it? So is that live going into turn 3? So yes, it is a replay. So it's going wide. The car head goes wide. Then we get the switchback done through the loop section, and that's how they managed to gain that place back.
Yep. So mistake there. Arnage Titans, you could say, forcing the pressure, and that putting them up a position. So Setup Demons go down to 7th. Arnage Titans go up into 6th place, and they finished 7th in the first race. So Arnage Titans, this is a good result for them. That could be the difference for them staying up or getting relegated out of the competition at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's very unlikely in these kind of scenarios where you're going to end up with a team who are finishing maybe 4th or 5th and then finishing down in 9th. You know, in terms of actual performance. So picking up a 6th place after a 7th is, you're cutting it quite fine, but I think you would be just about okay as long as you have a reasonably solid result in the endurance race later on.
Yep, Veloce once again struggling a little bit here. They're languishing down towards the back of the field. They're in 7th place, and Veloce, that is where they finished. So, I mean, at this moment, you've got Solar Vision Racing down in 9th. They were 4th. In the first race, but struggling in this one. Clearly there was they picked up some damage or something on the first lap, but Veloce in the danger zone, you'd have to say, going into the endurance race if they were to finish 7th in this race as well.
Different driver behind the wheel for the Veloce car as well, so it's not like it's maybe a driver performance related issue. It's obviously across the team perhaps, they're just struggling to get on terms with what these cars demand around these kind of circuits. As we've got the Rise car now putting the pressure back on the Red Bull car. This is for the final step of the podium. They're going to have to go around the long way of Stowe if they want to do it here though.
Yep, so this would be for 3rd place and that 15 points. And Rise Motorsport doing a really good job. 5th in the first race, and Rise Motorsport living up to their name now. They could be up into 3rd in the 2nd race of this first segment. And Rise Motorsport, they can see the top 2 ahead, and I'd say Lazarus are bringing that gap down to Williams, but Shoma Takaya will be able to see that and will want to be going with them, so he'll want to get this move done. And Red Bull just running a little bit too wide through Club Corner, and that's going to open up a gap on the inside going in towards turn number 1, but sensibly Shoma Takaya backing out of that one, Harry.
Yeah, we could sort of all see where that was going to end up if he kept his nose on the inside.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I don't think Arnie would have given him the space either, and probably rightly chopped across the front of him, but I think Arnie just dropped his left wheels off the curb around the final few corners, which obviously got the rear end out, gave Takaya the run down the pit straight, but he's really lining this one up to try and get the slingshot out of the loop section and then make it into the next sort of left-hander where we get on the brakes for the next time. Yeah,
down the Wellington straight, down towards Brooklands. There you go, and this could be the chance for Shoma Takaya to make that move for 3rd place. But Alexander Arnoux, who's done a lot of defending in this race, as we've seen, but this time he leaves space, and Shoma Takaya is going to try and get down the inside. A little bit of contact there, and Alexander Arnoux shutting the door perhaps a little bit too late there. And Shoma Takaya not able to get through in the end. So Red Bull Racing hold on to 3rd place.
Yeah, it's an ambitious move. These cars are so difficult to go hard on the brakes and get a bit of turning angle into the corners where you kind of got to get most of your braking done early on in a straight line, then you can focus on the turning aspects. They don't like doing both at the same time, and that was a real situation of what happened for Takaya in the Rise Motorsport car.
Yeah, behind this, Total Performance Racing with Sean Arnold in the car are now starting to close in. They're the ones that are starting to close in. Red Bull are really not getting on with this Aston Martin, are they, at all?
No, they're dropping a cork in the bottle situation, isn't there? Every time someone comes up behind them, they eventually find their way through, and you do wonder if it's a case of when and not if for Rise at this point, isn't it? Can they make that move? They're all over the back of Arnie's Red Bull, and if they carry on battling, then the Total Performance Racing car will be battling for another trio battle for the Red Bull car to deal with this race. Yeah, this is Sean Arnold we now ride on board with. So Sean Arnold, we know, very quick driver, drove very well throughout the Pro Series, and Total Performance Racing did very well around this circuit as well. I remember correctly, they battled for the lead, for the win, all the way to the end around Silverstone when we had that round here. Fantastic racing we had here as well, and similarly good racing in the super final as we battle around the Silverstone circuit
on the first day of this super final. And this is it, Sean Arnold. This is when you see a battle like that, Harry, going on up ahead. You start to break a bit later, you start to carry more speed through the apexes, you start to take a little bit more curb, because you know that you are catching. That's when you are in the zone. And you're not even thinking about what you're doing at times, are you? You can just see that gap closing in.
Yeah, he'd be rubbing his hands with the light, I'm sure, looking at those two, although no, probably doing it down straight's the best idea if you get that taking your hands off the steering wheel. But yeah, it's he's probably sat there praying, just like, please have one more bit of contact, please go for that late lunge and just tap the rear end of the car in front and have a bit of sideways moment, and that'll pull me right into play. At the moment, he's doing everything he can to just try and latch onto maybe even a bit of slipstream from these cars. It's not much, but it's something to gain you maybe an extra tenth or two a lap, and by the end of lap 25, it might be enough to pull him into contention.
We can see the battle going up ahead, and Red Bull for now are the car still ahead, just about ahead of that Rise Motorsport car as they now come through Luffield. It's getting towards the final few laps of the race now, and just a little bit wide was Red Bull, and a little bit of contact as Rise tried to find their way down the inside. In the end, Rise unable to get through, but down towards Copse Corner we go, and Red Bull immediately having to get on the defensive here. A corner you wouldn't really be able to overtake at in these cars, and Rise Motorsport almost completely sideways there through Copse Corner, and the Rise Motorsport car trying to get away through as we come through the Maggots and Beckett's.
Yeah, side by side through here is beyond brave from these two drivers. It's crazy.
Look at
the
that
state of the drifting, almost tandem style through there. But the Rise car gets the move done, and Total Performance Racing taking advantage of the Red Bull car as well. So they're up to fourth. Red Bull down to fifth now. Total Performance Racing is now see and smell a podium right in front of them.
Yep, Sean Arnold says thank you very much, and thanks for the entertainment as well, because it was pretty good to watch, wasn't it? So Sean Arnold not only gets past the Red Bull car, but now also has the Rise car within his sights as well. So like you just said, has 15 points just ahead of him now, so really good stuff. And in the background, I think that's where we see the Fast Racers Forza car in that battle as well, just behind. And I think the Veloce car also in that battle as well. They're down in 7th place.
Yeah, great driving by Sean Arnold. Must be said, when you're in a battle with the two other cars, so essentially a trio on track, it's so hard to break away from them because you're always sort of getting caught up in defensive driving and attacking driving. But he's managed to pull away from those two cars behind, latch onto these two in front, and make a move at the earliest opportunity. And as I say, a podium is just up the road. And I think the way these cars are handling, the way the guys are driving, it's going to be who's got the most rear tyres left come the end of the race. And I don't think any of them are going to have much.
Well, we're getting towards the final few laps of the race now. We ride on board with Rise Motorsport, who currently sit third in the pro class. We forgot about our two leaders, but they're only split by just under 2 seconds. So it's Williams leading from Lazarus. That is the battle out front. There you can see Sean Arnold on the bottom right-hand side of screen, and he can see that third place just ahead of him. Brilliant driving from Sean Arnold, who has capitalised on the situations that have just unfolded ahead of him. He's got himself in the right place at the right time, putting in the lap times he has put him in that position to take advantage of Red Bull making that small contact with Rise. So Williams lead from Lazarus, then Rise. Total Performance Racing sit fourth. Fifth is Red Bull Racing, then it is Veloce in sixth. Fast Racers Forza in 7th place. Wolves of Dawn are 8th. Solar Vision Racing are then in 9th place. That is how the 9 Pro class. Then we have the Hairpin Heroes, Le Mans Legends. The LM Squad are next along. They currently sit in 3rd place in the Pro-Am class, and they've done well to recover, actually, the LM Squad, because they were once right down at the back of the field. They did win the first race, did the LM Squad, and they've done a great job to recover and get themselves back up into the top 3 positions. So good driving from them. We'll just wrap up the rest of the Pro-Am order then. We got as far as the top 3. LM Squad it is in 3rd place. Then we have Tex Rouge Rangers in 4th place. Behind that in 5th, Hot Lappers, and we have Arnage Titans, Setup Demons next along, then Endurance Elite, and then Apex Hunters.
Yeah, LM Squad and that Pro-Ams class really laying down markers to everyone else in that class. Now, they've dominated the first race, and then after a poor start are now fighting their way pretty much through the entirety of the field. It does seem like they are somewhat of an unstoppable force in terms of just getting the job done and getting the points on the board. They're not going to be at any risk of not making tomorrow's event. So we've got a car off. That's the Total Performance Racing car.
Oh dear, yes, that's Sean Arnold. Sean Arnold off into the gravel, gets back going again. And where is that going to drop him down to? Let's have a look. Oh, he's going to drop all the way down the back of the field. He may even be down as far. He's down in 7th place. So what a disaster there for Total Performance Racing, dropping from 3rd place all the way down to 7th.
Yeah, it's an odd one. I mean, I know it's the hardest braking point on the track, going into that corner. I'd be surprised if he didn't maybe have a helping hand to get that far into the gravels. I think a driving mistake would normally end up maybe just running a bit wide, but to end all the way in the gravel, we're going to see exactly what happened. So this is coming down the hangar straight. They're on the inside just about of the Rise Motorsport car, so this was for P3 at the time. So drafting alongside, they're going into the braking zone now, just tipping it in. Still, Rise car hanging it around the outside, so good defensive driving from them. They're going to get the run out of the corner. Total Performance Racing looking to just slot in behind. Are they going to go for a move up the inside, perhaps, into this corner? They are, and they get it just... contact between the Rise car. So as they tried to get round for the left-hander, the Rise car just caught the back of the Total Performance Racing car enough to spin it off into the gravel. So I'd imagine if they don't give that position back, they're probably going to get some kind of time penalty or maybe even a points deduction, depending on how the stewards see it.
You place the blame at Rise there?
I think so, because I think Total Performance Racing car gone up the inside, and once you're up the inside, you can't just turn in on the car who's still on the track. They would have left them enough space if they hadn't. If they'd driven all the way to the outside of the corner, I think there was probably enough space for both of them to get through, but the contact meant they were dragged off circuit. I'm not a steward, it's not my job. I'll let them decide who was at blame. But
these are quite long cars, aren't they, as well?
They are difficult. No, we've seen how tricky they are to handle. They're constantly drifting and they're wallowing through the corners, so that kind of contact is somewhat inevitable, but it's had a damning effect on the Total Performance Racing car of Sean Arnold, unfortunately.
I was just about to... I just wrote 12 next to them there on my sheet ahead. Sorry.
That's a commentator's cuss without even saying anything. That's a new one.
This is John O'Grady we ride on board with for the Setup Demons. That's Arnosh Titans ahead of us. So Arnosh Titans, a little bit of contact there. We've seen plenty of that, though. That's nothing wrong with just a little bit of bumping and barging through corners, as long as it doesn't end up like we saw there for the likes of Sean Arnold into the gravel. But Setup Demons now trying to make their way through, and they're going to be on the outside going down towards Stoke Corner. Just on the inside there is the Arnosh Titans. This is the battle for 6th place, and Setup Demons are going to try and brave it round the outside, are they? It was like they were trying to sell the dummy, but they're going to have to try go round the outside here and not quite able to get through, sensibly backing out of the move there.
Yeah, trying to go around the outside of someone around a long corner is probably one of the most painful things in these cars, because you have to wait for so long to get on the throttle. You can see where you want to put the car, but if you get on the throttle too early, it's just going to understeer off the circuit. So patience is key, but they maintain formation at the moment.
And just running a little bit wide there was the Setup Demons. They're going to be back behind Arnosh Titans as we now come down towards turn number 1. So Red Bull are back into 3rd place as a result of that now, aren't they? So that's worked out quite nicely for Red Bull. They're going to be tied on points with Lazarus. So I'd say Red Bull, because they qualified ahead, would probably be the car starting ahead for race 3.
Yeah, overall best result is probably going to be one of the things they look at now. They've got a 1st place with Lazarus, going to be back-to-back 2nd places, isn't it, for them?
Oh, well, they're tied with Williams, and Williams taking the win in this one. So
there you go. So there's still 5 laps to go, still plenty to happen. It's not done and dusted at the front of either class, it must be said, although they are somewhat comfortable compared to some of the other battles that we're seeing on track so far in the midfield.
It's very close all the way throughout. Lazarus only 4 points behind, and conveniently they now come up on screen for us, but there is still time for things to change around. 40 points each and then 36. One thing we do have to remember is, if you win today, it doesn't really matter, does it? As long as you're in the top 7 and you go through, that's all that really matters. But it's the confidence you can carry with it.
Yeah, I mean, the only benefit you're going to be getting from today that carries over tomorrow is your starting position for the first race tomorrow, which we've seen doesn't always mean a great deal. It's nice to be out front at the start, but you're also the first car that might be crashed into under the braking zone. So you don't know how it's going to go. But yeah, if you're going to choose somewhere to start, definitely at the front rather than the back.
It's that knock-on effect, isn't it, as well? That's going to come with it. So Rise, you can see there, they're going to be on 22 points. And here's a good little battle, isn't it? Where did this come from? 4-way scrap going on I believe this is in the Pro-Am class. This is the LM squad here that we ride on board with. Just ahead of them, this is the battle for second. Now that's Wolves of Dawn, so that's one of the pro teams. So this a little bit of lapping coming into play there. Is this them catching Wolves of Dawn?
They might even be on the same lap at this point. I haven't seen any other cars lapping each other, so I think the Wolves of Dawn car, the pro class car, is battling on track on the same lap amongst the Pro-Am cars, although they're not battling for the positions between themselves, if that makes any sense.
They might as well get out of the way.
Potentially, yeah. So the only problem they might risk is, I mean, they're of equal pace, so I don't think they're going to be at risk of no blue flags and getting out of the way because they're not being lapped. They have every right to be there, but it's just going to cause a bit of an issue for the guys who are trying to battle in the Pro-Am class, and there's a pro car sat in the way.
And I think Endurance and Elite might be involved in this as well. There's another car just ahead of this, so we've got our battle for second going on in this, and that is the LM squad who are battling away for second in the Pro-Am classes. They now make their way onto the Wellington Straight once more, this on lap number 21 of 25. So it's the Le Mans Legends that they are fighting with, and then Tetrouge Rangers are about 2 seconds behind the car that we are on board with. So we've got Le Mans Legends. That's the Le Mans Legends locking up just ahead of us. This is Solar Vision Racing directly ahead of us, I believe.
So that's why they're battling Wolves of Dawn. So you've got two inter-class battles going on amongst four cars, essentially, haven't you? So that's why no one wants to give an inch.
Alex Harrison is definitely speaking to someone, unless he just talks to himself when he races, but laughing at his own jokes perhaps. But he's trying to get past Solar Vision Racing as they come in towards Cops Corner, and that was definitely Solar Vision Racing. I think just having a little lift there just to allow Alex Harrison to go through, and that is Alex Harrison through, and now the battle for second can resume.
Yeah, I mean, saying that, I mean, the Pro-Am Ferrari doesn't have about 50 horsepower more than the Aston Martin on display, so down the straight, that's why he's pulling on that car, and coming through the corners, obviously there's a bit of a difference the other way, but when they're battling amongst themselves, they all seem to be about equal. Yeah,
we've got, of course, leading the way, it's Hairpin Heroes, isn't it? They're the ones leading the way, so they're going to be carrying 40 points with it. LM Squad are also going to be on 40 points as well, as they sit third in class. Now Apex Hunters, of course, were second. They're going to drop down, so we've got there will be some definite big changes within the Pro-Am class. Hairpin Heroes leading the way there, doing a great job. We've got the Hot Lappers up there as well, doing a pretty good job. They're up in 5th place, so a good improvement from them after their 8th place in the first race.
Yeah, just seeing how these guys seem to have settled down a little bit now. They've sort of almost got in the right pace order for their class and cars, although saying that, it's still squabbling going on behind the 11 squad car. So yeah, I mean, they've got to sort it out amongst themselves. They're running out of laps, that's the problem. So they can't afford to let someone else by because they're maybe a bit quicker, because that second that you lose doing that might be the difference come the end of the race.
I think the Le Mans Legends have been one of the biggest improvers, haven't they? Races 1 to 2, you know, they're up there in second. They finished 6th in that first race, so they're going to have 26 points there. Oh, here we go. We'll come back to that, because this is a good little battle going on a little bit further back as they now come on to the Wellington Straight. You can see there, the battle going on in the Pro-Am class.
Fast Racers Forza have got a DNF in 9th for the Pro class. I'm not sure what's happened to them, but they dropped down to 9th place to the back of that field. So we'll have to try and find out if we can what's happened there. Maybe after the race that might be clarified, but that's a position gain free for Wolves of Dawn and Solar Vision Racing.
This is Tetrouge Rangers, and that number 7 we are looking at. They're trying to grab 4th place from the Hot Lappers. I think that might have been a change we have just seen on track, in fact, as they now head down towards Cops Corner. We're getting into the final 3 laps of this race. You see the front of the car really sit down as they hit the brakes and come through that first corner. This is the battle going on for 4th, the 5th place drivers. That's them having just lapped a couple of drivers. They've just gone past Solar Vision Racing as well, and the Endurance Elite car. So then and past Wolves of Dawn, sorry. So the Solar Vision Wolves of Dawn car dropping down. So this is your battle for 4th place in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, interesting that the 2 cars there that you mentioned, the Wolves of Dawn car and the Solar Vision car, they are way off the 7th or the 6th place car of the Top Force Racing that we've seen obviously had that unfortunate spin earlier, but they're best part about half a minute behind them. You think we're only 20 odd laps in, so that's over a second a lap. I'm wondering if, again, damage is playing a key part in cars not being able to perform, especially when it's picked up so early in the race. It really just hampers you for the entirety of it.
Yeah, really does. So hot lappers ahead of us. Great performance from them as well to be up in 4th place. This is Tech Rouge Rangers. Then a good 10 seconds behind this is the Arnage Titans. Then it's Setup Demons, Endurance Elite, and the Apex Hunters. And this is our leaders. We haven't really seen them for a while. Hairpin Heroes leading the way, and this is going to put them tied on points with the LM squad.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll fancy a name change to maybe Long Sweeper Heroes or something. They seem to like this track which features pretty much 0 hairpins for them to indulge in, but doing a great job. They've got a 3-second buffer. They've not obviously overextended themselves to build a 10-second lead and risk spinning out, causing an accident, whatever it might be. They've just got a nice buffer, allowed them to be comfortable, drive their own race and bring it home, so you don't get any extra bonus points for finishing 10 seconds ahead compared to 3 seconds. So good job.
I mean, they're points-wise, they're going to be tied first on points, so they're going to be on the front row for the 3rd race, and that's a brilliant result for Hairpin Heroes. 3rd in that first race, win this race after taking advantage of LM squad, who had some problems. This is Arnage Titans coming under pressure from the Setup Demons. These are more the battles we've got to keep an eye on, because Setup Demons, they are down in 7th place there, and that's going to give them 6 points, I believe, isn't it? I think it might be 4 points that they get for that, and they are going to be one of the teams that could be at risk if they're to have a huge problem in the endurance race of being in that danger zone. Yeah,
unfortunately we're going to end up with lots of teams who, by no choice or fault of their own, are going to be after some serious points in that endurance race. They've not had the opportunity to gain a big haul of points in these first 2 races. They've been left the task of that nobody wants, and the driver especially is going to be under extreme pressure to deliver the goods for the team to make sure they can continue fighting through at least tomorrow would be the goal. But we're going to have to say goodbye to 2 of them from each class, and at the moment they're all showing a pretty worthy effort to warrant a spot tomorrow.
They're going to be on 16 points with this result. Are the Setup Demons? It's something that we could work all of it out now, and then the race would be over, and then it probably would have changed and changed again by then. Anyway, it's something we will definitely be discussing during the next break before we get into that endurance race, and that's going to be a 2-hour one where we're going to return to Le Mans as well. We're going to be doing the no chicane layout. It's going to be a real good one. But this has been a great race. These 2 cars know each other very well. One of them knows the front of the other car very well, and the back of the other car very well, and briefly the inside of the car.
Yeah, they've been at it all race. It's fantastic for us and fantastic for everyone at home to see cars battling from start to finish all race long. It's what we want.
Hasn't stopped, has it?
No, say first race was the same. This race has been the same as well. It's just a case of we're always worried about we get to some kind of race and the cars are going to string out, and then there'll be no real action going on. But
this again
into turn 3, trying it around the outside, they try it on the inside, try it wherever they want. They don't care. They'll do whatever they can to try and gain a position.
It's been a great race, isn't it? All the way throughout, and this is exactly what we saw in the first race. We're back in the 50s in terms of Le Mans cars here, and these cars provide brilliant racing. It's almost a shame we don't see them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they're fantastic to drive now. As we said earlier, they're quite scary the way they go through some of the corners, and when you hit the brake pedal and all of a sudden you're looking at the floor, it's it can be terrifying. But they do create good racing because of the way that they handle and the way they go through corners. It's so difficult to gain time over each other. They're all sort of wallowing and rolling through the corners at the same point as each other, and you can never really gain maybe half a second by someone making a mistake. They're always on the very edge, sort of just about catching a slight slide. I wouldn't want to know how much those rear tyres are worth at the end of the race. Probably not a lot, I'd imagine.
Well, there you go. You go and ask them. That's something. There's a rear tyre, one of those rear tyres in someone's front room somewhere, isn't there? That they've kept all these years. You always see that people leaving tracks and they've got all sorts.
I've got one. I took one home once from a touring car race.
I've got a front wing and an engine cover.
There you go. You almost got a full car.
Yeah.
I've got one tyre for you.
Have you? Let's start building a car. We'll ask Bryn what he has. He might have something as well. We can really start building a car. But last lap, Williams Well, he's nodding now, so we'll find out there. But Williams, we go on board with them. And, you know, the second half of this race, we haven't really seen a lot of them. But, you know, they took advantage of that when they got past Red Bull. They really took advantage, got a gap straight away. And with it, you know, when Lazarus got through into second, we thought that they might have a chance to close in, but Williams have done so well to just keep that gap that they've had.
Absolutely, and Isaac Price behind the wheel, he's such a diverse driver. He races across multiple various platforms and racing games, and yet we come into a race on Forza and he just gets in, gets the job done, wins a race against what we thought might be an all-conquering Red Bull team, and really put them in their place and laid a market out for Williams to be a contender potentially throughout day 3 and perhaps day 4 even if they get that far. And no one's got it their own way. That's what we can take from this so far, is that we've got a real battle on our hands for the top spots.
This proves it, right? Williams, Red Bull, 40 points each, Lazarus 36.
Exactly.
You know, I know those points get reset going into tomorrow, but that just proves how close it is. And we look back at Williams now and Isaac Price, who's coming through Maggots and Beckett's for the final time. And he has done a superb job. I mean, the last few laps, he's extended his lead to 5 seconds.
He's just in the zone. That's what sometimes it happens when you're driving so serenely. Laps just fly by, corners fly by, and you don't even think about it. And I'm sure at some point he's probably going to, at this stage, he's going to think, oh, it's the last lap.
Yeah.
Well, happy days.
Yeah. He'll just keep driving. It's like, you know you are finished. But just the final few corners to go now for the Williams car. And 2 races and 2 different winners. We are a long way from the end of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, but is this trend going to continue in the endurance race? I wonder. Williams Esports are going to put themselves on the top step in this second sprint race, and a fantastic drive from Isaac Price. He's going to take the full 25 points to put himself on the front row for the endurance race. Round the final corner he comes, and the second sprint race in segment 1 goes to Isaac Price, and very happy, relieved I think as well, but Isaac Price knows that was a big result for them, and that's confirmation that they are in the running for the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final this week. Fantastic drive from them. Lazarus finishing in second place, a good drive from them as well. And the Hairpin Heroes are going to take the win. So in the Pro-Am class as well, another new winner there. 2 different winners in both classes in the first 2 races. And a fantastic start to the week. Yeah,
competition levels very high now. I think a lot of teams probably coming into this, maybe your Red Bulls of the world, and they're thinking we've performed so well in the qualifying event, we've got the edge over everyone, and they come to a race like this and they weren't just beaten by a little bit. Williams really laid a marker down. Lazarus as well, getting a job done over on Red Bull after their dominating performance in the first race. It's good to see that there's a lot of teams vying for the top spots.
I mean, people might have watched that first race and gone, right, that's it. Red Bull are going to win. No, that's not the case. I'm not saying they're not going to win, but it's not going to be easy, and it's a very open competition. I think that second race just confirmed that.
Yeah, especially with the format that there is, where your finishing position and your championship position is going to end up dictating where you start the next race. So you think Red Bull dominate a race, they then start on pole. As you say, people look at that and go, well, that's a piece of cake for them, but it was anything but at the end of the day.
And we had a 4-way battle for the lead at one stage in the Pro class.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? We're so used to that happening in the midfield, but for it to happen at the front of the field, that's where it really starts meaning more to those guys, because they're all at the front of the field. You're probably more safe, in terms of making it through to tomorrow. But there's a little bit of ego in there, and a little bit of mentality in the psyche between the drivers to think, I've got one over on you by finishing in front of you and forcing you into an error. That's going to stick with me, and it'll stick with you as well.
And likewise, Pro-Am class, our top 2 in points-wise, tied on points.
Yeah, same as the Pro class, isn't it? So both elements and both classes that we've got on display over the next 4 days are going to be really hammer and tongs. It's going to be impossible for us to call who. I mean, we listed our favourites, and what do we know at this point? It's like they're really showing us up for putting our eggs in maybe the wrong basket.
It's an open competition, and at the end of the next race, when we finish racing here for day 1, we're sadly going to say bye to 2 teams in each class. We're going to build up to that 3rd and final race of the first day in just a second, but for now, we'll take a quick break.
Porsche coming on strong, the 9th car comes a knocking.
Well, there you go. Dust yourselves off. That was quite exciting, wasn't it? Now, straight away, I can bring you a little bit of news about that. Rise Motorsport, they have been docked 5 points for coming together with Total Performance Racing. That was near the end of the race at turn 16 Vale. So they went to the stewards, went to the clerk, they had a little chat, and unfortunately for Rise Motorsport, 5 points docked off of their tally, which I think is... well, it's going to have a bit of an impact, isn't it, potentially? Now, as you've been watching this, you may have seen that Thrustmaster, they've got a store 15% off of racing equipment. Just use the little promo code TM-LMES. And if you like any of the merch around here, including these wonderful shirts, then you can go to the Le Mans boutique online and order whatever you want. We'd love to hear from you about what you think of the coverage, what you think of the racing and the competition too, the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. So far, it has been brilliant, and we have got another 3 and a bit days to go because we still have the big one, the 2-hour endurance race coming up in just a bit. Now, we'd love to hear from you, like I say, about what you've seen, what your thoughts are, and get in touch on Twitter using the hashtag LMES. It's as simple as that, hashtag LMES, and we'll be able to check in and see what you reckon about who you think the favourites are, surprises, and a whole lot more. We'll have a look at the standings in just a bit. But before that, when we talk about endurance racing and the highest form of racing, there are so many drivers we can catch up with and talk to them. And Louise caught up with Esteban Gutierrez.
Thanks very much, Bryn. And now one driver who is taking esports further than just lockdown is Esteban Gutierrez. Esteban, first of all, can you tell us how you got involved in esports and where it all started for you?
Well, it all started in the beginning of lockdown when the Australian Grand Prix was cancelled. That's the moment where I really, thought on how, the lockdown will shift the whole world, or how this problem of the pandemic is going to shift everything, especially our industry. So I said, how can I reinvent myself right now so that I, at least use this time or take this opportunity to develop something in relation to racing and motorsports, and esports came very quickly. We had one race, a virtual race with Formula One, and then other races started to come up as well. But the most important step was, as a team, Mercedes, to take this very seriously. Initially, we were just basically doing on a driver-to-driver basis. I mean, you as a driver I was subscribing to the events and I was participating on my behalf, and everything was simple. But as soon as, we at Mercedes discussed and, let's use this time and let's use the resources that we have in the team, engineers and everyone involved, we get everyone involved and we take this esports into the next level. And that process is something I really enjoyed doing during the lockdown.
Doesn't Esteban Gutierrez look a lot like Esteban Gutierrez, and nothing like Thomas Leron. There you go, wrong name strap on there, but that was Esteban Gutierrez. Great to hear from him. It's amazing the insight these drivers give you. We've got a whole heap of interviews to bring you that we've managed to get over the last week or so. We had Louise out and about and doing a lot of Zoom calls and catching up with her contacts. We've got really top-level drivers. It's incredible to see who we're going to be talking to. We've got Felix da Costa. He's going to be chatting to us as well. So we'll be bringing those throughout the course of the next 3 days. Now, we'd love to find out from the drivers what they thought of that race, and I've got Pro-Am winner from the Hairpin Heroes. I've got John Young standing by. John, what did you make of that? Let's go over to him. John, hello. Great to see you back here. You were, of course, you were at Le Mans last year. It's great to see you.
Oh, hi. Yeah, it's great to see you guys again. Yeah, now, it's an exciting race
it
so
really
far.
was. It really was. I mean, you just pulled out all the stops there. Talk us through the race from your point of view.
I was fortunate enough to start at the front, with my teammate doing a wonderful job to stay at the front in the previous race. So I knew that all I had to do was just keep my position, or if the opportunity comes, just pass some cars. And that's what I did, I think, for most of the race.
Yeah, well, I'm going to look at the points in just a bit, but I've just done some mathematics very quickly. And looking at Hairpin Heroes, you don't need to worry. You have now qualified for tomorrow, looking at it. Does that change how you approach the endurance race?
No, it doesn't change our approach at all. I think even if we have enough points, we still have to, keep some pressure. And then also the points today are going to matter tomorrow when the grid for the race 1 is set. So we would like to keep our tension up and then try to gain some more positions in the next race.
Well, that's interesting. So even though you're currently in first place at the moment and you're definitely guaranteed for tomorrow, you have your eye on the fact that you want to start at the front of the grid to make tomorrow that little bit easier to hopefully get to day 3.
Right, exactly.
Wow. So you've still got, looking at your driver lineup, you're going in, each one of your team's drivers will have raced today then, by the end of today.
Right. Yeah. So we wanted to spread our driver times apart just in case something comes up. But looks like our plan is set for today at least.
How was your approach then when it came to strategy with drivers, with seat time, who was going to do the sprint races, who was going to do the endurance race? I know you're saying about splitting time up, but are you aiming, when you came to the planning stage, to just get the points in the bag, looking ahead at the sprint race? Because some teams, looking at this list of teams, they're right on the point of almost no return.
So initially when we picked our combos that we wanted to drive, we based it off of just whoever felt most comfortable in a certain car. And then we picked our cars based on our pace, basically. So that's the plan that you see right now.
Did you have any kind of competition between you to see who was best in a race scenario with the individual cars? I'm just thinking that you might have one of your drivers saying that I'm really, really good in the, I don't know, say in the Porsche 904 Carrera GTS, which is coming up, and actually when you match yourself against them, you're stronger. Did you have any internal competition to discover who was best?
No, I don't think there was so much competition. Actually, it was actually really hilarious to see our skills in those cars. One person was definitely like a lot faster than the 2 other people in our team for a certain car, so it wasn't really hard to give that car or a combo to that particular person. And yeah, there wasn't really any competition or friction for that matter.
Well, yeah, that's nice to not have that friction there. But it is tricky for these teams like yours, the Pro-Am teams, that maybe having drivers in different parts of the world. Was it Zoom calls that got you together, or were you able to find another way?
No, actually, the us 3 that we are in right now for our team, we've been really close friends outside of racing. So just Xbox chats or Twitter chats or anything related to social media, we were connected with each other. So it wasn't really tough trying to get in contact or trying to practice together before the race.
Yeah, it's nice to have that. If you've got that bond to start with, it does make the whole thing a lot easier, I'm sure.
Right.
Now, when you came into this competition, when you got your qualification place as your Pro-Am team, I imagine you're going to tell me you're looking to win it to get the big money, but what would a decent amount of money be for you guys?
I'm not really sure.
Need some more money to buy big teddy bears, right? Because you've got one over your right shoulder. You need a big one over your left as well.
Oh no! Oh, I thought that wouldn't be in the shot, but
is that your mascot, or is that just what's that going on there? Moral support?
Well, that and I don't know. Yeah, actually, yeah, moral support. I think that would be good.
I hope it's a big teddy bear. Anyway, I'm not sure what else it could be. Look, it's absolutely fantastic to chat to you. Thank you for sticking by for that one, and best of luck when it goes into tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll chat again. But you can now rest up, right? You can put your feet back and take it easy.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much there to John Young. Brilliant stuff from the Hairpin Heroes. What a result for them. Let's have a look then, shall we, at the results, the standings where we are currently at now. Movers and shakers, it's certainly changed a fair bit. We were just talking to John from the Pro-Ams, but what about the pros? Let's see where they currently stand and the implications. Well, this is incredible. If you were thinking about last year's champions, Veloce, going ahead and winning this year's Le Mans Esports Series, maybe, just maybe, they're going to fall off on the very first day. This is incredible at the moment. And as you can see there, Rise Motorsport down to 17 points. They have actually accumulated 22 points, but they had a 5-point deduction because of that coming together with Total Performance Racing, taking them down to 17. So there are a couple of teams there, Fast Racers Forza, and there are Wolves of Dawn sitting on 6 points at the moment. They are some 8 back from Veloce. So looking at the way the points work for the endurance race, there are more points available during endurance than there are in the sprint races. Veloce need to shift a bit. They need to work their way up. But right on the edge too, Rise and Solar Vision with Total Performance Racing as well. Lazarus, Williams Esports and Red Bull Racing are, well, they're home and hosed, aren't they? They can just relax now. It's all about them getting into tomorrow with a decent starting position on that first grid. Remember, tomorrow's first race grid is set by the end points from today. Easy for me to say. What about the Pro-Am teams? And let's have a look at their standings. Remember, separate tables for both of these teams. Hairpin Heroes on 40 points. They are through. We know they don't need to worry. We got Le Mans Squad there, 37 points. They did really well, didn't they? Le Mans Squad, they have had a win. They've had a 12-point in the last one there. They're really strong. Nice to bank those points there. Le Mans Legends, 26 points. Tetra Rouge Rangers on 22 and Apex Hunters on 20. We figured around 20 points was the safe area. When we were talking about this, myself, Chris and Harry yesterday, we think 20 points is a safe zone if you can get to there. Hot Lappers, they're one short of that, currently on 19 points. 4 points from the first race. They started slowly, but my word, a decent 15 points there in that race, getting them up to 19. Setup Demons are on 16. Arnage Titans on 14. This is so close. Setup Demons falling off a little bit in that last race. The Arnage Titans there, they've hovered around 6 or 8 points in the last 2 races. So they've had 6s and 7s in the last 2 races. It all comes down to this one. So how about that? That is, well, it's all there for you to see. The red zone is where you don't want to be come the end of this final race for today. So we've had 2 sprint races. Their points are worth a decent amount, but the endurance race, the one that is coming up next, is the all-important race. It's so crucial. Now we're going to get the commentators back in very soon. Chris or Harry are going to come running back into the studio because we'll be chatting to them about what they think of that first race. But remember the way this competition works. So it's 4 days worth of racing. But at the end of each day we lose 2 pro teams, we lose 2 Pro-Am teams. Let's have a reminder then of how it all works.
The Le Mans Esports Series Super Final is split into 4 segments taking place on 4 separate days from Tuesday, September 15th to Friday, September 18th. There are 2 categories, Pro and Pro-Am, competing for separate $100,000 and $50,000 prize pools in different machinery. Points are earned by teams battling it out over 3 races per day. The 2 teams with the lowest points after segment 1 will be eliminated. The points are reset each day, and the bottom 2 teams in Segment 2 are removed from the competition by the end of the day. Segment 3, featuring the 5 remaining teams per category, will put forward 3 drivers per race, and again 2 teams are eliminated by the end of the show, leaving us with the final 3 teams to battle it out on the final day. All 3 drivers will compete in the final races, with the winning Pro-Am team receiving $17,500, with the Pro Champions walking away with a huge $35,000 prize.
Yeah, it's not a bad amount of money, is it? 17.5 grand, 35 grand. I think I'd be quite happy with a share of the spoils there. Chris, you've joined me back in the studio. Nice to have you along. That had it all, didn't it, that race?
Was really good all the way from start to finish through both classes. I think one thing we're seeing in both classes is that it's very close at the front.
Yeah.
That's going to become very relevant, particularly in day 3 and day 4. But you know, we all love to see good racing at the head of the field. We've seen some drama as well. Of course, I know you were mentioning that we have had some post-race drama as well.
Yeah, so Rise have been deducted 5 points because of that coming together with Total Performance Racing. Round Vale, turn 16 there. It was quite a tough corner, that one, really. That's where a lot of incidents happen.
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange incident. You know, first off, my first reaction was I thought that the penalty was, well, not the penalty. I thought it seemed more of a racing incident, but you know, really there wasn't enough space given to the guys on to Total Performance Racing on the inside by the Rice car. So I think a fair penalty in the end.
And looking at it, at points in that race, it was almost like a British touring car race.
Yeah.
There was so much of rubbing each shoulders.
I mean, it's strange cars, you know, those Aston Martins, you know, it doesn't seem like the racing should be that close because you're having to think 2 corners ahead all the time when you're setting the car up, particularly through Maggotts and Beckett's.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it shouldn't have been as close as it was, but, you know, I wouldn't mind if we changed those cars for the whole week now because it was really, really good racing.
Could always go wrong, can't it, with those? And actually, we've got 2 more. The final race for today, we're staying pre-70s, of course, because we're on day 1. It's all pre-70s today. We've got the 1963 Ferrari 250 Le Mans, one of my favourite cars, I have to say, and also got the 1964 Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. In answer to your question before you disappeared off, I have a front wing of a British touring car, one of the Hondas from a few years ago when I worked in British touring car. I managed to get from Thruxton, they both had a big off, and I managed to get them to sign the wing. So that's living in my shed right now.
So making good use of it.
We've got a wing. What have you got?
I've got the front wing and an engine cover of an F1 car.
Let's hope it's not the same front wing, eh? Because otherwise we're going to have a bit of an off a bit of a kilty sort of car. And he's to
Yeah.
Right.
It's great.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the points again, because news has just come in that Arnage have just changed their driver lineup for this race. So if we have a look at the Pro-Am team points, sorry to throw this straight to my director, but there's the Pro team. If we go to the Pro-Am team points, and we'll be able to see exactly where they are. The Arnage Titans have just kept Chris. Now, this is really interesting because they are right on that point of going out. Now, yesterday, when yourself, me, and Harry were talking through this, we said, I wonder whether one team will put their strongest, maybe, driver in for all races.
Yeah.
And Arnage have just put Chris in again. So he's now raced in every single one of their races.
It's an interesting strategy because you're putting all the you're putting all that pressure onto one driver, and if Chris doesn't do a good enough job now, then they're out of the race, and we only ever saw one driver from the Arnage Titans. So that's
huge pressure, because Setup Demons only 2 points ahead of them. It is quite tight around there. Arnage are on 14. You've got Setup Demons on 16, and we've also got the Hot Lappers on 19 points. So it is very, very close around there. Oh, it's tight, isn't it? More points in the endurance race, so maybe that's why they've gone for that. But his confidence, will he be up or down at this stage?
Well, to be where he is, to be in the drop zone, I'd say no. But Chris, he clearly feels he's in the groove a little bit. He feels confident. That would have been a decision that was his more. He would have said, look, I can do this. Keep me in the car. I'm really quick, in the Ferrari 250. So, maybe it was a decision made by him that, he just felt he was in the groove and wanted to do it. And he may feel that he has, things to make up for. He might feel that, they're down the bottom because of maybe tiny mistakes or errors that he might have done, and he wants to go and put that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is all eggs in one basket, though.
Yeah.
Who knows? I hope he can find something, because the pressure on his shoulders is immense leading in.
I mean, if he gets them through, we likely won't see him tomorrow at all.
No.
So,
yeah.
He can then have a day's rest, and it goes on to the other two drivers. But yeah, I would expect more of that decision from a team where the drivers are doing well. But it's
wait and see. Hey?
Yeah, it's something. It's questions that will be answered all in good time.
Well, luckily we don't have long to wait, because we have got the third and final instalment from today about to start. Before that, though, I'm going to bring Harry back into this seat to talk it through with you, Chris. And before Harry takes his seat, let's have a quick look at the highlights from the last race.
And here we go, race 3 getting very close now. The final race of this first day of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, and the race where we are going to eliminate our first teams from the competition. Joining me is Harry Jacks. Harry, brilliant first 2 races we have. This is going to be our first endurance race of the week. Now, each day is made up of 2 sprint races and an endurance race. Tell us how the endurance races are going to work.
Yeah, so we're looking at basically twice the race length, so we're looking at 2 hours now. And that's going to add in potentially pit stops for the teams to have to deal with. Obviously, there'll be no driver changes. It will be the same driver doing from start to finish. But that pit stop, and if there is a pit stop, the timing of that is going to be crucial. And whether you try and get the undercut work, whether you try and go long and use the low fuel load to your advantage in the middle of the race, that's going to be something for us to keep an eye on. But it's the biggest opportunity they're going to have to save themselves if they're in a position to need saving.
Yeah, and we, of course, had a look at the points tables, and that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on throughout this race, of course, because we have the 2 teams that are going to be eliminated at the end of this. And teams throughout the race, you know, there's going to be a good group of them that are going to be in danger of being eliminated. I wonder if throughout the race they're going to be being. Would you like to be fed the information to you live? Would you like your team in your ear, kind of telling you, you know, okay, you're safe here, or you know, you're going to be eliminated if you don't make 1 or 2 positions?
It's a very good point. I mean, I think the drivers will probably have different preferences. I think some of them would like to be kept in the know, so they know exactly what's required, and some of them would be on the other side of the fence of just don't tell me anything, just let me drive the race that I want to race and want to drive, and I'll do the best job I can no matter what. So therefore, it doesn't matter what everyone else is doing or what I might need to, you know, hang back for. But obviously, you run into the potential of you were safe, but you went for a move and you binned it off, and you cost us the points that we would have needed. So if it was me, I would want the information, but each to their own.
Yeah, it could come down to the final lap, and that's the beauty of this elimination format, isn't it? It's where you're on the edge throughout the whole of the competition. If you're at the front, it's to try and be high up the grid going into day 2, and if you're towards the back, it's to survive and try and win more money.
Absolutely. I say the biggest thing for them is, you know, for the first 2 races, the sprint races that we've had, you know, you're looking at maybe playing it a little bit on the safe side. Now you could look at, well, we'll just pick up points here and a point there, and then hopefully that'll be enough. But now there is no turning back. You need to make it happen now, and if you don't, then we're not going to be seeing you tomorrow, unfortunately.
Yeah, if we look at the prize money, 8th and 9th in the pro class get $2,000 and $1,500, and in the Pro-Am it's $1,750. Yeah, if you make it through to tomorrow, that more than doubles. You know, if you finish 6th, that means you get eliminated tomorrow. You get $5,000, so you get more than double what you would get today. And similar story in Pro-Am as well. You get $2,500, so that would more than double. Of course, that money splits evenly between all 3 drivers, but that's a lot of money, isn't it? You know, and all that takes is, you know, that if that's 1 place, you know, you lose 1 place at the end of the race, and that could lose you, you know, technically around $1,000.
Yeah, I mean, money's always a decent driving aspect for the the guys taking part to want to do well. Ultimately, you know, they're racers at heart, so when they're out on the racetrack, they want to do as well as they can anyway. You know, you put the money to one side almost and think, I just want to do as well as I can in this race, and the money aspect then comes in afterwards. But I think for this race, you do have to have something just ticking you over to think there is something on the line here. Now, whether we go home today or whether we come back tomorrow, that is going to make an impact on our lives, essentially. You know, it's real world money they're going to be winning.
Let's have a look at where they are going to be racing, because we started at the Le Mans Bugatti circuit. Great place for us to kick off the competition. We went to Silverstone just there, but we're going to be going back to Le Mans for this 3rd race. So let's have a look at the track, Harry.
Yeah, so we're doing full circuit, no chicanes on this one, so if any of the drivers do want information fed to them, there's a nice long straight for the engineer to do just that without distracting them too much. But you know, you look at the names of the corners and you think it's just iconic and legendary, isn't it? It's one of those tracks where there is 2 halves. You've got the long back straight, so you want a nice, slippery car in a straight line, make up lots of speed down there. But then obviously you come back down the track, and you've got all the sweeping corners, the Porsche curves, Ford curves at the end of the lap, where you need a good aerodynamic performance of the car. You've got to find the right balance, and that's going to be the main challenge for these guys, to work out who's found that best balance between them.
And talk us through the cars just very quickly. Let us know the cars. We'll go into more detail in the race before we go into the grid.
We've got the 1963 Ferrari 250 LM for the Pro class, and then the Pro-Ams have got the 1964 Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. So with the Ferrari, you're looking at about 315 horsepower. The Porsche, much less than that. You're looking at about 190, but it does weigh a lot less. they're not going to be comparable like we saw in the last sprint race, where we sort of had them dicing between each other, but the Ferrari should clear off into the distance, and then perhaps we might see them later on having to lap a few of the Porsches.
Let's have a look at the grid then. The grid is formed of the points scored in races 1 and 2. Those points have been put together. That's going to give us this grid for race number 3, endurance race as well. It's going to be around 2 hours in length. Red Bull Racing are going to be on pole position. Aurélien Mallet, once again, they have done a driver swap for this one. Starting alongside is going to be Hubert Brzezinski for Williams Esports, so a new driver in for them as well. Dan Neiman is going to be in for Lazarus. They start on row number 2 with Total Performance Racing alongside Jacob Bokit jumping in the car for the first time this week. Solar Vision Racing, Michael Thomas Coyne starts in 5th. They didn't have the best of races in race 2. Let's see if they can recover in this one. Rise Motorsport looking to make up for that penalty. Renault Givas is going to be in the seat for them. Row number 4, Veloce Esports in the danger zone. Henry Nurse-Schmidt will be hoping to drag them out of that. Fast Races Forza, they are in the drop zone. They are in the bottom 2 places, so Bruno Rocca has a big task on his hand to drag him out of that. Likewise, Wolves of Dawn, Adrian Schultzek in for the second time today. Leading the way in the Pro-Am class, joint point on points for the lead is LM Squad. Johan Bergera is going to be in the car and leading the way in the Pro-Am class, joint on points on 40 points. Kurt Van Altenraid is going to be in for the Hairpin Heroes. Le Mans Legends next along. He's going to be in for them once again, in for the second time. Then we've got Tech Rouge Rangers. Kian Butler joins us all the way from Australia. Apex Hunters is then next along with Taylor Smith. Then we have Hot Lappers next, Zach Taylor in the seat for them. Set Up Demons next along. Artur Peronico in the car for them. And then on the back row, we have Arnage Titans. Chris Farkas jumping in, the only drivers to do all 3 races today. And then we have Koei Matsusaka in for Endurance and Elite. Big task for them. They need a really good result in Endurance Elite because they just haven't been able to get going so far.
No, and it's a shame for them because they were looking promising. I'm sure they would have had high hopes to get through day 2, even push day 3 perhaps. I think that's what the minimum for most of the teams would have been aiming for, is let's try and get through to day 3, but unfortunately they all can't. Obviously big pressure on the drivers who are coming in for the first time today. Most points available, the last chance to potentially save themselves, and some of them have been given the task of doing just that for their entire team.
Would you say some drivers perform better under that pressure?
Some of them do. Some of them really relish the pressure. I was never one of them, I must admit, as I like plain sailing and they put me out front and happy days. But some of them do relish the opportunity to sort of make a name for themselves, if you want, for lack of a better term. The pressure's on, they need to do something. I'm the man to do it, and watch me do it. So it's going to be interesting to see how they get on.
Yep, as you said, some drivers relish under it, some drivers not so much, but they are going to be put to the test. We're very close now to getting away for the first time in the endurance race, and just hearing poor old Kian Butler, it's almost 4 in the morning for him over there. And we did talk about that, the time differences. For some drivers it's tomorrow, and for some drivers it's this morning. So
it makes a difference for some of them who aren't quite on the extreme ends. It does mean that it's currently later for them, so they've had a bit maybe longer to practice during the day. They're maybe a bit more prepared. Other drivers are obviously fresher because they've only woken up recently, perhaps. So it's one of them where it plays on both ends. We'll see which end comes out on top potentially.
Let's hope Kian Butler isn't waking up his whole household after getting fired off on the first lap. Let's hope it's more him celebrating. Let's find out how Kian Butler is going to be on. He's going to be out there racing for Tech Rouge Rangers. They currently 13th in the points, so just needs a decent result, doesn't he, Kian Butler? I think this is going to be interesting as well. We go back to the top of the pro class. Red Bull Racing, one good result. 3rd place, not bad. That was quite good. I mean, but they were in danger. Really, they were quite lucky to get that 3rd place in the end with Rise and Total Performance Racing coming together, which resulted in Rise getting a penalty and Total Performance dropping down the field. Yeah,
I mean, ultimately on pace, that Red Bull car was probably fifth fastest. Yeah. So ultimately, you would have thought picking up a 5th and a 1st, it's not bad. They're safely going to be through, obviously, but it's the mental side of things, thinking it's not maybe gone as smoothly as we would have liked compared to the qualifying events where we know we dominated as a team, and then we've come to the super final and we've maybe not performed as a higher level. But there's plenty of time for them to extract that performance from themselves and for the other teams to maybe try and get an advantage while they can.
How do you feel? You're sat on the grid, you're going into this race, and you know if I don't finish up here, then I'm knocked out. How do you feel? Very quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be disastrous, and they just got to not let the pressure get to you. Just get on with the job in hand, and whatever happens, happens.
Whatever happens, indeed, will happen. Let's find out what's going to happen. The first endurance race of the week, and the first time we're sadly going to be saying goodbye to some of our racers. There you can see the cars on the grid, the Ferrari 250 LMs and the Porsche 904s out there as well. We're doing the old Le Mans layout, so no chicanes out there. Red Bull to the left of screen, to the right of screen is Williams Esports, and we are off away and racing in the endurance race for the first time of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Into the night we'll be going as well, and Red Bull it is who just about lead the way as we come up towards turn number 1, up towards the Dunlop chicane. You can see the thunder and lightning up there as well. In towards the Dunlop chicane we go, and it's going to be Red Bull who get into the lead. Williams holding on to second, Lazarus in third place as they now go underneath the Dunlop bridge for the first time of 30. Around a 2-hour race it'll be, and now we look back as the LM squad lead us off in the Pro-Am class. Good start from the LM squad. They're going to be leading the way. The Le Mans Legends in second place. Hairpin Heroes on the inside of them, trying to get back through to second, which is where they qualified as they come round Dunlop Curve and in towards the Dunlop chicane. And a good start. There you can see round the outside, Hairpin Heroes go into second place. Good driving that from Hairpin Heroes, but on the exit, the Le Mans Legends in the blue and white coloured car have got themselves back into second place, and indeed it is the Le Mans Legends who are now in second place, and in danger of dropping even further back is Hairpin Heroes. They're coming under pressure from Tech Rouge Rangers, Kean Butler Racing at almost 4 in the morning over in Australia.
Yeah, that's some commitment for your team, isn't it? Saying, I'll step in and pull us through to make sure we get through to day 2 by racing at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
For the rest of them, it looks like they all got away pretty cleanly. Both leaders getting away nicely and no one falling by the wayside as yet on this opening lap.
Good start all round then, but we will keep you up to date with the points as we go along throughout the race and let you know who is going to be in the drop zones. So far it is the Arnage Titans Endurance Elite in Pro-Am, and in the Pro class it is the Fast Racers Forza team and Wolves of Dawn. That is the Red Bull Racing team. They currently lead the way from Lazarus. Williams sat there in third place as they make their way down the very long Mulsanne straight. Oh no, Red Bull have gone off. Red Bull off into the gravel. They got their braking all wrong there into Mulsanne corner. They weren't the only ones to run wide as well there, Harry. And Red Bull Racing, I think they forgot that they didn't take their chicanes and they were going a lot quicker than they usually would be. And off for them, and they've dropped down to 5th place.
Yeah, a very easy mistake to do. So you're carrying so much speed into that right hand, and there's a little kink just before, and I think in these cars, you run the brakes before you get to that point, it can easily catch you out, and obviously the cars behind also getting caught out. You sometimes react to the brake lights in front of you. That's what's happened there, and unfortunately Red Bull have caused a bit of a knock-on effect for the guys behind them as well, but they're back on track looking to make up for that now.
Yeah, all good so far as they come through Indianapolis now, make their way through the left-hander and up towards Arnage, and similar things happening in the Pro-Am class there. More teams running wide there as well. I think that was Apex Hunters towards the back of the field who was running wide. We can see Arnage Titans, Chris Farkas just to the right-hand side of screen. Just trying to see, he's made a good start actually, is Chris Farkas. He's got himself up into 5th place, I think that is. So good driving from the Arnage Titans team. Chris Farkas knows he's got work to do, and he's bringing himself up the field, taking advantage of people making mistakes around him. But just look how close it is, side by side for the lead up ahead. We are on board with Tech Rouge Rangers. Chris Farkas there in the light blue colours, running wide, just about able to hold on. Tech Rouge Rangers now stuck on the outside. That's going to give them the inside going in towards Arnage there. 2 by 2 they go in towards Arnage, and on the inside of that light blue coloured car, that is Tech Rouge Rangers making a place and going into 5th.
Yeah, I think they all got the memo about the first lap being the best chance to make overtaking happen, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're all fighting for it, trying to get the job done early and then wait for the race to settle down and then settle into a rhythm. But for this opening lap and probably the next 2 laps, we're going to see lots of side-by-side action as they're desperate to get up the field and not put the pressure on themselves as the race goes on.
Setup Demons it is who is leading the way. What a drive this is from them. They look to be the ones leading the way in that Pro-Am class. Have to call that a little bit of a surprise, because that's not where they have been running so far today. Hot lappers in second, so 2 new faces at the front of the field here, Harry. It is only the first lap of 30. The pro drivers are on to their second lap already, but these guys haven't even completed their first lap here, and Zach Taylor doing a brilliant job for the hot lappers to put them up in second. Setup Demons just ahead of them in the lead of the race in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, obviously capitalising on some of the shenanigans that have gone on that opening lap to not get caught up in them and find themselves leading and second in the race. That's a great start from those 2 guys, and we'll see how they get on as the race then develops over the next few laps. But at the moment it looks like they're just going to be squabbling for the leaders. There's a great run out of that final corner, so going into turn 1 to start lap 2, we're going to be side by side just tucking in for a bit of slipstream to try and get that edge.
You can really see the car moving as they're going through the gears there. The Setup Demons still holding on to the lead. The hot lap has got a good run through the final corner, but weren't quite able to take advantage of that as they now come through the Dunlop chicane, and these cars always out of shape. That's just how you've got to drive them. Hot lappers right behind here. Couldn't be any closer for the lead of the Racing Pro-Am. Brilliant pictures being delivered to us as we ride on board with the hot lappers team. And so far, they're just sticking in second, but we've got this long Mulsanne straight coming up, Harry. They might as well stay where they are. It'd be better for them not to take the lead until we come through Tech Rouge.
Yeah, I mean, utilising the slipstream is going to be the main key of this race, and not getting caught out on the back end of the circuit as you come back towards to start a new lap. But now we're going to see exactly what kind of setups these guys might be running. So obviously they're unique setups to each team. They're able to run whatever they want. They can't make any upgrades, of course, but they can change the tuning. So where they've gone for lower downforce, higher gearing, capitalise on that straight line performance. But as I say, the slipstream doesn't seem to be doing too much, but it will eventually kick in, and as we then head down towards the heavy braking zone at the end, we'll see who's in a position to make any kind of move.
I can see in the pro class, Veloce have now started to come into play. They've got themselves up into second, but this is the view back from our leader in the Pro-Am class, the Setup Demons. We're riding on board with second now, Hot Lappers. Hairpin Heroes, who have won already today, they are in third place. The Tech Rouge Rangers are in fifth place. Le Mans Legends are in sixth. I believe it is the LM squad who are sat there in fourth place as they now make their way. There you can see the
draft down the Mulsanne.
That's the Hairpin Heroes bump drafting the Hot Lappers team, and they're going to push them through into the lead of the race. Brilliant driving from the Hairpin Heroes, because they're now in second, and they're now going to be behind going into the braking zone and with a chance to dive down the inside. So good driving there from the Hairpin Heroes. And there you can see the Setup Demons going, what about me? Why don't you push me along, as they go in towards Mulsanne corner for the second time.
It's clever driving, isn't it? It's tactics. You think ultimately your goal from this race is to make sure you're in a position to qualify for race 2. Winning second, third, it might not mean anything. So if you can just get a gap, bump draft each other down the Mulsanne, not worry about overtaking, get the gap to the guys behind, then you're just going to be able to chill for the rest of the race and bring it home for tomorrow's action, basically.
It's funny because the Hairpin Heroes, they could have chose 2 different people there. It's like, oh, who do I want to push into the lead?
Yeah, we'll see if they return the favour to the other team or if they've just got a favourite.
We're on board though with the former race leaders now, the Hot Lappers team, as they come through on Indianapolis. Here you can see through the left-hander and up towards Arnage. The Setup Demons we ride on board there with, they're now in third place, and this is a look at the pro standings, and it couldn't be any closer, could it? Lazarus leading from Veloce, but Veloce look like they're about to go through into the lead as we come through into the chicanes, and that is Veloce taking the race lead from Lazarus. Red Bull are there in third place now. See, Williams are in fifth, Total Performance are sixth, Fast Racers Forza seventh. All the way down at the back of the field is Rise Motorsport.
Yeah, shocking one for them. Veloce obviously turning things on its head. This is what we expected from them from the very get-go. But Henry Noah Schmidt, he was part of the team last year. He's very quick last year. And he's obviously carried that into this year as well and getting the job done so far. But they're so packed up closely together that come the next lap they could find themselves down 4th and 5th if they don't get maybe a cheeky bump draft themselves down the moles down. We'll see if any of these guys have cottoned onto that idea or if they're all just in it for themselves.
This is exactly what Veloce needed. Sitting 7th in the points. This is exactly what they need to go out and now lead the race. There's a long way to go in this race, Harry, but they're proving that they can lead from the front here.
Yeah, I mean, it puts more pressure on Wolves of Dawn and Fast Racers Forza. The team's 8th and 9th, just below them. They might be thinking, well, if we get enough points to jump Veloce, then they'll be eliminated. But obviously, if they're winning the race, they're long gone in the championship. So they've now got to look at the team that was 6th as the team that they need to jump above to then relegate them. They're all going to be jumping and leapfrogging each other. You've almost got to pick a side in this race with the slipstream the way it is and the bump drafting that looks like they're going to be going down that road. You kind of need to pick who you want to side with and go to battle.
So Lazarus have a choice here, don't they? They can go straight past Veloce, or they can push them away to make it a 2-way fight rather than a 9-way fight.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, we'll see what they want to do. It looks like they're quite happy just to sit there. The risk of bump drafting is you might pick up some kind of minuscule damage, of course, on the front of your car. You might damage the car in front as well, which could land you in hot water. But at the moment, they look to be quite comfortable just to sit there. As we see, Henry Noah Schmidt's leading the way from his room with that lovely blue light he's got in there.
Let's see, where's he racing for? Henry Noah Schmidt's. It's definitely getting dark where
it's a cool ambience he's got there. Yes. That's the kind of environment you want to be racing in these conditions with.
It's like he's in an aquarium. Henry Noah Schmidt's leading the way, and the Lazarus car is definitely more comfortable just sitting in behind as they go down towards Mulsanne Corner. That's confirmation, I think, to me, that Lazarus, we're happy to stay second for now.
Yeah, I mean, the risk of doing that, I mean, if you're going to be battling yourself, but you've got
Red
the
Bull.
whole angry field behind you, sort of wanting to be where you are, and they won't take a second opportunity to make a passing move if you don't make the passing move on the car yourself. So it's a dangerous game. We'll see if it pays off by the end of the race, but at the moment, we're probably going to be looking back at this and they'll think hindsight's a wonderful thing, depending on whatever they end up doing. But for now, nose to tail is how they remain.
Red Bull in 3rd place, and these top 3, they're pushing each other along here, and they're in danger for the rest of the field anyway of breaking away. Veloce leading the way now as they make their way through Indianapolis and up towards Arnage. Red Bull may feel that they need to start making places, and there goes Lazarus. It was a late decision to do that, and Lazarus now take the lead, or do they? It's almost like they're giving that place back on the exit. Lazarus, I think that was more of a mistake that turned into a move, as on the exit they have now slotted back in behind Veloce. I think that was more Lazarus avoiding contact there.
Yeah, I think that's such a difficult corner at the best of times, but if you're trying to get 2 cars through that 90-degree right-hander, the amount of times we see cars get sort of stuck together on the exit and then one of them ends up being buried in the tyre wall, because the barrier does come back quite sharply next to that corner. You really have to play nicely with each other and have respect is what ultimately you need, and in these high intensity situations respect isn't always on the top of the priority list for some of them.
Well, Veloce ran wide there, went onto the grass, and you can see what it's done to the tyres. Veloce now getting all out of shape, and this is an opportunity here for the Lazarus team to go through as they head up towards the Ford chicanes. This on lap number 3 of 30. There is a long way to go in this race, but the battle definitely at a high intensity, and it doesn't look like it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon, as through the final chicanes and now onto the start-finish straight, and a wider line taken there from Lazarus, and they've reaped the rewards from it because they've got a good run now coming down the start-finish straight, and as they head up towards Dunlop Curve, they may just be pulling to the inside here.
Yeah, it looks like they were having a little look, but not quite far enough alongside or at all to make that kind of move. Then the Veloce car defending the inside into turns 2 and 3. So Lazarus just trying to get the run through the exit of the corner, but they can't get on the power early enough, and the car's squirreling around under traction, which is what we come to expect from these classic cars.
This is the Le Mans Legends team, I believe, that is battling away for 2nd place, side by side. I think that's maybe the hairpin heroes. They're side by side with there as they come through the Porsche curves, and the Le Mans Legends car just trying to get through into 2nd place now around the final Corvette curves they go, and it's going to be them sitting in 5th. In fact, this is for 5th place. I think that's 6th as they now head down towards the chicanes. And the Le Mans Legends team, they're just trying to get their way through. So the leaders are actually off in the distance. This is the back end of the field, of the Pro-Am field that we are looking at. And the Le Mans Legends there just trying to get themselves into the top 5 positions now. Onto the start-finish straight they go. It's the Hot Lappers who are leading the way. The Le Mans Legends trying to get past the Tetra Rouge Rangers, and they're going to be side by side going down towards turn number 1. So the Tetra Rouge Rangers in danger here of dropping down to 6th place in class. Just about able to hang on around the outside, but that's going to put them at a disadvantage here going into the chicane. Someone off in the distance in the background. That looked like a swap of places behind these guys as we now go on board with the Le Mans Legends as they come downhill. So it was the Apex Hunters getting past Endurance Elite, I believe, or holding position behind that. And the Arnold Titans, Harry, if they finish down in 9th, they're out.
Yeah, so they've got a lot of work to do. So the worst thing they can do now is start to get flustered and start worrying about, we're in 9th place, we're not going to qualify. They need their other drivers, if they've got team managers with them, on the radio to be, stay cool, stay calm, a long way to go.
Yeah.
That's the key. It's a 2-hour race, obviously we're 4 laps into that now, but there's still a very long way to go. A lot can happen. Just keep your head down, keep driving as best you can, and we'll see where we end up in maybe call in again in 5-10 laps and see what the situation is. But when you've got cars doing this side by side down the Molstan, it presents plenty of opportunity.
Yep, these guys have a crash, they're both out, you're in 7th. Tetra Rouge Rangers it is on the outside of the track, furthest away from us as we look at it now. The Le Mans Legends on the inside in the battle in the Pro-Am class for 5th place in class. The Le Mans Legends we look at there, got a distinct livery, easy to pick out in a pack of cars as they now head down towards Mulsanne corner. Very easy to get wrong, and the Le Mans Legends, it takes a long time to set up a move down here, doesn't it? You can be alongside, you can be on the inside for a very long time before you are through, going down through Mulsanne on this layout, through Mulsanne corner they now head to. And a good battle going on for 5th place in Pro-Am class, and we have actually had a change for lead in Pro-Am. The setup demons have retaken the lead. I believe that is now back. That was at Mulsanne corner, which is where we are now for this battle for 5th, and that is the Le Mans Legends going through. And good respectful driving from the pair of them, and Le Mans Legends now make their way into 5th.
Yeah, just about getting that done on the exit of the corner, slotting in front. Obviously, Keenan Butler in that Tetra Rouge Rangers car will then be able to pick up the slipstream down into the next sequence of corners, which are now going side by side. Now, this is the leaders actually of the class, isn't it? We've got going side by side. Hot Lappers taking back the lead on the way down through to Indianapolis. A couple of corners that you don't want to be going side by side through. They're very difficult, especially in these types of cars, but they're going to give it a good go. But they sort themselves out into the left-hander.
Through the left-hander, now they're going to make their way down towards Arnage. Slowest corner on the circuit, and as you said, it's you can make a move into here, but the person on the outside has got to back out very quickly because that wall comes at you very fast, doesn't it? But this is the battle for the lead of the race in the Pro-Am class. 3 in it, and Hot Lappers are leading the way, and teams that needed a good result, and teams have just got better and better throughout the day, these guys, haven't they? The Hot Lappers are, you could say, the setup demons. They've just slowly moved their way up the order, and now they're fighting for the lead and look very comfortable there as well.
Yeah, so they needed a good result, and this is the best way to settle those nerves, because it's one of those where you think, if we're in a position where we need those points, even if we can give away maybe a position or two and not risk battling, then we're still going to be in a good position come the end of the race to make sure we are going through to day 2. But at the moment, it's still nose to tail, and coming through to the end of their 4th lap as leaders of the Pro Class are on lap 5. And we'll see if they can make anything happen coming out of the final couple of corners down into turn 1 as they start the next lap.
Great stuff, this battling through Le Mans, the no chicanes layout. Is a track you've raced on much?
I've done a few laps. It's not part of what I sort of consider my most experienced tracks on, but it's one of those where if you buy any kind of racing game, especially with Forza Motorsport, you're going to drive around Le Mans. It's a classic, it's iconic, and any kind of car around that track is going to be enjoyable. So it takes a little bit longer in these types of cars compared to a modern LMP1, for example, but equally as enjoyable because you just throw the car around. The Mulsanne takes a little bit longer than you might like sometimes, especially without the chicanes, but you eventually find your way down to the Mulsanne corner, and then the second half of the track really is where it starts flowing nice and smooth, and it's just a great roller coaster ride towards the end of the lap.
Brilliant cars we're in for this race as well. The Ferrari 250 LM we've got for the pro drivers, and of course Carrera 904 for the Pro-Am drivers. Really good cars to have the guys out in as they now come on to the Mulsanne, and the hot lappers leading us in the prime class. Why don't you tell us a bit about the car that the prime drives around?
Yeah, so they're in the Porsche, as you mentioned, as a really iconic car in the world of Le Mans. It achieved a perfect finish in the 64 race at Le Mans, finishing 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, which is unprecedented, really. It just shows you the quality of the car itself, and to give these guys the opportunity to drive it and link what they're doing, the super final itself, and then the history that comes along with the tracks and cars, and mending it all together. It really makes it quite a special experience, and hopefully they all appreciate the task they've been given, because it's not just about spicing up the action by choosing different cars. There's a lot of history behind the cars they're driving, and it's something that with a bit of knowledge about it's nice to read about. It's good.
It's the beauty of this competition, isn't it? We're going back through history, and we're also putting some iconic cars on tracks that they wouldn't have before. Look at Arthur there. I don't think drivers usually are smiling going at the speed they would be going at down the Mulsanne straight, but he's absolutely loving it, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that Mulsanne, these cars are maybe a little bit too long. They've got too much spare time on their hands. He's just trying to get that slipstream, but obviously to occupy himself down the straight, he's finding a way to entertain us.
Might be tweeting live or something like that. But he was trying. Hearing he might have been trying to do a Charles Leclerc.
Sure, whatever keeps him happy on the fifth lap. There's a lot of laps to go. I'd hate to think what he's going to have in store for us by lap 27 or 28.
And what I mean by that is Charles Leclerc ate a yogurt while driving down the Mulsanne straight live in the virtual 24-hour of Le Mans. So, had a pretty interesting experience. Let's talk quickly then. What about the cars we're seeing in the Pro class?
Yep, so that's the 63 Ferrari 250 LM, the replacement for possibly one of the most iconic cars in history, the 250 GTO Ferrari. That thing is just special beyond words, and I think anyone who's ever about cars would appreciate that. But no, it was built as its successor, and successor it was. Yeah,
it did very well, didn't it? The Ferrari 250 LM, it won in 1965 with Mastin Gregory and Jochen Rindt, so it was a huge success. It was first and second, I believe, in that year overall as well. And it is just an iconic car, isn't it? When you think of the Ferraris, this definitely falls high up the list when people think of historic race cars that the Ferrari produced.
Well, this was part of the stranglehold Ferrari had on Le Mans at the time, and obviously that's where then the introduction of 3 years later you had the Ford GT introduction to then stop that in '66. But the previous years before that, including the 63 version, it was just Ferrari territory over and over. So it's great. It was great to see. It's all part of history, and it all forms the backbone of Le Mans as we know it, essentially.
And there is Aurélien Mallet. Currently, they're joint leading the competition at this stage, and that is Red Bull. They're confirming that they're working with Veloce Esports, and Veloce Esports could do with staying up the front. They're on 14 points coming into this race, 8 points ahead of fast racers Forza and Wolves of Dawn. This is just going to help them hugely. This could boost them all the way up to 4th place in the standings, and then the points, of course, will be reset, but that will give them a good grid going into the first race tomorrow. So Aurélien Mallet, pushing Veloce along. What this basically means is, we'll sort this out at the end of the race.
Yeah, so there's a long way to go. We've still got a potential pit stop, to look forward to as well. So there's no point at the moment, going side by side down there, costing yourself time. Because obviously they're not clear of 3rd place. So if you duck out that slipstream too early, and then you sort of end up hitting the VMAX essentially, and you can't make any more progress alongside the Veloce car, the car behind you might find themselves getting a double slipstream, and then 3 wide sounds pretty tasty for us, but probably not for those drivers heading into the Mulsanne corner.
No, not at all. 4th place, not too far behind either. So our top 4 fairly close together. Of course, our top 2 nose to tail. 3rd in chase, and 4th not too far in the distance as well. So it's still very close. The race slowly starting to spread its way out. Total Performance Racing is the team in 4th place that are trying to close in, and this is our continuing battle. Is this our battle for the lead in Prime? It's battles that we've seen going on for a long time. This is the Le Mans Legends car. You can see there in 2nd place. There you go. In 5th place, sorry, doing a great job. We've got the LM squad sat just in behind them. So again, they're not having the best of races this time, but we've got the Tech Rouge Rangers, that number 7 on the car, just ahead of them. Kean Butler in for them in this one.
Yeah, keeping him occupied, making sure he's not falling asleep behind the wheel as it ticks to 10 past 4 a.m. everywhere now. So especially with that Mulsanne straight, I imagine it's very tempting to just take one of them elongated blinks we know too well about
and wake up in the barrier, basically.
Exactly.
Le Mans Legends sitting in 5th. It's the battle for 4th place in the Prime class. You see 2 in the distance as well, trying to work together. I think that's our battle for 6th place just in the background there. They're going to be trying to work together as well. That's Fast Racers Forza have actually gone past Wolves of Dawn. That's in the Pro class. We're watching the Pro Am class. So behind that it is Endurance Elite and Apex Hunters as we go 3 wide. Well, they're running wide, Tech Rouge Rangers, and Tech Rouge Rangers are now going to drop down a position there. Just a mistake really from the Tech Rouge Rangers, and they now drop down.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was a helping hand in it. It didn't sound like it, didn't look like it, but you're never too sure. It's very easy to outbrake yourself. Obviously, we saw the Red Bull guys doing it on the first lap from the lead of the race, so an easy mistake to make if that was the case. But no, it's not the end of the world. We've seen what the slipstream effect on this track at the moment, and the fact that we're on lap 7 and they're still able to run nose to tail. That's not going to cost them too much other than track position, which isn't too key at this stage of the race.
Yeah, Le Mans Legends, we look at there, they've benefited from that. LM squad sat in just behind them. They won the first race, and they're actually at the top joint points leaders with Hairpin Heroes at this stage of the competition. But I do stress that those points get reset going into day 2, so really we are more concentrated on the battle down at the bottom of the order. Endurance Elite really need a good result there in 7th place there. There's Kean Butler, so he is awake. He's doing okay. It's gonna be sunny where he is when the race finishes, right? It's gonna be the morning. He's saying good morning to him.
Yeah, working hard at the steering wheel. You can see just juggling the car through the Porsche curves. It's such a difficult sequence of corners at the best of time, let alone in these vintage races that we're in, been in all day so far. That's a constant theme. We see them sort of tip the car in, and then as they get to the second half of the corner, it's just about who can juggle the steering wheel the best, essentially.
Oh, Kean Butler side by side with LM squad there all the way through. LM squad just about able to hold on, but all the way through the Porsche curves there. Kean Butler side by side with LM squad as they now come into the Ford Chicanes. This still for the lead of the Racing Pro Series, and it is Red Bull and Veloce who are working together, but they've swapped places, so Red Bull have indeed now gone past Veloce, and that may be because Lazarus are a lot closer than they were before. I say a lot closer, they're now right on the tail rather than a few car lengths back.
Yeah, I'm presuming Veloce will be hoping that these two play nicely because they're already safely through to tomorrow. Veloce have got everything to play for. They need these points.
Yes, they do.
They're in a safe position as things stand at the moment. Still early doors in this race, of course, but I'm sure they'd be quite happy if need be to let Lazarus go. We'd just go, okay, we'll cruise home in 3rd. If the guys in 4th catch us, we can take a 4th place. It should be enough, rather than risking potentially race-ending damage in an accident at high speed around this kind of circuit.
As they come through now up towards Arnage, just a fight for the lead there. Red Bull leading the way from Veloce, but Lazarus the one to watch, 3rd in queue. They're the ones that are going to be keen to make a move now, and the Lazarus tip, the tail of the Red Bull car there, almost finding itself into the back of that barrier. It's so easy to do through Arnage, isn't it? You let the rear of the car go, you're going to find the rear coming back round and past you as you spin round. So got to be careful there, but Lazarus are going to be wanting to make this move now on Veloce for 2nd place as Red Bull are threatening to break away out front.
Yeah, Red Bull very good at doing that. Obviously, when they've got the right driver, track, car setup going on, they're very good. We've seen it multiple times in the qualifying event. We saw it in race 1, the sprint race earlier today as well. But obviously didn't go that way in race 2, and it's not going that way in race 3 as well, even with Aurelian arguably their strongest driver behind the wheel. And I think that's just because of the nature of the circuit. You know, the slipstream effect is so strong around most of it. To pull a gap on anyone to get out of that is very difficult. But they're doing everything they can at the moment, and Lazarus obviously holding on, just again taking that watching brief in 3rd place. They're watching the leaders, see what they get up to, not risking anything at the moment, but obviously when the time comes to pounce, they will take that opportunity, I'm sure.
Here we ride on board with Lazarus Racing as they come through the Ford Chicanes and now onto the start-finish straight. Lazarus, there's Dan Neiman, we can see him in screen, very relaxed in the seat. We're not even at a 3rd race distance here, lap 8 of 30. As they now come through the Dunlop curve and in towards the Dunlop chicane. Lazarus just trying to make their way through, but well, what they could do really is they could be kind to Veloce here and push them past the Red Bull racing car here.
Yeah, so it's a tactic that might come into play. Obviously, we've seen the Red Bull car has at some point got past the Veloce car. They had enough of bump drafting them down the Mulsanne. They want a bit of a return favour by the looks of it. But at the moment, it doesn't seem like there's any real benefit to being out in the lead. It's just about maintaining your tyres in good condition, make sure that you're going to be in the best state possible come the end of the stint if you need to make a pit stop, and just making sure that come the end of the race you've got the best car underneath you as possible, because that's when it really matters.
One thing I think that we would have promised if you'd asked us is good racing in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, and that is exactly what we are seeing. Wherever you are watching with us from around the world, first of all, thank you very much for your company. Really hope that you are enjoying the action. Make sure you get in touch using hashtag LMES. Send in your messages to us. Let us know where you are watching from and what you are thinking of the action so far. As down the Mulsanne straight we go. That is Veloce pushing along our race leaders. Red Bull there. Lazarus just behind that, trying to keep in touch in the tow. So Lazarus not the best one for them onto this Mulsanne straight. They're just losing a few car lengths, but for now they stay in 3rd place.
Yeah, it looks like that slipstream effect for the 2nd car in line is really powerful compared to the 3rd car for some reason. You expect them with a double slipstream to be able to close up to the front two, but it doesn't seem to be working that way, and it's always the car in 2nd pushing the car in the 1st down the straight. And obviously the car in 3rd can't do anything about that. They've got no way of catching up.
Back to the Pro-Am battle we go. Endurance Elite now. They're in the drop zone, Harry. Our Endurance Elite. They need big point scores, but there is more points up for grabs in this race, of course, isn't there?
Yes, you're not wrong. So when you finish in 7th compared to a sprint race, you are going to be earning more points. So a 7th in this race, for example, you're going to be looking at 9 points compared to the 6 you would have got in a sprint race. So although you're going to be possibly around the same position, you will be getting more points, but that also works for teams you're battling with. If they finish a place above you, they're also getting more points. And
on board with Endurance Elite, and they've just put themselves up into 6th place. Only briefly, though, they're to the left of picture, the number 45, and they're going to go through and into 6th place. Well, you can tell they are fighting for their survival here. Endurance Elite, brilliant bit of overtaking from them. They just need to now hold on as we come downhill. This on lap number 8 of 30. Side by side we go. Endurance Elite trying to get this 6th place away from Apex Hunters, and it looks like Apex Hunters, they're just behind. It's the LM squad who are just ahead of us now. So Endurance Elite fighting with former race winners here.
Yeah, fighting for their survival quite literally in the competition. So they try to make it into turns 2 and 3. They've still got the slipstream, although they're already looking like they're coming under pressure on the right-hand side. So somehow the car behind's got a tremendous exit onto the Mulsanne. Although without a slipstream, they might not be able to make that stick. They're trying to sort of push in the queue jumping essentially, but I don't think it's going to be allowed.
Yeah, well, there you can see, look, it's Endurance Elite have decided, actually, I'm going to push the Apex Hunters along. So, good bit of driving here from Endurance Elite up. Oh, well, there you go, a little bit of contact there. And that's something that I think you and Bryn have been talking about. Just looked like there was just a tiny little bit of lag there, which saw a little bit of contact, but back we go, and we're side by side once again.
Yeah, a little bit of a lag spike. Thankfully, no one coming off, no damage from that by the looks of it. It looks like it affected all of them pretty much the same amount. Yeah. But yeah, really interesting to see that the 3rd car in the train got a massive run, and then the car who was originally slipstream decided, well, actually, you're going faster than both of us. I'll take your slipstream now.
Well, here's Endurance Elite. We are looking directly at them now. And Endurance Elite with a good chance here to get themselves into the top 6 positions. The LM squad are now at the back of this queue. Endurance Elite are the ones sat second in it, just behind us, and Apex Hunters lead it. So here we go into Moldsand, and Endurance Elite fancy a little look down the inside, but in the end not quite able to get through. Apex Hunters running a little bit wide. So Endurance Elite sat in 7th. That's going to give them 9 points. That wouldn't be enough for them to survive, because they're 8 points. They're 8 points back from Arnage Titans and 10 points back from Hot Lappers.
Yeah, when you take into account where Hot Lappers are in the field as well, it makes their task even more difficult. As I say, it's easy to look at the teams that are just above you, but when they're having a stellar race at the moment, it's just so much harder, because you've got to look even further up the table to think, well, they're the team we've now got to catch, and that gap between us and them is even bigger.
Into Indianapolis now, through the left-hander and up towards Arnage we go, side by side. Right of picture Endurance Elite, left of picture we can see the LM squad, and the LM squad do get through. So once again, frustrating times just for Endurance Elite as they now drop back down to 8th place, I believe that is for them. Really good three-way scrap this, and it involves a team that are fighting for their survival. They're trying to get that 6th place away from Apex Hunters and the 7th place away from the LM squad. If they can get into that 6th place, they score 12 points. It would be a long shot, but it would at least give them a chance to get through, and they're going to be side by side here. We're on board with LM squad. To our outside is Endurance Elite, and Endurance Elite, they're going to go down with a fight, aren't they? They're going to try and go all the way around the outside through the Porsche curves, and they're going to make the move just about, try and get alongside. Well, can't quite finish my sentence because I thought the move had stuck, then it didn't, and Endurance Elite now stay in 8th place.
Yeah, as they were, but an interesting place to try and make an overtake. I mean, these drivers, we know, they see a potential opportunity, they take it, they don't hesitate, especially when they're fighting for crucial points towards the back end of the field where they're worth so much more to the teams compared to up front where they're already safe, of course. But I think, they've got a real task on their hands, they have, in terms of the Endurance Elite, because they're in a trio at the moment, which is only going to take them up to 7th. They need to be pushing 6th, 5th place, but those cars are long gone up the road, so they've got to hope, I think, misfortune elsewhere to potentially be seeing them tomorrow from our side.
Well, this is Koi Matsusaka, who is in the seat for Endurance Elite, and he's going to give it everything he's got. He's going to try and keep the team in. There's a long way to go. We're not even at a 3rd race distance. Anything can happen. We've got pit stops that we are more than likely to do as well. Once we get through those, that's when we could see real big changes. Are we going to see cars fuel saving, for example?
Potentially. I mean, that would have been all calculated within their setup, as well as how much drag you want to be running, tyre pressures, things like that, to try and make sure that you're saving as much fuel. That's where the slipstreaming, of course, always comes in. So you don't want to be the leading car because you're burning more fuel whilst not actually going faster than the car behind, who can afford to sort of relax off the throttle a little bit on the straights.
So that's, anyone out there is going, well, why hasn't he taken the lead? He's got the toe. Why is he pushing that driver along? That could be the answer to that question.
If
correct?
You can somehow save maybe an extra lap's worth of fuel by doing that, what you're gaining is, you'll be on old tyres, but you'll be on a very light fuel tank against a car that's been filled to the brim when they come in. So that is worth a whole host of seconds in lap time around such a long circuit like this. So if you can make that kind of tactic work, that's great, but ultimately I'm not sure if they'll be able to save enough for a whole lap. But they're getting a bit feisty down into turn 1, Lazarus and Veloce for seconds.
And Lazarus go through, and Veloce basically just allowed that to happen, didn't they? So they're happy to drop in behind here. Now tell us the fuel saving. How is it you do it when you're going around?
So you'll have lift and coast. So when you come into, you're on a straight and you're coming into a corner, you'll lift off. So rather than going straight from the throttle straight onto the brake pedal, you might lift off the throttle 100, 150 meters before you then need to hit the brake. So you're obviously just not on the throttle for as long. You're not using much fuel. Slipstreaming is a good one. Obviously you can go quicker with a slipstream than you otherwise would by yourself. And if that's the case, you can maybe afford to let off the throttle just a little bit, so you're not putting maximum pressure into it, you're not demanding as much fuel from the tank to get yourself going as quick. But mainly lift and coast is the one they'll be looking at most.
Yeah, it's a common tactic used, isn't it, in all forms of motorsport. So here we go back to the battle for the lead in the pro class, and this is where we do believe that there is potentially some fuel-saving tactics going on between these three. It's almost like they're playing mind games with each other as well, isn't it? It's like, you know what, you go through into the lead, I'm happy to sit behind you. And sometimes, Harry, have you ever been in that position where you don't want to be the lead car and you're almost like, look, the door's open, go through it?
Yeah, I mean, they'll be assessing now as the laps go by what's the ideal scenario to be in come the end of the race. Now, do you want to be the leading car? Do you want to have the slipstream? What kind? How do you set the cars up now to make sure you get the opportunity to make a move if you're presented with it?
Well, let's have a look at some replays that we've had earlier. I think we've had a crash we're going to have a look at. In fact, this is the two leaders we're going to see. There you can see Red Bull are ahead of us. Lazarus in second place. Veloce are still in third. Total Performance Racing in fourth place. This is a view on board with Lazarus Racing as we break in towards Mulsanne Corner, and there goes Red Bull Racing live. So that's live, this is happening. Red Bull Racing have gone wide, not for the first time as well, down at Mulsanne Corner, and that is a live change of lead with Lazarus Racing going through. Yeah,
almost a carbon copy of lap one, wasn't it? It was really strange. They weren't under any particular pressure, but they've been forced into an error, down to third, not the end of the world, but they lose track position.
Easily done, isn't it? Very, very easily done. And Red Bull Racing dropping to third place there. Usually you would expect them, if they've made a mistake there once before, we'll pick up Harry's view on that. Let's take a look at some replays. First of all, there you can see that was Apex Hunters, I believe, that was making a little bit of contact, and they ran wide. So that was contact down at Mulsanne Corner. That's, you know, the biggest overtaking opportunity on this track. I think that may have been the Hairpin Heroes, the other team that was involved in that. But we're now back live with our race leaders in the Pro class. Just to pick up on what we saw now, Red Bull Racing, they made that mistake once before. Usually you'd be overly cautious going forward now, but to happen twice, is it just that it's that easy to run wide there? Or?
I think so. I mean, it is a very difficult corner. You know, you've got a bit of a turn in there as well as you get on the brakes, and we've seen how these cars react to getting on the brakes. So, you know, lurching forward, it's not always easy to avoid a lock-up. But yeah, to do it twice is a bit, very strange to state. Only a third of the way through the race, there's potential for it to happen again, but it will sort of plant a seed in the mind of the drivers around them that they are susceptible to a mistake into that corner. As you say, a big overtaking opportunity. So if you can put the frighteners on them, show a nose into there, you might be able to frighten them off the track if they haven't adjusted their way into there to try and prevent the mistake happening for a third time, which would be a bit of a rarity from the Red Bull team.
Let us know what you're thinking of the action so far. Use hashtag LMES. Thank you for tuning in live with us. Fantastic racing coming on what is only day one of 4. Plenty more racing coming live. Who do you think's going to be surviving today? Who do you think are the contenders early on for the overall win come Friday? Use the hashtag LMES. You can get in touch with us at Le Mans Esports as well for live updates throughout the week. If you're not able to tune in live with us every day at Le Mans Esports, that is where you can find updates live throughout each day. But do send in your messages to us and let us know who you are cheering on in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Downhill then, we can see the Veloce car sat in second place. Lazarus leading the way. Red Bull Racing in third place. Now, fourth place. Total Performance Racing, that is. Getting closer and closer here. We've
seen that before, haven't we?
Yeah, similar to what we saw in race 2.
Yeah, it looks like they're ready to apply the sneak attack and for it to be super effective again, by what I can tell. It's obviously difficult when these guys have got so much slipstream for so long of the time around the lap. It's very difficult to make up time by yourself. But of course, it's in those high-speed corners where they've all got to check up a little bit to make sure they're not running into each other. They can potentially gain some time, but already it looks like he's got some...
sending a tweet out?
Yeah, just currently in the slipstream with the guys in front having a whale of a time.
What is he doing there? He's... wow. Is he taking a selfie? Is he driving?
So this is a one-up from what we saw earlier. I'd hate to think of what the next character is going to have for us.
You can see, I think that is, in fact, the case, just being told me here. Taking a picture of himself on screen.
Sure, why not?
Taking a picture of himself, taking a picture of himself.
It's an endless loop.
George, should we do the same? Should we do the same when it comes back to us?
We can take a picture of Aurelien taking a picture of himself whilst driving.
We'll do it next time, George. Wow. Okay, Aurelien Mallet has actually lost time as well.
How's he managed that? All he's got to do is press the pedal on the right. It's like, how's that happened?
Don't run wide now after that as well. I think he's just about got through safely. We're side by side up ahead though. Veloce there just behind Lazarus, and close between our two leaders. Now this is Endurance Elite, who are in 6th. We're on board with them, so last time we were with them, they were at the back of this trio. They're now ahead of it, so this is really good driving from the Endurance Elite guys. All we need to see now is the gap between them and the next car ahead. The gap between 4th and 3rd overall, by the way, is 3 seconds, and it's Total Performance Racing. That's how far back they are. Let's take a look at what the gap is between Endurance Elite and then to the team that are currently in 5th place, which is the Total Performance Racing car. Endurance Elite, let's have a look. They are,
I think it's about 5 seconds.
Yeah,
behind the
car. It's Tetrud Rangers that they are behind.
They need to rely on teamwork from these guys with them, basically to push them along.
Yeah.
But, no, if they keep squabbling and overtaking each other at every opportunity, they're not going to gain on the car in front. They need to be working together, but you can't rely on other people to do that for you, unfortunately.
This is when anyone that's raced karts is when you give the old, push signal. But you can't quite do that when you're on other sides of the world, can you?
No.
I don't know how they're going to work that one out, but Tetrud Rangers so far 5 seconds over them. Now we come back to Total Performance Racing. This is them in the pro class. They are 4th. It is raining, isn't it, by the way?
I think so, yeah. I think it's rolled in.
It's raining at some parts of the track, but not this part of the track. But I think when they get round to Mulsanne, it is raining.
Yeah, it's been threatening from the start, hasn't it? And as it looks like the heavens are finally going to look to open, which throws another spanner in the works now before half race distance as well. So it'll provide an opportunity for certain drivers, and I'm sure there's other drivers out there who wish just it would stay dry and they can just cruise home to the finish.
Through the final chicane we go, and Total Performance Racing about 3 seconds back. That is the gap to the top 3. Jacob Bokit's in the seat for them. So I laughed just because of when we saw Jacob last year.
I wonder if there's anyone who hasn't heard this story before that you want to tell. I'm sure that everyone knows it by now, but let's do it again. Go on. Let's get it out of the way early day one.
He turned up with a cast on his arm, and it wasn't because it was a racing incident. That he raced real cars. Let's just say it wasn't a racing story.
No.
I mean, he was technically racing, but he was racing off some cheese down a hill and fell over. Here we go. This is the battle, though. This is the one that involves Endurance Elite. Endurance Elite on our left of picture being passed. This is LM Squad ahead of us. Apex Hunters is the team we are on board with, and that is Endurance Elite. Like that, go from 6th to 8th.
Yeah, so very polite of their car in front to keep giving them the slipstream, not sort of passing in front of well, I don't want you following me, I'm going to give it to the car that we're overtaking, actually. So polite of them, as they're still not quite done. They're heading into the braking zone. I think they'll be a bit ambitious to try something there as we're on board with Jacob Bokit. You can see him in the bottom right corner, looking determined as ever.
He looks very excited, I have to say.
He's on the Mulsanne. He's not quite as exciting as Aurelian at this point. I wonder what he's going to do to enlighten us.
He looks like he's driving on the M25, doesn't he? He really does not look like he's driving a car from the 60s. So we've caught his attention now. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's in a race, but then again, he's all in his own.
Yeah, it's so hard racing by yourself on this track, in particular when you know the guys ahead are the podium, those sitters as it stands, and they're working together at this point to sort of keep you away from their battle. It's so frustrating, and I think that's what's going on. He's in the zone to try and just make a battle, make a race of it, because it's a 2-hour race of not fighting necessarily anyone. It's going to be a bit boring for him.
He does the outer car view.
Yeah, behind the car.
Is that popular at that level?
Funny enough, that's what I use on the Forza Motorsport games as well. I like being able to see the entirety of the car and see its behaviour through the corners. A lot of people use this camera angle where you're riding essentially on like the splitter of the car. Some use the bonnet cam, of course, but there is a wide variety of camera angles that are used, and they seem to manage to get. It doesn't give you any time, of course. There's no advantage in terms of lap time. It's just a personal preference as to what suits you. But each of their own.
Because was it Alonso? There was a driver who used that when they were doing esports, and everyone was a bit surprised by it, considering the stuff he's raced in. But this is behind, by the way. Rise Motorsport have gone up into 7th, so they're gradually making progress. But this is Lazarus at the head of the field now. Red Bull are down into 3rd, and Veloce are in 2nd.
Yeah, these three just sort of cycling positions between them as the laps go by, aren't they? They're not causing each other any trouble in terms of...
It's like the Tour de France, isn't it? They're just gradually swapping places, right? You lead the way for a bit now. Yeah,
just seeing who's going to blink first, essentially, aren't they? And who can force whose hand first. But we will eventually get to a point where they'll have to make a move stick, because it will mean something come the end of the race. But at the moment, just like jostling with each other, see who's got marbles at this point and who hasn't.
Le Mans Legends have gone into seconds, by the way, in Pro-Am. That is a change that has just happened. Hot Lappers leading the way in that Pro-Am class and doing a really good job out front are the Hot Lappers team, considering they're 7th in the points. And that has really given Arnage Titans, it's kind of spoiled any chances that they had of survival with Hot Lappers, with the performance they're putting in. Likewise, set up Demons with them in 5th.
Yeah, and say in terms of the pro class as well, it's not looking good for the likes of Wolves of Dawn and Fast Racers Forza. I think they are occupying 8th and 9th place at the moment. Obviously, Rise are back there. They're currently, 7th ahead of Wolves of Dawn. And they are, apart from Veloce, who are going to be picking up a whole host of points. Rise are the next team, but they're 11 points ahead of them at the moment before this race. So it's looking like a very tall order. There's some puddles and spray appearing on the track, so the rain really coming down now for these guys to try and get on top of.
So Fast Racers Forza must have a problem because they're 57 seconds back. They're 30 seconds back from the next driver, but it's rained. There you can see it. It's been threatening to do this for a while, but now the track is wet. What's that going to be like in these cars, Harry?
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, we've seen a bit of wet weather earlier on, but this is proper rain. This is almost British. It's almost English rain, isn't it? That we've got going on here, and you can see the problems it's causing them. No traction control, of course. We mentioned that before, but in these conditions, that's where it really makes a difference. Who's got the most delicate touch on that right pedal in the cockpit? But they seem to be getting around, and they can sort of almost relax a little bit, unless there's a bit of aquaplaning down the Mulsanne, but they should be okay for the most part.
This is the only chance the likes of, say, Wolves of Dawn in Pro, and then you've got your Endurance Elite, for example, in Pro-Am. This is their chance of survival now. This is a real big chance for them, because this is where we could see drivers squirreling off. Like, we're coming down to Mulsanne now. Are all these three drivers going to make it to the apex? So, that's the question. With what we've seen so far, drivers running wide in the dry, let's see if they can survive in the wet. But this is it. First time we're seeing wet racing in this race, not the first time of the day. Veloce we look at there in second place, right on the tail of Lazarus. What do they do now the rain's come down? Do they decide to go through, because their vision's going to be a little bit disturbed now with the spray that's going to be coming off the back of that Lazarus car? So they may decide this is time now to try and go back into the lead, and indeed they are looking to the inside here. So this could be a change of lead in the pro class, with Veloce trying to get down the inside of that Lazarus car as we now start to get to the braking zone at Mulsanne.
Yeah, delicate on the brakes. The Red Bull car looks like it's going in very deep again, but I think they've just about got it slowed down. But yeah, these conditions, every time, because they're developing from the previous lap, every time they get to each corner on this lap, it's new conditions for them. They're having to adjust on the fly, and they're just big time, because all their reference markers are now gone. No, it's not just a little bit of drizzle, it's full-on puddles that they've got to deal with, as we've now got a replay.
This looks like it's from the Pro-Am class. Let's have a look as they come down towards the chicane, getting a little bit out of shape. I think this is the Le Mans Legends car. Oh, and there's a car facing the wrong way. They're just going to get it going again. So that is a spin. That's the Le Mans Legends car that we see there. So I wonder if that was the setup Demons. No, they're still in 4th place. So it wasn't them that's dropped down the field. But one of the drivers spinning round, unfortunately. I think was that the LM squad, I wonder. Had a little bit of a spin there. So first, basically what that is the first team having a spin and becoming a prisoner of the conditions.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised if they haven't got some damage, some major damage after that quite heavy hit.
Yeah.
So that's a double whammy for them, that they've lost position and now they've got a damaged car to deal with in these conditions as well. That's going to be a nightmare to drive. But at the moment, these guys, this 3 on screen, it looks like the visually impaired vision they've got from the spray isn't costing them too much.
Arnage Titans still about 6-7 seconds off the back of the pack in Pro-Am, so they really need to try and make that time back up if they can. Onto the start-finish straight we go. We're almost at half race distance now as they come onto the start-finish straight. This is your battle in the Pro-Am class as they come across the start-finish line. We can see Apex Hunters here trying to get past the LM squad, and that is going to be Apex Hunters going through into 7th place. Up ahead of us is Endurance Elite, still side by side. Apex Hunters trying to get this move complete, and there we can see them in frame now. They are through and into 7th place.
Yeah, quite fortunate at the moment that even with the conditions, it looks like they have got free reign of the track to use. They haven't encountered any sort of standing puddles, aquaplaning that they're going to be running into, which basically lift the car off the track surface, so you lose steering, you lose traction. It looks like they're just a phase ahead of that at the moment, but if that comes in, we're going to really have to see people adjusting on the fly as to who can take what racing line and when.
Lazarus Racing are ahead of us. They lead the way. Veloce we are on board with. They are in 2nd place. And I'm going to leave you, Harry, because I've seen food.
Oh, there you go. Well,
you're on your own now, basically.
Well, so we'll carry on with the onboard that we've got here, running from the front of the car. So we're going to be leading up to the Mulsanne Straight again on the 14th lap. So it's so important to get a good run through here, as you need to pick up that slipstream as early as possible, as we're on board with the Veloce car, so that is the leader ahead. But again, you can see just how difficult it is, and the slipstream effect doesn't seem to be working too well in these cars. They're obviously very slippery themselves anyway. They're built with Le Mans in mind. They're already built to be very efficient in the straight line, so slipstream isn't at a premium for them, unfortunately.
This Endurance Elite we're having a look at now. So this is Apex Hunters. Endurance Elite are the car ahead of us. Really dropping away from this fight is LM Squad, isn't they? They're really struggling to stay with these guys. You can just see them in the background, but one frustrating thing is if you're Endurance Elite, they anytime they get to the head of this queue, they just can't break away because of this Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, so it's such a pain when you are the driver that you think, I am faster over the lap, but I just cannot break away because they're just taking that slipstream and I'm dragging them along with me.
Yeah.
Especially if they also want to then try and make an overtake as well at the end of the straight. You're sort of there thinking, why are you doing this? Just work with me and we'll try and catch the cars in front and sort it out at the end of the race. But it doesn't seem to work that way for some of them, as we've got Michael Thomas Coyne on the screen in the bottom right.
I don't think we've even mentioned Solar Vision Racing yet. They were 5th coming into this with 7th. That should be them through. They were, with Fast Races, Forza and Wolves of doing so badly in the first 2 races, and most of the other teams were fairly safe anyway, unless one of those 2 had a really, really good result. But we haven't really mentioned Solar Vision Racing. Would they be happy with today's performances? I mean, they started particularly strong, and 7th place, not really where they would have hoped to have finished in this one. They had, of course, that disappointing luck in the 2nd race, right at the start of the race, where their race fell apart very quickly. And 7th in this one, I guess you could say it's been a case for them now of, just get through and get into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, one of the interesting dynamics about this whole super final is, as we've mentioned before, it's a survival basis, for the first 2-3 days.
Yeah.
But because of the eras of cars we're using, every day features different cars that are going to suit different drivers and different teams. So today might be a case of we're getting our worst era out of the way. So as long as they can qualify with whoever they've got in the car, they can really look forward to maybe some more suitable cars to their driving style later on this week. But qualifying is the main thing. Yeah, they'll have some self-reflection. They'll look over today's events and think, what went wrong? How can we improve? What were the other teams doing that we weren't? And then come back tomorrow and see what they can put right.
And we're going to have some more great racing tomorrow, aren't we? We've got some brilliant cars lined up as well for that one, and some brilliant tracks along with it. So more great racing we're going to have, I'm sure, tomorrow. But this one is far from over. We're not even at half-race distance yet. We're very, very close to it now. We had 3 for the lead. Where have Red Bull Racing gone? Because they were a part of this. It was a lead trio. Have they come into the pits? Yes, they have. Right, we've started pit stops. So Red Bull have come in. That's 2nd and 3rd coming in as well. So that's Lazarus who have come in as well.
So this is where we're going to find out now, isn't it? Has the extra lap for these 2 paid off over the fresher tyres for the Red Bull car? That's got the experience on that, but they're on heavy fuel. They've got a full tank of fuel on board, while the other guy's been running around on fumes, basically. I'd be I'm going to put my neck on the line, and so I'd be very surprised if the Red Bull car comes out ahead of them. Watch it happen now.
Well, a heavier car in the rain it's not a bad thing, is it? You usually see teams would fuel the car up, even if they don't have to, as heavy as they can in the wet to let the thing stick to the road. But Red Bull are coming down the start-finish line. Here come Lazarus and Veloce. I'd say Red Bull are going to be ahead by some distance. Let's have a look as they come out of the pits. If they've already gone through, then that would be very impressive. But I believe they have. I think Red Bull. Let's have a look at where they are. If they're close, then we'll see them in picture. Oh, look how close
as
that
they
was.
were. Nothing's changed.
Wow. I mean, it seemed like they were, where they were on track, that they were just going to be steaming away. But Red Bull, it's as you were, basically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is a small advantage to be taken forward from this point from either side. So Red Bull, you're looking at it, so they've got 1 lap less fuel on board for the entirety of the race that's left.
Right.
Presuming they don't have to pit again, obviously they made it to the end of lap 14, which isn't quite half distance. So I don't imagine that's tactical to then make sure we get to the end of the race on as light a car as possible, perhaps, rather than pitting with a lap or 2 to spare, unless that's what's demanded. But we'll obviously see how that plays out.
Right.
The alternative to that is, the Red Bull, yes, it's got a lap lighter fuel load. The other two, Lazarus and Veloce, have a lap fresher tyres. So that's something to take into account as well as the race goes on.
Do you think they had to come in on lap 14?
I don't know. I say they come in, obviously Red Bull came in a lap earlier, and then the other guys seem to maybe respond. So maybe they know they can make it on a one stopper, but they don't want to stay out any longer than they need to. They just want to cover that off and just resume where they were. But we'll see come lap 27, 28, 29 if there's any last minute splash and dashes going on.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to be doing that at all, would you? But
you would avoid it at all costs if you could. You'd want to stretch out 1 stop instead of 2 if you could, but it depends on what the car is like on its fuel consumption.
However, they are in a position where they can do that. Of course, all these teams that are in towards the front,
like a luxury for them at the moment.
But some people would say, right, if it's all about the survival, then why would you be battling for the lead? Or why don't you just follow each other around? But in answer to anyone who would think that, you want to be the team going into day 2 on pole position,
as high up the championship as well. Especially for Veloce, you think they were at risk, if we can put that with an asterisk at the end of race 2. Obviously, their performance in this race has shown that wasn't really the case for whatever reason, but they don't want to just safely finish in 4th, 3rd, or whatever it might be and go, we're through. It's like, well, if we can maximise points, we might be able to be looking at a 4th place finish, a 3rd place finish overall, which puts us in a better position for tomorrow's first race, rather than languishing down maybe a row or 2 further back.
But it's that other thing, it's mentality, isn't it? It's that confidence you carry with you. If you're, let's take Le Mans this week, for example. If you're not up there in practice, doesn't really matter, does it? But if you're slow in practice, you're going to be probably pushing too hard in qualifying, and then slow in qualifying, and then there's just a knock-on effect, isn't it?
I think it's a lot to ask of any driver, whether it's real world or virtual, to basically say, don't race as hard as you can, and just keep things in your back pocket and play it safe. It's like, you're a racer. I want to finish ahead of this guy because it means a lot to me personally to do so. It helps your confidence. It helps demoralise the other drivers if you're finishing in front of them.
Yes, exactly.
But sometimes you do have to play it safe. I think Veloce at the moment, they're going to be clear enough as it is. I think that even if they drop to the back, they probably wouldn't be under pressure because fast racers Forza and Wolves of Dawn are struggling at the back. At the moment, of 7th and 8th at the moment, they rise. It looks like they've dropped to the back now. So there's a fight going on there.
This is fast racers Forza ahead of us, so we're on board with Wolves of Dawn now.
Right, there you go. So they are close together. There's another car just behind us, I believe, as well. So they are in a fight between the 3 of them. But it's like the battle at the front. No one's making any headway. They all seem to be sort of stuck squabbling with each other without making any inroads to any cars further up the field or getting clear of the battles.
Yeah, so Wolves of Dawn, they need, they really do need more cars behind them. They're going to get, for where they are, 9 and 6 points, which...
And the cars they're battling with at the moment is Rise, who, when you take Veloce out of the equation, Rise are the next team who they might have been able to jump above. So that's doubly important to beat them.
So what's the gap? So Fast Racers Forza and Rise are 11 points apart. The points difference between them so far is only 6. So they need to get up to around 5th.
It's a tall ask. I mean, 5th isn't even in sight at the moment, and we're more than halfway through. the weather card has been played, and it doesn't seem to have changed anything in terms of their fortunes and pace at this point of the race. Obviously, Rise looked to have gone the other way. You know, the weather doesn't look to be playing into their hands at all, but ultimately it doesn't look like it's going to cost them a position tomorrow from the two cars they've been overtaken by. But yeah, for these guys, it doesn't look like there's another car up the road that they're going to be able to take advantage of.
No, not at all. This is Rise, so they're going to be close, but I think they should just about. Well, they're going to just about get through, but they will probably be Team 7. You know, the kind of last team that goes through. Now, but just a bit sideways.
Yeah, it's not difficult to see why they're currently 9th, is it? When if that car doesn't look happy at all in these conditions, whether that's a setup issue that they've banked on a dry race and it's not happened, or but you've got to be flexible, you've got to be adaptable as a driver with a skill set, but they don't seem to be able to. It's looking more like a crab with wheels at the moment, isn't it?
Who's out in the car for them then? We've got Renaud Gevers, who is in the seat. I believe they've mostly put out different drivers so far for them. I mean, we obviously had our strategy of maximising, say, the second driver.
Who was going to do our endurance race for us?
So for us, I was going to do the endurance.
How are you feeling about these conditions in these cars? Do you reckon you would have had it covered?
I would have been absolutely terrified. So I was going to. So we might as well go through it, shall we? So the strategy we had, with Harry, of course, being the esports driver. You know, I was next, and then
Bryn turned up.
Bryn showed up because no one else wanted to join us. So we were not going to put Bryn out today. I was going to do the 2 hour in the hour, and then you were going to do the first race and qualifying.
Yes, and hopefully bank us some good points, and then let you two do your worst, basically.
Yes. And then day 2, I was going to do, I believe, the first race. Bryn the second race, because he has to race at some point.
We'll put a sticker on the back of his car for amateur. We'll have to give everyone a heads up as well.
The novice sticker.
Yeah.
And then you would do the endurance.
Yep.
Now, the reason we're saying this is because you would get good points on the board for us straight away, which would guarantee safety.
Less pressure for your other drivers, isn't it, in the day?
And then on day 2, you would score the bigger points in the endurance race. And then going into day 3, of course, we're all out. You would do someone that looks like Bryn walked in, but
doesn't seem very happy with our comments.
I don't know if we get security to get that man out of here, please. He looks very strange. And then you would have done our endurance and our sprint, and then all 4 hours on the final day. Meaning, me and you would do 10 hours each, and Bryn would do 8 hours each. We'd do 8 hours.
Even 8 is a lot for Bryn, isn't it?
It's a lot to handle.
But it's one of them where the teams have to look at it as a case of, are you planning for day 4 and you're banking on being in there, or do you play your cards early just to get through to day 3, for example, and then just if you get through to day 4, you just let it happen and put in whoever's got the hours left. It was one of them sort of to and throws, wasn't it? Of how do you deal with the situation? How you can't bank on setting up for the day 4 and then not getting there, because then you've wasted the opportunity. But
yeah, well, I'll tell you what, you can see the hashtag LMES. Tell us, you and 2 friends, send us in your pictures, send us your messages in. How would you have set your team up for this race? Send in your messages and let us know, because it was a thing that we spent 2 hours chatting about, and then we came to that decision, but it looked like we were playing noughts and crosses because we had all of those strategies written out and then thrown away, and that was the one we resolved on. So
I'm not the smartest or the best at touch. When we're constantly going, well, there's one and one there, there's 2, so that takes to 3. And that leaves it with 4 left, but there's 3 there, and I'm like, you are.
Yeah, so that means Harry's doing 12 hours, and I'm doing 6. And
I think we said the numbers enough that 1 and 1 wasn't equaling 2 anymore at some point as well.
It's even when I looked at it, how I had it written out there, I thought I wrote down 3.5 hours, but it was it was because I'd do an hour and a 2 hour.
There you go.
So
nightmare.
3.5 hours in an hour.
Yeah, we didn't get paid extra to work that out either.
No, I know.
Team manager would be a good job, wouldn't it? To work that out and cash in.
And I mean, just to remind you, the prize money up for grabs this week, $35,000 going to the winning team in the pro class, 17.5 in the Pro-Am class.
Not
So
bad for a week's work.
35,000, yeah. I mean, that's, just over 10,000, around 12,000 between the three of us. If you've just won $12,000, what would you spend on?
Oh, you put me on the spot there.
I know.
Holiday, first of all, of course.
Well, I mean, that's going to be quite difficult now.
That's a good point. Didn't think that one through, did I? I was going to say car. I was like, I don't really want a new car. Just, put it in the bank. wait for things to get better, basically.
Okay, put it in a savings account. Let us know online, #LMES, if you were part of one of the winning teams.
Are you suggesting we would win overall with Bryn in the team? Who are we racing
A man
against?
can dream. Let us know where you guys would spend the money on at home. Use the #LMES, send your messages in. Let's go back and talk about some racing, shall we?
Yes.
We forgot that it was even going on for a while because this has been a great race and we've just decided to ignore the fact that there's been a good race and talk about ourselves.
They've been nose to tail from the start. It's just, it seems to be every time you look at it from lap to lap, it's just like, the Red Bull's now leading, now the Lazarus car's winning. But this is getting quite interesting. This is Kian racing at nearly 5 a.m. now.
Yeah, this is for he's done really well. This is for third place, I think. This is Set Up Demons ahead, Tetrud Rangers behind. And this is for third in the Pro-Am class. I say that hesitantly because I do just want to double check, but I believe that is what that is for. And a great drive from Kian Butler, who's slowly made his way up the field as they come out of Arnage. He seems to have really settled into these wet conditions, and it is indeed for third. And Le Mans Legends only 4 seconds up the road, so as the pit stops have happened, he's really come into his own here.
I wonder if he's planned for this. Obviously, he would have known he was doing this stint.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe he's obviously planned his sleeping schedule around waking up later in the day to make sure that 5 a.m. his time isn't really like a regular 5 a.m. for him. He's maybe woke up at 5 p.m. and it's actually sort of 12 hours into the day for him. It's not a big deal. But either way, I think fourth place, a race like this with these conditions, these cars battling for a podium, the adrenaline's pumping. I don't think it'd make a difference, to be fair, with the how he's feeling in terms of tiredness.
It is true because if you just do it on one day, then you probably don't need to plan it. But this competition could go on for 4 days if they make it all the way to the end, the Tetrud Rangers. If you're doing it 4 days in a row, then that's a pretty...
Someone's always got to do that end stint, haven't they? And obviously depending on where you are,
but if you make it to day 3 and 4, then you're probably
into the pits, keying into the pits then, so they're making their pit stops now by the looks of it, so they've obviously hit the limit on, I guess...
They went a long way, didn't they? They went a long way.
There might be a few more laps in it, but maybe he just wants to get the clean air potential and see if in clean air he can get ahead of the car he's battling with once they make their pit stop. But looks like we're into round 1 for the Pro-Ams.
Yeah, so Pro-Ams starting to make their way into the pits. Fast Racers Forza have just gone into 7th place, by the way, to Dawn. So Hairpin Heroes come up to 4th with that pit stop being made. We didn't really, I think we kind of lost track on who's come in for the Pro-Ams so far. I don't know if that was the start of it or if that was one of the last drivers to come at Kian Butler, but it will be revealed over the next couple of laps.
Looks like the Red Bull, you see at the top of the screen there on the timing ticker, looks like they've built a 2.5 second lead now, so maybe Aurelian's had enough of playing games and recording himself down the mole sand and trying to get on with the job at hand and try and bring the car home. But impressive to build that kind of gap. Obviously on this track we've seen how easy it is just to nab the slipstream and stay battling, but these guys look like they want to have a battle as well.
He's done a great job, isn't he? Like you said, he got a picture of himself taking a picture of himself.
It doesn't get any better the more you say it.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any more sense.
The more you explain it, it's like, okay.
This is lapping going on here, isn't it? So we've got the pro teams now coming up to laps on the Pro-Am team, so thankfully they're getting them down the mole sand and not down through Porsche curves, for example. But we've obviously hit that point of the race where lapping's occurring. It should only happen once by the looks of it, obviously being lap 18 of 30 now. So
no, yeah, I mean, you
get it out of the way now.
Yeah, let's just get it out of there now. But he's done very well lapping the drivers, and it's that second stint. He's come out and he's really started to attack now. He's come back out of the pit lane and started this second stint, and he's taken advantage of just getting a little bit of breathing space. Yeah,
so fortunate, you're always going to run into traffic problems, and especially on this circuit, of course, it's always better to get them on this side of it than the other side. So fortunate there, but yeah, they've done everything they can. They pulled the alternate strategies, actually, didn't they? They blinked first.
Yep.
got the pit stop done a lap earlier than their rivals of Lazarus and Veloce, whilst the whole first stint was spent nose to tail between the three of them. They came out close. I mean, the Red Bull was behind them, but I'm wondering maybe if they had the tyre temperature up, ready and sorted after that lap extra performance on them. And then when the guys came out the pit lane, they didn't have them up to temperature. They were able to get by, and that's where the lead has come from, potentially. But yeah, they've done a good job to break the toe, and we'll see if they can keep that boundary between them and the guys behind.
You see one of the drivers running wide there behind Red Bull. Looked like that might have been Setup Demons that were just running a little bit wide. Lazarus have gone by Veloce, so change for second behind this. We look at our race leader, but there we can see behind we have had a change. This is the Le Mans Legends we now look at. They're about to be lapped here by Red Bull Racing. Red Bull Racing trying to get through, and drivers have been told, blue flags, get out of the way, basically, when you see the pro drivers catching, or if you're at the back of the pro field and the leading Pro-Am drivers catch, then do make sure you get out of the way. So good. I think esports mostly has respectful driving anyway, doesn't it? So
yeah, I mean, you sort of all appreciate the situation you find yourselves in and the competitions you find yourselves in. It's just you want nice racing etiquette between drivers and respectful driving, and then you're going to have a good race at that point.
Indeed, as they go up to Porsche curves, sticking with the Red Bull Racing team. This is a good result for them after any doubts around them in race 2. I think have now been answered, haven't they? It's they didn't have the best of pace in race 2. It was proven that.
Yeah, it was odd, wasn't it? There'll be a lot of self-reflection after today, I think. As to, I don't expect that they were expecting race 1 and race 2 to go the way they did. Obviously, this is probably the more kind of result they were expecting to receive throughout the day, but they'll have to work out what went wrong in those first 2 races. And obviously, we are leaving this generation of car, this era of car behind. Tomorrow will be, we're looking at 70s and 80s tomorrow, aren't we? So
yes,
we're then moving forward with technology and the cars and the way they behave, which might suit them better. So obviously, this is not an outlier, but this is probably one of the bigger challenges they're going to face out of the 4 days. Taming these cars. They might not be the fastest, but they handle something, that's for sure. Getting on top of them is a big challenge, but they're doing a good job so far, and that might be part of it. Tomorrow, we could see the order flipped on its head because of the cars involved. That's the beauty of the layout and the format we've got over the 4 days, is that every day could be something new for a new team.
Favourite era of car for you?
For Le Mans, or just in general?
For Le Mans.
I mean, the Group C monsters are sort of the cars that I'm always dragged to, because they're not, I don't want to say basic, but when you look at them compared to a modern prototype or anything like that, where they've got all bits of fancy bodywork on them. Back in the day, it was just a case of here's the car, here's an awful lot of power, go have some fun, wasn't it? So, yeah, things like that. We've got them day 3, I think, isn't it? We've got things like the C9 and the Jaguar from '88 as well to look forward to. So they're going to be a blast. I'm sure these guys are really looking forward to driving something with some downforce and a lot of power to get their teeth into. But for me, that's what it is. What about you?
Not too sure, actually. I wouldn't say I have a kind of a.
They've all got a special thing about them, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've all got a thing that you look forward to. But
it's hard, isn't it? I mean, even the modern, I love the modern GT3 cars. I think they're great. So the GT Pro cars and the GT AM classes. I do like watching those. I mean, I think the thing is with myself at Le Mans is that when we went there last year, that was the first time I really got to appreciate just how good the cars were, and standing there trackside and watching them, there was nothing better.
You start getting favourites just by the sound. Like you don't even have to look. You're like, I know what that one is.
Porsche for me.
Yeah, I mean the Corvette. I nicknamed the Corvette Brutus because it's just that it's that American just rumble of it. You know it's a Corvette when it comes past. So that was great. That
sounds like a Gladiator or something, doesn't it? Well, there's been so many, hasn't there, over the years. The cars from the 90s were great as well. So, plenty on there. But those cars from there, racing-wise, those cars we were watching from the 50s, which is brilliant to watch.
Yeah, I mean, vintage classics, aren't they? I mean, they are. I said it before and I'll say it again. They almost form the backbone of Le Mans and what it means in terms of sports car racing. They were the first iterations and sort of set the precedent as to how it then took off over the decades and how we've ended up to where we are now. They were the beginner cars for it, so we owe a lot to them.
It's exactly right, isn't it? I mean, nothing nothing is ever anything without the history, isn't it? You need that kind of historic races that really that we've followed now in Le Mans, and we're going to have another great race of it this week, I'm sure as well.
Yeah, as Le Mans never disappoints us. There's always something going on. There's such a long circuit, such a long time for the cars to be out there. It's never over until it's over, as we've found out in the last few years, of course, that 24 hours means you do the whole race and nothing short, unfortunately.
Yes.
So there's always something to keep you on your toes.
Yes, that's not enough. Like, I'm close enough now, aren't I? No. But yeah, do keep your messages coming in. Use that hashtag LMES. Maybe let us know which drivers you're looking forward to seeing most this week. And we do go racing this weekend. When we stop, Le Mans starts, isn't it? But that was a change for second. Veloce just cruising past the Lazarus car there. So change for second as Lazarus goes through our camera and back out the other side again, magically. And they sit in third place. So I think that this is a battle truly for second now. Red Bull are cleared off, haven't they? Lazarus, what do? They've now just been passed for third. Do they try and work with Veloce here and, try and close down that 2.8 second gap to the leaders?
I mean, if they feel they've got the ability to do so, then absolutely. But I think
wide.
Yeah, Veloce getting the back end out and some through the final couple of corners. It's the type of corners that blend itself. If you overcook it a little bit on the entry to the first part,
then you
get a bigger and bigger mess as the corners come at you. But yeah, it's one of those where if Lazarus think they've got the speed to close down the gap, I mean, if they had that, I'm sure they would have used it by now. It's not going to improve. Second or third doesn't improve their overall finishing position. I think they're going to be now to second at the moment, aren't they? Overall, at the end of the day. Because obviously Red Bull will go on to be the top team.
Red Bull will be top. Lazarus will be second.
Yeah, so it's not going to improve their grid position for tomorrow's first race. So ultimately, I think it's just have a bit of fun. Just race to the end, see what's what, and if you can get one over on the Veloce drivers, you go 2 hours of racing just to nab someone on the last lap. So be it.
Because this could be it. This could be the race for you getting the win come Friday. So it's worth almost practicing, rehearsing that battle for the win. Now, one team we haven't talked a lot about is Williams, and that's because we haven't really had a lot to say about them, but they're joint points leaders coming into this, but Kuba Brzezinski is just sat there in the middle of the field so far and not really done much.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously all giving everything they can, and unfortunately sometimes you just don't have the pace, especially with mixed conditions and changeable conditions, and the way you set up the car is always going to play a part when you're trying to balance both edges of a sword, in terms of the bright sunshine and the warmth, and then the cold rain and the fog that we've got now. So, yeah, they obviously had a strong result with Isaac at the wheel last race, the second race we had here, the sprint race, where once they got the lead, they dominated it from there, didn't they? They went on to win. But as we've seen with Red Bull, you can't expect that to happen every single race. The first race they went on to dominate, and the second race they were, I believe, 5th fastest car despite a 3rd place finish. And the same with Williams. They went on to win that second race, fastest car out there, and then we come to this race and they're currently sitting in 4th place at the moment, or was it 5th place behind
Williams?
Racing?
Williams 5th. Yeah.
So again, it's just it ebbs and flows.
So yeah, of course they are in 5th, like we said there. But it sounds like we are just being told that Fast Racers Forza have sadly had a connection problem and have disconnected from the race. So Fast Racers Forza, that is going to be them, I believe, out of the race. Now we have one of the Pro-Am teams who have that set up Demons, I think, who have been hitting some problems.
They were at risk as well, set up Demons. I mean, they were 6th overall.
I think that's the problem. That's the team, in fact, apologies, that we have having problems. So set up Demons, it looks like, have unfortunately had some connection issues, and they are now being shown as out the race. And there you can see top right of your screen, set up Demons, DNF. Now, this makes it interesting, because set up Demons had 16 points. Hot Lappers, they are at the, they're at the head of the field, aren't they? Let's have a look. Hot Lappers, are they leading the race in Pro-Am? They're second, so that gives them 27 points. So they're ahead of Set Up Demons now. Arnage Titans are 6th. That gives them 12 points. They're ahead of the Set Up Demons. So they're out, basically.
It looks that way, yeah. What an unfortunate way to go.
It doesn't even matter if Endurance and Elite, even if they're ahead of them, it doesn't matter because 2 teams go out. So, wow. what a change, and that's how quickly it can change, and that's going to rescue the Arnold Titans, because they were out of the race, they were out of the competition, and sadly Setup Demons have had a connection problem, and they're now going to be DNF from the race, and sadly they are going to be out of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it is the most unfortunate one. Now, if you're going to go out and lose or lose a competition, not qualify, you want it to be because you tried your hardest and you gave everything, it just wasn't enough, not to have it taken away from you by a disconnect or a DNF or whatever it might be, something out of your control. So that's unfortunate for them, but again, it gives breathes new life into another team who are going to be here tomorrow to then try and go again.
The biggest shame of that, they were leading the start of this race.
What could have been for them,
they were 6 coming into this race, but they were leading this race at the start, race 3. They were going to jump up to potentially 3rd place in the standings, and now unfortunately Setup Demons, we won't even be seeing them tomorrow. So Setup Demons, a real shame for them. They find themselves out, so we will find out the full story of what happened with them there shortly, I'm sure, but it looks like it was a connection issue for them, sadly.
Yeah,
that leaves them out of the race.
Just looking just ahead of them in 8th place is Kean Butler. So after that pit stop that dropped them down to 8th place now, no one else seems to have followed trend. I don't think they've been caught out by other people pitting, and I don't think we've missed anyone else pitting. I think they've done it, and no one else at the moment has come in to make a pit stop. So we're presuming they all needed to, but at the moment, the way they've continued, we'll have to see what actually unfolds. But if they don't have to pit, then that's a strange call from the Tetra Rouge Rangers to come in at that point in the race.
We saw this in the Pro Series, didn't we? What team was it?
Solar Vision Racing at Kota pitted on the first lap.
Yeah,
and
no one else ever came in, and it was like, well,
we were sat there sort of scratching heads like, is this a master play to get them out of the field, and then when everyone pits, they'll be in the lead because of the clean air? But it didn't turn out that way. But
it was like they almost took the wrong turn coming into the final corner. But no, it was one thing they did have in that race, though. I know this is a bit irrelevant, but their tyres, everyone else's tyres were gone, and their tyres were a little bit fresher at that time. But again,
this is going to be interesting because it looks like the weather's clearing up now, so the rain's gone. I wonder if and when we might get to the rain disappearing, the puddles disappearing, back to some dry circuit running again. And if that's going to bring anyone back into play, they might have been struggling during the wet weather phase, and then they might come alive again towards the end of the race.
This is the battle for 3rd. This is the Hairpin Heroes ahead of Apex Hunters, and this is in the Pro-Am class.
No, so we've seen lots of cars in this position, haven't we, of just being sat behind the car in front of them, and they just cannot get enough of a run, enough of a slipstream to make the move into the Mulsanne corner.
Yeah.
I imagine there's a lot of frustrated drivers out there just pushing the pedal, probably through the pedal box at the moment, just wishing they'd go 1 mile an hour faster to get enough of an overrun, but it's just not happening for them at the moment. So you've really got to be down there on the brakes if you can, but we've seen from Red Bull how easy it is to make a mistake at that Mulsanne corner under brakes, and if there's another car involved as well, you might be looking at a potential crash, a penalty. You can't risk that kind of thing this late in the day.
I think we have some of our Pro-Am teams coming in. I saw a couple dropping down the field as Apex Hunters there, now stuck on the outside as they make their way towards Mulsanne corner. Hairpin Heroes just defending there. We're on board with Hairpin Heroes now, looking back at the Apex Hunters. And so far, Apex Hunters doing a good job just to try and pile that pressure on, but so far they haven't been able to get past Hairpin Heroes.
Yeah, story of pretty much everyone's race at the moment has been stuck behind someone as they haven't quite been able to pass the car in front of them despite that. So the slipstream is enough to keep them in touch with each other, but not enough to be able to make any kind of meaningful overtake attempt. Also, they get another dose of that slipstream down into this sequence of corners here as well, so it opens up opportunities into Indianapolis, Arnage, those kind of corners that we're in at the moment. But again, it's a risky one in these conditions where, again, we're now going through the reverse changing conditions where you can start maybe pushing the braking zone a bit further into the corners, you can pick up the traction a bit earlier. Obviously, you run the risk of snatching a brake whilst there's still a bit of dampness laying around.
Yeah, Taylor Smith in the seat for Apex Hunters, and then behind the wheel for Hairpin Heroes, Kurt von Altenried. lots of drivers in this race we're seeing for the first time. Just to run through, we've got Aurelian Mallet out there for Red Bull, Lazarus, Dan Neiman, Jacob Bokedin for Total Performance, Bruno Rocca for Fast Racers, Forza, Michael Coyne, we've already seen him once today, he's out for Solar Vision, for Rise, Renaud Jevers, Cuba Brzezinski in for Williams, Henry Noah Schmidt's doing a great job for Veloci, Adrian Schultzek for Wolves of Dawn, who sadly might be the last time we see them this week. Apex Hunters then have Taylor Smith, as we said. Hedi Bahafid is in for Le Mans Legends. Arthur Peronico for the setup Demons, who have sadly disconnected from the race. Zach Taylor is in for Hot Lappers. Kurt Von Altenried, as we said, for Hairpin Heroes. Chris Farkas in doing every race today, and it looks like they're just about going to sneak through. He's in for Arnage Titans. Koei Matsusaka for Endurance Elite. Kean Butler at, I don't know, 5:30 in the morning for Tex Rouge Rangers. And then we have Johan Bergera for the LM Squad.
Yeah, so Chris Farkas basically doing the job he needed to do for his team. He's done every race. It looks like they're going to get through. So it's unlikely we'd see him tomorrow, I presume, because obviously he'd need to be looking at saving his hours in case they get through to day 3 and 4. He can't afford to use too many. So
yeah, he won't be going out tomorrow. There's to remind people of the format. There's 4 hours of racing each day.
For the first 2 days.
For the first 2 days, 4 hours of racing. All drivers have to do, on day 4, all drivers have to do the 4 hours that we see. On day 3, 2 drivers from each team have to be out in each race. And then day 1 and day 2, only 1 driver from each team out in each race. And you have 4 hours of racing basically across the board every day. So you've got to use up those 10 hours wisely. Almost half of your 10 hours that you have goes on day 4, so you have 6 hours to play with across 3 days. So realistically, it's 2-2-2 if you're going to use up all of your races. That's how you play it, essentially.
Yeah, so we worked out, didn't we, that you're looking at probably about 2 hours worth of sort of time that you can maybe move around, because at the end of the day, you got, if you make it through to day 4, you'll have your 3 drivers will either be 10 hours, 10 hours, 8 hours, or 10 hours, 9 hours, 9 hours. So you've got two hours to play with between your drivers throughout the course of the 4 days. But again, it then comes back to that question of saving your better drivers for the final days and risking not making it because you're not using them earlier on to get there. It really is a cat and mouse game, and we're going to see who benefits the most come the next few days, and especially day 4 when we find out which 6 teams, 3 from the Pro Class, 3 from the Pro Class, end up turning up for us. Yeah,
we'll see Chris Farkas back out, I think, on Thursday.
Providing they make it.
Providing they make it, and he would be able to do only 2 hours, so he'd be out in the endurance race there. Or both the sprint races.
Yeah, options. There's plenty of options. There's last minute changes. We've seen drivers dropping in and out, depending on, I guess, how certain results have gone so far. But then again, you've also got to work out who's been practicing in what cars. I'm sure there's going to be certain drivers who have only practiced in certain car and track combinations rather than wasting time doing the whole lot, because they're not going to do the whole lot. So your options are quite limited there, I reckon.
Well, this is Rise Motorsport now. They're chasing down Wolves of Dawn, who are in 7th. Wolves of Dawn, looks like we're going to be saying goodbye to them at the end of today. We just haven't really been able to get going so far in this competition, and it is a brutal competition, similar to how you described some of the cars from the 90s. But it is a brutal competition, and straight away, day 1, we're going to be relegating 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was probably half and half of teams who are looking at this thinking day 1 should not be a problem for us. We're going to get through, and there'll probably be, maybe not half, let's say maybe 2 or 3 teams think we are possibly going to be one of the 2 teams that drops out. We need to pull something out of the bag here to make sure we're not, but they might have been expecting it in the nicest way possible, that it's going to be a struggle, and it might not be a surprise that they are dropping out. But obviously you're going to be disappointed no matter what happens, but you've got to manage your expectations.
They would have, like you said, I think the analogy you use is, do you want to get to Q2 or Q3 kind of thing, isn't it? It's what is your expectations?
Yes, because as I say, in the world of F1, you've got Mercedes, for example, out front. They can afford to do Q2. The tyres will start the race on a medium set of tyres, a slower tyre, whereas the midfield teams have to put the softs on. And even though they might not be the best race tyre, we've got to use them in qualifying because we need to get through to the top 10 qualifying shootout. So you compromise, you compromise somewhere. and they're going to have to make those kind of decisions over. Tonight, I imagine there'll be lots of discussions between the teams. We've seen what this team's now got. We can weigh ourselves up against the other drivers and the other teams depending on how they've done today, and we can try and work out maybe some match-ups between our drivers against their drivers to bring home the points we need to go through to day 3.
This is a Veloce team doing a really good job in this race, considering how things had gone for them up to this point. 7th in the points coming into this race. They're going to jump right up the order with this result. I think they're going to probably go up to 4th, there or thereabouts at least. And they're right on the back of Lazarus, so they still have a chance to get that 2nd place as well. But this is going to be a real confidence booster for them, and really what they needed to take into the next day.
Yeah, so especially now after the first few races, it wasn't great, but then have a nice strong result and know they will be mixing it with the likes of Red Bull and Lazarus. When the cars perhaps suit them a bit better, we're going to see more from them, and we'll have more cars fighting at the front more regularly. Not that we've been shy of that today at all, it must be said.
Let's look back at some of the Pro-Am drivers. I think this is Rise, sorry. Before I saw the Le Mans Legends car ahead of that, but Rise Motorsport, it is actually chasing. That's Wolves of Dawn just ahead of us. There you can see Wolves of Dawn. Rise Motorsport in behind. Rise Motorsport, the number 85. This is a battle for 7th place in the Pro class as they head down towards Mulsanne. It looks like Rise, who we now go on board with, they can see the difference in straight line speed there down Mulsanne. And Rise Motorsport is trying to line up a move as they get ready to hit the brakes down at Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, so story that we've seen throughout the race, and that we're picking up the slipstream, but we're not quite close enough to make it. I mean, that's almost a battle for pride for Wolves of Dawn, isn't it? They're not going to be looking at getting through to tomorrow, but they would at least like to go out on a high, beat a team that they've unfortunately lost to over the course of the day, but at least they haven't gone out with a whimper.
No, it's like you said, they are at least up there and fighting. But looking at the track, where I'd say you could call this greasy conditions now, with a dry line appearing.
Yeah, I mean the cars are a handful at the best of times, let alone now adding in slippery, slick conditions as well.
Yes.
It's really going to separate men from the boys, and who's sort of, again, we keep referencing the setup, but it's such a crucial part to these cars because, as we mentioned, no upgrades allowed. They're all identical cars apart from the tuning of the cars. So you've got to really make sure it fits your driver. A benefit to the circumstance we find ourselves in, there's no driver swaps, of course, mid-race. So you haven't got to tune a car to suit multiple drivers in one race. You can just build a setup around one driver because he's the only one who's going to be racing it. So there's no excuses on that front for any of these guys, that's for sure.
So tell us, the kind of things that they are allowed to.
So you'll be looking at things like gear ratios, aerodynamics. So you'll be looking at how much front downforce, rear downforce, tyre pressures, camber, spring settings for suspension, all that kind of thing, to try and work out what the car needs and wants to be able to be driven competently. Because obviously we see how difficult they are to drive at the best of times. Obviously you've got to put a setup on that allows it to still be drivable, but not too slow because it's comfortable to drive, if that makes sense. You can make it easy to drive, but by doing that you might make it overall a slower car because it's easy to drive. You've got to be on the edge because you're pushing the limit of what's possible. As Christopher gives us a nice wave. As he's not even going down the mole side, he's doing it in the middle of corners now, so we've one-upped again. Well, I wonder what's next.
There we go. He's about 10 seconds behind 5th place and has about 3 seconds behind. So, he's plenty of time to play with, doesn't he? So he has 3 seconds to spare there.
Yeah, it looks like the greasy conditions are almost gone now within sort of half a lap. So they've cleared up nicely. The sun's obviously drying it out well for the drivers. Pretty much bone dry again. So we're back to where we were essentially at the start of the race with the track conditions. Time to see the last 5-6 laps who's got what underneath them, who's saved their car the best throughout this 2-hour race to make the most of the final few laps.
You'd say Veloce were probably waiting now for the conditions to dry up, weren't they? It's safer to race in these conditions than it is in the wet conditions. If you get a move wrong down the inside in the wet, you might find yourself parked in the gravel. But if you do it in the dry, you probably just run wide and stay behind anyway.
There's more chance of recovery in the dry, isn't there? Because you're just not going to be sliding and out of control for as long, basically. Yeah.
Right, on board with Veloce. Here we have a look at the Veloce car getting ready, I'm sure, to try and move down at Mulsanne corner. we're getting towards the final 5 laps now, so starting to get towards the end of the race here as we make our way down the Mulsanne straight. The Veloce car just tucked in behind the Lazarus Racing car as it charges down the Mulsanne straight. Are we going to see a move for second place here? The Veloce just coming into the braking zone, and that's, I think, Lazarus running wide. Oh, and that's going to be a change for second place. So that is Veloce going through, and that is, this looks like a car that should be going a little bit quicker. We went on board with that, but we'll discover what that was all about in just a second. Is that a car ahead slowing down? No, I think that's my eyes deceiving me. But good move there from Veloce, just putting the pressure on Lazarus Racing, and Lazarus biting, making a mistake.
Yeah, that same corner, though, catching many drivers out without braking themselves and just getting a little bit wrong and allowing the cars behind to make a move. Thankfully, Veloce didn't follow them in there too deep in terms of outbraking themselves as well, because as I said earlier, you do sometimes react to the car in front. You see the brake lights and you think, well, they're braking there, I'm going to brake there as well. And before you know it, you're both sort of traipsing through the gravel trap thinking, why, how have I ended up here? Why have you done that? But no, they just about avoided it, just about kept on the track, and that's a free position. We've seen how hard it can be, even with a slipstream, to make the move. So track position might be key as we head into these last sort of half dozen laps.
Well, it's all going to come down to who actually wants to be ahead on the final lap.
Yeah, because I mean, you could have been playing along this whole time. You could have been sat behind that car, done the Mulsanne for every lap, and they're probably sat there thinking, they haven't got enough straight line speed to overtake. We want to be in the lead. Then the last lap, you think, I'll just push the pedal a little bit harder, and then you just sail by. But that's a real cat and mouse game, that one. I don't think anyone's bold enough to try that, because that's obviously relying on sticking with them for 30 laps.
Well, if you're going to do that, then this would be the chance to do it, right?
Yeah, there's an opportunity to do it, but I think at the moment they're probably just both going somewhat flat out. You can see the driver in the cockpit of the car.
That's well, if this car has an off, then there you've got something to say, straight away. What a clown. So I really hope he now has an off while we are here. But,
purely for that reason and nothing else, obviously.
Yeah. That's something that would scare you, wouldn't it? Imagine
the Marshal rushes down and goes, are you okay? Just sees that all in the cockpit. You think, well, what film have I ended up in here? Fuck out of it.
Yeah. Well, this is this battle for second place, isn't it?
Still rages on, yep. So Veloce and Lazarus still nose to tail. 25th lap of 30, so I would have thought they would have assessed each other enough over the last 24 laps to work out where they're strong, where they're weak, where they want to be on the last lap, and how they're going to make it happen. But obviously they've both been playing that same game to try and prevent the other one getting what they want.
And Total Performance Racing there in the background, they've kept that distance now for a long time, haven't they? They've been frustratingly, Jacob Bokit, I don't know if he's looking any more excited than he was 10, 15 laps ago when we went to him, and it looked like he was driving down the motorway. But he's been at a frustrating position there, because he's been fairly close, but just nowhere near close enough to get a tow or anything like that.
It's the problem with these cars and these tracks. If you fall out of that slipstream range early on, it's such a difficult task to get yourself back into fighting contention, because Jacob's done nothing wrong. He's driven superbly well, but just without that straight line boost down essentially half the circuit, you're losing so much lap time compared to the cars that you're trying to catch. And unfortunately, he's not been able to make any progress despite driving really well, not made any mistakes that we've seen, and he's not dropped off the back of these guys. So it's just a case of, unfortunately, all of them are so good they can't catch up to each other. That's what we're looking at.
It's a good way. That's a good way of putting it, actually. The level is so high, isn't it? The gaps between the drivers are minuscule.
Yeah, I mean, people say we just go a couple of tenths a lap faster. It's like we're already at the limit. A couple of tenths is worth essentially 5 seconds to someone else. It's like it's just impossible.
If you can find a couple of tenths a lap, then you'll be down the road. You will be in the lead of the race. But it's just nothing, isn't it? That couple of tenths is absolutely nothing. Now, where's that our leader? Our leaders are 3 seconds ahead, and this is Red Bull. So Red Bull Racing is the car that we are looking at. 3 seconds, I'd say with 5 laps to go, they're okay. But if Lazarus start pushing Veloce, there's a chance, isn't it? There is a chance that we could see this battle for battle for the lead resume again between our top three?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to find out from Aurelian's side. No, he obviously built that gap up over a pretty quick period of time after the pit stop, sort of around the middle of the race. We didn't see it unfold. We sort of just caught it a few laps after the pit stops, and that gap was now was up to 2.5 seconds from nothing, and it stayed 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds, maybe creeping up to 3.5. I wonder if he's maybe just backed it off a little bit. He's got a bit of pace in hand, so if the others do start coming at him, he's got a response that he can lay down without risking the car over the last few laps. There's no need to push. 3 seconds is plenty.
Well, it's controlling a race, isn't it? I'm sure you've been in that position before yourself, Harry, where you get into the lead and you can almost afford to, to not take any risks. You don't want to slow down because otherwise
you get out of your zone.
Yeah, but it's you just get into a rhythm and you just keep repeating that same process every single lap.
Yeah, I had a very half lesson early on in sort of sim racing, league racing that I used to do in terms of race around Monaco. I was leading the race by a long way, over a pit stop advantage, and I was just felt like you're in your zone. You're just driving as you normally do, setting fastest lap, and then you turn in slightly too early for a corner, rip the front right wheel off, and out the race from the lead.
Wow.
It was one of those things that you might think it's stupid to get caught up on that, but it's like that happened so many years ago, and it stuck with me, and it's part of the DNA of sim racing, of how I've then moved forward to think, if you are in a position like Aurelian, winning by 20 seconds doesn't mean you don't get anything more for winning by 20 seconds compared to 3 seconds. You just bring the car home in first and job done. You don't need to flaunt your ability without it being necessary.
That's very true. This is a good battle going on for the lead, isn't it? Now, I don't know if any of these guys still have pit stops to do, but if not, then this is going to be one that's going to be interesting to watch throughout the final few laps of these Le Mans legends and the hot lappers, and there's some 14 seconds clear. There is a chance that these guys still have a stop to make, but either way, this is a good battle going on at the head of the field in Pro-Am.
Yeah, so we focused a lot on the pro cars and the fact that they've been very close, but not a great deal of overtaking outside of a few mistakes. But obviously these guys have been going hammer and tong as well, and they're just, I think, going to be in that slipstream range. But obviously the slipstream seems to be so minimal at the moment. It's going to take a big effort to get right onto the back of the bumper to look at making any kind of move in the last few laps. But they'll be giving it their all. A win, it feels good. Even though there's nothing really to gain from it, a win does feel good compared to a second, obviously.
You can see the cars squirming it in a straight line. It's like they're so loose, these cars, aren't they? It's they really are a handful to control. And you really notice that when we look at the drivers live.
Yes.
And you just see how much action on the wheel they're having to put in.
Yeah, so it's a big armful of lock early on to get the car turned in, and then you're basically balancing it in the middle of the steering rack as the back end tries to swap round, and you sort of control it and dance it through the exit of the corner. But getting it turned in is the most difficult part, because they're not the most advanced cars, obviously, from back in the 50s and 60s that we've seen today.
Just talk us through the first section of this lap then, if we go on board.
Yeah, so turn one, you'll hear that it's not flat like you would normally expect from some of the modern cars. You have to have a bit of a lift in there before going hard on the brakes into turn 2 and 3. Usually a decent overtaking opportunity if you're close enough, but you can also fight on the exit. The exit curve can bite you quite nasty as well. It sometimes spits the rear of the car out as you then fall down the hill through this little S's section, trying to keep the car pinned to basically the inside of the corners to open up the next corners that follow. Pretty busy start to the lap. Get the tyres nice and warm before you round this final, go around this next right-hand corner, and you find yourselves cooling down, and everything's cool, the brakes are cool by the time you get to the other end of the straight.
And talk us down the Mulsanne straight. Let's go on board.
You really want to hear that? It's going to be a lot of silence.
I want to hear every detail.
No, I mean, to be fair, this kind of circuit, in these kind of conditions, the final race of a day, there's qualifying for future days to come. It's a great opportunity to then get information from your fellow drivers, your teammates, your team managers, team personnel, whoever you've got with you, to have a race update. Because you go to some really busy circuits and there's never a break from the driver. Although they want information, you can't give it to them without distracting them from doing what they do. Whereas here is a perfect opportunity to not only get information, but record yourself driving, or wave to the camera, or a yoga, or whatever you might want to do whilst you're driving down the straight. You've got the opportunity to do so.
What kind of information is going to be being fed to these guys?
At this point in the race, you might want sort of a championship update as things stand, a live championship table to know if you're safe or not. some drivers might not want that. It's like, just leave me alone, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing kind of thing. In case of just let me drive to the end of the race in the way I want, and that's how they're most comfortable. They don't want to potentially adjust how they're driving for the final 4 or 5 laps because they've been told that certain information means they don't have to drive how they normally would do. They fall out of their rhythm and their zone, and all of a sudden you find yourself in trouble that otherwise you wouldn't have been if you just carried on driving the way you were. I think these guys have been at it for the best part of hour and 45 minutes now. They've obviously got into a zone. If you try and bring them out of that zone, it's a risky tactic.
It's probably hard as well. If you're on the other end, it's probably hard to give too much information to a driver, isn't it?
That's why you need a good bond between in your team, so you know what every driver wants and needs, rather than just relaying everything and just bombarding them with information they can't process. You need to get to learn your drivers, how they work and how they operate, and what information they want and what they don't want at certain points of the race, and that's what forms these esports teams to do so well. They've obviously mastered a lot of the information.
Now, I thought I just saw Red Bull drop down the field there. It looked as if they dropped down a couple of positions. We'll pick up on whether that has happened in just a second, because of course we all know how well they have been doing all race. Le Mans legends there coming close to getting into the barrier.
You're right.
They are down in 4th.
So they're only 7 seconds. It's not a pit stop or anything.
They've lost time.
They've made a mistake somewhere by the looks of things to drop. So they're basically just coming through the first part of the lap. So
they're at Tech Rouge, aren't they?
Yeah. So that must have been in the first few corners that they've.
It might maybe even here, right?
Possibly.
It might have, here they are.
Well, there's a few scuff marks on the car. I don't know if that's from the bump drafting or if they have had some kind of incident in the last half a lap or so. But yeah, that's turned the race on its head and say never until it's over, and that's proven it more than ever.
And that will give Lazarus first for tomorrow.
So it does have implications, despite them both being safe for tomorrow. It has implications for tomorrow's first race.
So to remind viewers, the grid for race 1 tomorrow will be set off the point standings from today.
Yes. Although the points gathered from today will have no other purpose tomorrow.
Yes,
it's reset.
Everyone will have nil
grid
points. But essentially at the end of this race we form a grid and then all the points get taken away from everyone. So that would mean Lazarus would start first and Red Bull second.
It's a tasty grid, isn't it? Front row especially. Lots of fun. We're used to seeing those two sort of being at the front, and they always provide good racing, but I'm wondering if we will find out what happened to this car that's dropped it down to 4th. Obviously they're not out of podium contention. We've still got Jacob Bouquet in front that they're catching up to pretty handsomely, it must be said. So interesting. Lapse of concentration maybe. Maybe they were getting too comfortable out front and a mistake has crept in.
That's exactly what you were mentioning, wasn't it?
It happens, and so it happens to arguably the best team and best drivers on the grid. You can have a lapse of concentration in such a long race.
So this is now the battle for the lead. Veloce versus Lazarus.
Yeah, an awful lot more meaning on this battle now, isn't there, between the two of them?
So this is, now they'll be being told, they would have seen that Red Bull car, whatever happened to them, a small off perhaps, but now they have gone past that Red Bull car. They know straight away then, right, we've just taken the lead of the race now, and all of a sudden they sit up in the seat behind the wheel, don't they, and things start to become a little bit more important, don't they? It's I imagine you get that as well when you're in whatever kind of racing you're in. You see the leader go off, you're in a 5 second, it's like, right, sit up now. This is now the battle for the lead.
Pay even more attention, more adrenaline coursing through the body, because you've gone from battling from 2nd and 3rd, which it's a good result. Let's not put any downer on that, but to go from battling from 2nd and 3rd to then battling for the lead, that's a whole new ball game.
Back to the aquarium with Henry Noah Schmitz. Who looks like he's about to fall asleep behind that wheel.
He's in tune with the car, isn't he? It's rolling through the corners, so the driver's always having to adapt to the camera angle change with the car. It's quite interesting to look at, but I don't think we're going to be getting any waves from Henry Noah Schmitz anytime soon. He's well in the zone, isn't he?
It just looks like he's going to tip over and fall straight asleep, but maybe that's what
he's got a race to win. He can't be affording to do that, that's for sure.
They're doing very well, as you said, in the zone, and this is where we expected our reigning champions, at the head of the field. It's taken them to the 3rd race to get here, but now Henry Noah Schmitz for Veloce leads them across the line to start lap number 28 of 30.
Yeah, now we're going to be next few laps are really going to show us what Lazarus are planning. It looks like they're planning an attack into turn 1 already, so they aren't hanging about. Side by side into the chicane. This one's going to play out nicely, I'm sure.
Yep, Lazarus Racing trying to take the lead away from Veloce. They're going to be side by side. Lazarus on the outside as they come through the Dunlop chicane, and underneath the Dunlop bridge we go. We go on board with Lazarus now, who will be briefly on the outside, but then they will take the inside into the left-hander there, and that is going to be Lazarus going through to take the lead of the race away from Veloce. However, we have the Mulsanne Straight now coming up, and Veloce will be in the tow, ready to take that lead straight back.
Yeah, beautiful move by the Lazarus car. Sort of set it up through turn 1, sort of force the Veloce car to go defensive into turn 2. That allowed them to get the switch back and then go all the way around the outside of turn 3 and 4 down the hill. So impressive stuff. And now they have the track position, which they've obviously found is very important to have, because they've not been able to get a slipstream run on them up to this point. So they'll be hoping that the same thing happens in reverse and the Veloce car has similar issues, although it doesn't seem to be struggling too much in a straight line, it must be said.
No, here we go. So Veloce are now going to power their way past, and that is going to be them retaking the lead again. So no problem for them. They would have been fine with losing the lead where they did, because they know that that long straight is coming up. And on the penultimate lap, it could be Lazarus retaking the lead. If Lazarus are leading on the last lap going onto the Mulsanne Straight, then yeah, it could be Veloce retaking the lead. I'm thinking too far ahead, but this is lap number 28. That's what we can say. And Veloce have just retaken the lead away from Lazarus as we now head down towards the braking zone at Mulsanne Corner. What's Lazarus going to do down here? Are they going to decide to sit in behind? Are they going to try and force Veloce into the mistake? Are they going to try and do a move? Let's have a look. They're going to look to the outside briefly. A little bit of a tap. We are here. It's the message from the Lazarus team, and that is Total Performance Racing running wide that we just saw, and Red Bull going through to third. So that is what we saw at the back of the picture. I don't know if Total Performance were helped there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we have seen plenty of cars out breaking themselves into that corner, haven't we? No, a number of times. So
look at, here's Red Bull coming, but you'll see Red Bull have a little bit of a gap now over Total Performance Racing.
So they went in quite deep though into the gravel there, didn't they? So they lost a lot of time on the way in and on the way out. So that's really put them potentially out of the running on pure pace to get on the podium at this point, which is they sort of almost, not because they lucked into it, because obviously Red Bull made the mistake we believe earlier on to promote them from fourth to third, but they're now relegated back down to fourth, and I think that might be all she wrote for the Total Performance Racing car. But I wonder,
I wouldn't write Red Bull out of this.
No, I was literally going to say, I wonder if we saw them build the gap and then sit there quite comfortably until the presumed error that crept in. I wonder if they've got enough pace, especially if these two start battling hard for the win itself. That could bring the Red Bull car back into play.
In terms of the bottom two teams that we're going to be losing from each class, it looks as if it's going to be Fast Race. It's Forza and Wolves of Dawn. It would take something dramatic for that to change. And in terms of Pro-Am, sadly, Setup Demons, we're going to lose them, and Endurance Elite likewise. And I say sadly for Setup Demons because it was a connection issue for them that has seen them DNF from the race. They were leading the race at the start, and unfortunately for a team that looked safe, they're now out of it, and a real shame. But we hope to see them back in season 3.
Yeah, so it's always unfortunate to have that kind of thing. It's essentially like a mechanical failure, but in the esports world, it's one of the things you can't plan for. It's extremely unfortunate. It's not anyone's fault. It's just one of the things that sometimes happens. It's part of motorsport.
Yeah, exactly. It's it's as you said, it happens in real life motorsport as well. With engines that might blow up and things like that. So it's just one of those things. But 2 laps to go, and we look at the Lazarus car sat in behind the Veloce Esports car. This time last lap, Lazarus were going down the inside here. This time a little bit different. Lazarus sat in behind. Even if they had the run that time, I think they would have waited. Last lap confirmed that you want to be behind going onto the Mulsanne Straight, and Lazarus basically at this moment are waiting. And once we get onto the Mulsanne Straight, they are going to go through to take the lead. But do they wait for the last lap?
It's a risk, isn't it? It's what we've said, sort of. It's very similar to the format of what we've got here, isn't it? Like putting all your eggs in one basket to try and do the best in the last race is a risky tactic, in the same way that waiting for the last lap of the race to make your move for the lead is a risky tactic, because you then, that's your one opportunity. But you also don't want to do it too soon, because you then leave yourself vulnerable later on, and you might then be under attack on the last lap if you do it on this lap, for example. So I'm glad they're the ones who are having to make the decisions and not me, because I wouldn't have a clue.
You put a lot of pressure on yourself, don't you?
Yeah, and as we discussed sort of before the race, some drivers like that. They like to be a case of, this is my one opportunity. But it looks like Lazarus are going to try.
Oh, no.
That Veloce car is quick in a straight line, isn't it? I wonder, because they just drove straight past the Lazarus car. I'm wondering if the Lazarus car has the same capability.
They're pulling out of the slipstream, Lazarus. I'd say to stay behind.
Yeah.
I'd say that they're pulling out of the slipstream early so that they don't go past. So this looks like our leaders, Le Mans Legends, are getting low on fuel. It's 2%.
That is cutting it fine, isn't it? Lap 20, I suppose they're still on lap 28 essentially, aren't they? So we've seen other cars pitting in earlier and they've really run it dry at this point.
They can't get out and push the thing round, can they? It's esports, so they're surely going to have to come in, aren't they? Let's have a look. We're right by pit entrance now. They're going to have to come into the pits here. And the Le Mans Legends, I don't know if they have come in, so if they haven't, then this has been a...
Are they all going to be in the same boat? Are they all going to, the ones who haven't pitted, are they all going to have to come in on this penultimate lap, essentially?
Here they come. It's going to be a splash and dash, isn't it? They're not going to have to put a lot of fuel in.
I don't know if they get a choice. I think
they don't get a choice.
I don't think so. I think they're forced to take 4 new tyres and a full tank of fuel. I believe. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
1%.
I think you're right.
That's either perfectly judged, or we'll go with perfectly judged, I think.
Right, but I think they will say that, won't they?
Yes. It had a bit of transmission damage as well, so obviously that's come from a few missed shifts throughout the 2-hour race, so that will cost you just a tiny bit of straight line performance, especially down there the Mulsanne in the acceleration phase when you're going up through the gears. It'll just take a bit longer to get that gear engaged, so you lose a bit of the momentum, but nothing too much to worry about. No signs of any race-ending mechanical issue, that's for sure.
A mistake there from Veloce and Arnage, and that's dragged Lazarus back up to the back of them. Here come, there you can see, Le Mans Legends had to put in 100% fuel. Where does that leave them? We will confirm that for you in just a second, but that's taken them out of the lead. But we're side by side going up towards the Porsche curves. It looks like the Le Mans Legends will drop down to 6th place. Side by side here, Lazarus are going to go all the way round the outside to try and take the lead from Veloce. We're on board now with Lazarus, and through they go. Fantastic move there, Harry, from Lazarus to go round the outside and take the lead.
Absolutely, world-class move. It's interesting that we saw them not wanting to make the move down the Mulsanne, because we thought they wanted to be behind, and then they go and make an overtake through these sequence of corners anyway. Yeah. Maybe they know something we don't as to being in the best track position, but at the top of your screen, we might have just seen it. We've got the Endurance Elite guys from Pro-Am running in 4th place.
Right.
They've been promoted way up the field due to the pit stop, so a team that was in danger and we thought might be struggling for ideas have suddenly come up with a light bulb moment and they might be saving themselves. We'll have to see how that plays out.
Well, Arnage Titans are in 8th. They have 6 points, and you said 4th for Endurance Elite. That gives them 18 points.
There you go, yeah.
And that puts them ahead.
Yeah, 4th place at the top of the screen.
Yeah, so that puts them ahead. So that could be a late change that puts Endurance Elite ahead of Arnage Titans and drops Arnage Titans out of the competition. Late drama as we expected, and we could see more of that as well. A brilliant drive, I have to say, from the Endurance Elite squad if they can hold on to that 4th place. We saw them earlier. They've got Matsusaka in the car, but who's going to take the win in the Pro class? Veloce there debating a move down the inside of Lazarus, just backing out of it in the end. They've got this long straight at Mulsanne to make the move for the lead. Through Tech Rouge now and onto the Mulsanne straight, and now we wait to see who gets to Mulsanne corner first.
Yeah, it's going to be a real... We're not going to see any bump drafting here. It's going to be a case of if you've got that move happening, it's going to happen. And we're waiting to see. Veloce have made this move before. Earlier in the race, just a few laps ago, they used the slipstream to their advantage on the Lazarus car to just drive straight on past. Looks like Lazarus want to cover that inside so they can't get any kind of dive bomb, but they're going through on the left-hand side.
Yep, there go Veloce, they're pulling alongside and now they're going through. Lazarus are going to tuck straight back into the slipstream to try and get the run before we get to the braking zone. So Veloce, if they decided that they didn't mind Lazarus going past, then they might have played their tactics spot on here. Lazarus may have just gone for that move a little bit too early, but we still have the braking zone at Mulsanne to come. Lazarus are now back in the tow and will be slowly catching back in again as we head through the right-hander and now head down to the braking zone. Flat out we go through the right-hander on the Mulsanne straight and now down towards Mulsanne corner, but I think Veloce, with the run that they got at the start of this straight, they are safe. They can see them ahead. They should be safe. All they need to do is keep it on the track now as we go in towards Mulsanne corner. Lazarus closing right in. They're going to have an opportunity to repeat the move they did a lap ago, and those section of corners isn't too far away, Harry.
Yeah, that's one that's been stored up in the knowledge bank from last lap to think, we've made that move just one lap ago.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is the setups coming into play. Veloce running maybe a more streamlined setup, faster down the Mulsanne, but they struggle through the back end of the circuit, and that's where the Lazarus car look to make their move, and they're going to have to rely on that if they want to win this race.
Up towards Indianapolis we go for the final time. Lazarus right in the toe of Veloce here, through the right-hander now and into the left, and Lazarus throw it down the inside, locking up the tyres. Lazarus trying to get through, but Veloce just doing enough to hold on, but Veloce running wide through the left. Into Arnage we go now. Red Bull Racing are closing in all the time in the background. Veloce taking a tight line through Arnage corner, and Lazarus, we go on board with them. Red Bull are just going to be closing in, but they're not going to be closing in fast enough, I don't think. It's going to come down to the Porsche curves. The next corner is where Lazarus made their move a lap ago. It was coming round the first of the right-handers through the Porsche curves, which we come to now. They went round the outside here, and gone into the back of Veloce. They found some space on the inside. Veloce are going to run wide, and this is now going to cause a knock-on effect here, so they're going to be a little bit tight through the left-hander. Lazarus trying to find a way through. It's all going to come down to the Ford chicanes. Lazarus right behind the Veloce car now as they come through the Corvette curves and down towards the Ford chicanes. Who's going to break later? I think that's what it's going to come down to here as we ride on board with Lazarus. Veloce are going to have to take a tight line, surely. Lazarus we ride on board with. They're going to go to the outside into the chicanes we come now. Lazarus trying to find a way through, trying to get the switch back. The last of the chicanes we get to now. Lazarus just behind still. Through the right-hander they come. Can they get the run? Not quite. It's going to be Veloce who take the win in the endurance race. A good result for Veloce, and just what they needed to boost themselves up the order to get themselves high up the grid for the first race tomorrow, and a very good confidence booster as well. Lazarus will finish in second place, but they will take overall points victory for today and will start on pole position for tomorrow. But Pro-Am is where we need to look, because we need to confirm whether Endurance Elite did enough to get through. They finished fourth. That gave them 18 points. Now, Arnage Titans finished in 8th. That gave them 6th. The difference between the two teams was 8 points. The difference there is 12 points. So by my maths, that means Endurance Elite, by the skin of their teeth, have managed to climb themselves out from being 8 points behind the rest of the field to go through and eliminate Arnage Titans, who will go out sadly with the Setup Demons team, who didn't make it to the end.
That was a turn up for the books. The whole race, that didn't look like it was on the cards at all, did it? And then it just turned on its head with the last half dozen laps. But what a defensive masterclass. If you want to see a demonstration of how to deal with pressure, Henry Noah Schmitz on that final lap, that is how you do it. Just parking the car perfectly where it needed to be. Didn't give Lazarus any opportunity to get around the outside, get up the inside. Just perfect car placement, perfect car control, and a fully deserved win. Hats off to them.
Great performances from the likes of Hot Lappers as well, who did so well in that race in the Pro-Am class. The Le Mans Legends as well almost made it to the end there, but just had to come in at the end to put some more fuel in. But up and down the field in Pro-Am, we had some drama. That's where the big drama came in terms of points in terms of the drivers who got eliminated from the competition. Just to remind you, the top two teams, the bottom two teams, that would be weird if we eliminated the top two. The bottom two get eliminated from the competition. We will unfortunately not be seeing them tomorrow. Fast Racers Forza and Wolves of Dawn, it was in Pro, and provisionally Pro-Am, it is Setup Demons and Arnage Titans as well. But Bryn will come back in and confirm all the results for us very shortly. But great race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that just goes on top of the other two races we've had today. Every single race has had great battling at the front as well, which is what we love to see. But the midfield in both classes has been just non-stop hammer and tongs all race, every race. So love it. Can't wait for tomorrow to have even more of it.
It's been brilliant stuff. We're going to take a very quick break here. When we come back, we're going to confirm the results for today, and the teams will sadly be saying goodbye to at the end of day one. Don't go anywhere.
good in the front as you can get. Just under 10 minutes. No front. Together.
Porsche coming on strong. The 9th car comes a knocking.
And there you go. If that has whetted your appetite and you want to get yourself any sort of racing gear, you just see there's a nice, what do you call it, discount, I suppose, 15% discount on how you can really stock up your entire house on racing gear from Thrustmaster. Go to the Thrustmaster store, use discount TMLES, that's TM-LES, the promo code, and you'll get yourself 15% discount on loads of things. I want to hear what people think about that race, but hashtag LMES on Twitter and social media. We'd love to hear what you think of what just happened, of course. But Chris, it goes to show, we kind of said this at the top, it's so important to bank your points early in case you have a terrible race or, as we saw just then, you lose connection and drop out.
Yeah, this was one of the things when we were talking about what our strategy would be, and it was, we'd say, get Harry in first as, you know, our best driver and bank those points early so we get past, because we worked it out to be around 20 points, and looking at it, it was probably a little bit less than that in the end, but if you can get to 20 points roughly, then you're safe, and you could do that quite comfortably in the first race. So yeah, that is why you have to do it. You know, you have to get off to a fast start, and the pressure is off then, and it's exactly what we were talking about when we spoke yesterday. If something happens, like a connection problem, a mechanical failure, if you like, then you're fine already. So you really want to be safe before the last race.
It's weird as well, isn't it? I wasn't expecting to see so many teams trying to bank the points ahead of tomorrow, because you know, in my mind, you're thinking, well, anywhere in the top 5 tonight, anywhere in the top 5 tomorrow, that's fine, because of course it's the day after, it's Thursday, it's the all-important one really when it comes to your chances of winning the event. Yeah,
I think there was a lot of drivers out there who were expecting everyone else to put their fast drivers out early, and maybe that's why everyone was trying to get themselves out there straight away. But me and Harry spoke a lot about it. You want to get off to a good start in any competition, whether it's elimination or not. You know, you don't want to, you know, if you're playing the tennis open, you don't want to scrape through every round. You know, you want to be going out there and winning straight sets all the way through. It kind of takes the pressure off yourself, and it helps you build some confidence. So I think that's kind of one thing. You know, if you're at the head of the table now, you're not going to be the team sat there for an hour or two tonight discussing, you know, how do we fix this? It's, you know, this is going good, and you sleep a little bit easier tonight.
Well, we'll have a look at the points in just a few moments, but actually it's really important or really interesting, I think, to look at the cars ahead of tomorrow, because although we won't go into huge detail right now, the cars the drivers are going to be racing in, we've moved away from the pre-70, so we've moved from cars that are probably a bit more wallowy in the corners, much harder to control, to now 70s to 80s cars. So we've got Moby Dick, the Porsche car, making a return. Love Moby Dick. Everyone loves Moby Dick, don't they? And also the third race, Nürburgring, that's the 2-hour endurance race. We've got the 1988 Jag XJR9, which is iconic, the Castrol Racing Jag. I mean, what a car.
Yeah, that was the one that actually stood out for, I think, all of us. You know, when I was talking about with Harry, we said that's probably the race. You know, around Nürburgring as well. You know, I think I'm really glad that track got added in this year. Along with the likes of Monza as well. It's great to see. You know, it might not be a track we see on the World Endurance Championship calendar, but it is just an iconic track. Everyone loves Nürburgring. It's a real driver's circuit. You know, it's a real challenging circuit. You don't get much of a break round there, and it always provides good racing.
It certainly does. Yeah, it certainly does. Cannot wait to see that. Now, we're going to have a look at the points. We've got the provisional points coming back to us in just a second. They've gone through. They've searched it all out. Before we have a look at those, though, let's have a quick recap of what we just saw. Here are the highlights from race 3. Well, there you go. Some of the highlights from that race. And I've got Harry in with me now. Chris has disappeared off. He'll be back tomorrow, looking fresh as a daisy, no doubt. Harry is here. Harry, that was such a great race, wasn't it? We just saw from that some of the highlights. But for you guys calling it, where was it won? Where was it lost? How did teams approach it? Could you see a difference in strategy through the teams?
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they'd played their setups of the car slightly differently. So I think some had gone more for a straight line performance down the Marsan Straight, whereas others had gone for maybe more downforce. So when they're coming back towards the start-finish line, they can maybe make up time during the Porsche curves, Ford curves, that kind of area. And obviously that looks like is what won it for Veloce, as they had the straight line performance to keep in front when it mattered.
I wasn't expecting those last 2 laps to be quite as insanely intense, because I thought, look, lads, you've qualified you through.
Yeah.
Let's just play ball and just get through to tomorrow. Let's not make any mistakes. Just sit back and relax. And they just went for it, didn't they?
Of course,
I suppose they had nothing to lose.
No, and there's also a bit of pride and ego in getting one over on your competitors and whatnot to say, well, remember that it'll come back and come back into play sort of later on in the events. The next couple of days when it'll stay with them that they held them off in the last lap and Lazarus weren't able to make the overtake. It'll play a little niggling feeling in the brain. So it's always nice to get an upper hand mentally on your component.
It's great, isn't it? Like one-upmanship next time round.
Yes.
But also, sometimes they've revealed their hands on the moves they've got and where they're going to overtake and things they might try during the race as well. So I thought that was a strange choice as well. Lazarus there, I thought they might just ease off, not do anything, because you're revealing all your hand, aren't you?
Yeah. That's one aspect. The other side of the coin is going to be getting the experience of making moves in unorthodox places, perhaps that your rival might not be anticipating. So rather than doing it in your traditional places, if you try something and it does come off, you think, well, I can maybe catch them off guard again by doing it. And it's not always as straightforward as just pulling out at the end of a straight and overtaking them in the braking zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we do have the points. They are, I think, at this stage still provisional, but I think this gives us a pretty clear indication, unless anything unusual happens through the night here in the UK. It might change by the morning. We'll keep you updated. But let's have a quick look, shall we, at the points then for the Pro and then the Pro-Am. See which teams we have lost. We see there Red Bull and Lazarus equal on 63. Oh, I don't know how that one's going to be decided. I guess it goes down to race wins, I'm not sure.
Potentially,
yeah, who knows now. Williams Esports 55, Veloce 52. Then we had, Veloce, they really recovered because they were teetering on the edge, weren't they?
Yeah, they were at risk, and obviously where the most points are available, they performed the best they have done all day, which is what matters and what allowed them to catch up.
Did that surprise you? Because that we saw, and we'll come to how it can go wrong in just a minute, but if they'd had any connection issues or something along the way, they were out.
Yeah, it's a very risky tactic, and one that almost a team like Veloce don't need to be investing in, because we expect them to be at the top for most races, a bit like Red Bull and Lazarus and Williams, but it didn't work out that way. But they got their act together when it mattered, and we'll look forward to see what they've got tomorrow.
And of course, these points don't really matter right now, except it sets the grid for tomorrow. Total Performance Racing on 36, Solar Vision Racing 30, Rise Motorsport, they had a 5-point deduction and they ended up on 23, so they did earn 28 points, but because of a little bit of contact in race 2, they're down to 23. Wolves of Dawn, we've lost them 15 points, and Fast Races Forza, that was well, a shock, I'm not sure, but 9 points for them out of it. I'm surprised how few points they got.
Yes, they came into this event qualifying 4th in the qualifying championship to get into the super final, so we're expecting them to be top half, pushing top half, definitely top 6, and not struggling on the first day to qualify, let alone going out on the first day. So I'm wondering if they're as surprised as we are, or if we maybe just over-egged them a little bit. But from the build-up to the super final, we were expecting them to make it through to at least day 2, if not day 3, but unfortunately they haven't.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look then, shall we, at the Pro-Ams then. So we've seen who we've lost on the Pros. The Pro-Ams looks like this: Apex Hunters 58, Hairpin Heroes 58, Le Mans Legends 49, Tetra Rouge Rangers 49, LM Squad 49. It's so tightly packed there in the middle, isn't it? Hot Lappers, these guys, Hot Lappers, what was that about? They won in their class that last race.
Yeah, so they basically bagged all their points, and they've basically doing what we said not to do.
Or maybe they didn't. Maybe I'm lying to you. No, they didn't actually.
They got a good.
They got a decent points.
Yeah, so they basically made their position happen on the last race, which we kept saying to each other, no, you don't want to do that. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. You're just asking for trouble. And 2 teams, Hot Lappers and obviously Veloce from before, made it work for them. So what do we know?
Yeah. Look at Endurance Elite. We said yesterday that we thought, when we were chatting between ourselves, you, myself and Chris, that 20 points would probably be enough to keep you in. And look, 20 points, Arnage Titans, they are out. So Endurance Elite 21 points, they have just made it through. But I tell you what, they will be, I don't know, will they be ecstatic or will they be relieved? What's going through their
I think
their
probably
minds?
those two emotions in that order of, their case of they're excited that they're through to another day of racing and another chance to progress and earn money,
Yeah,
but they need
yeah.
to have a bit of self-reflection as to how they ended up in that position, how they can better themselves to not find themselves in that position tomorrow, if possible.
Yeah, and then if we have a look there, Arnage Titans and Setup Demons. Now, Setup Demons had the dropout around, which is a real shame because it was around lap 20, so they were quite a long way into that race, weren't they?
Yeah.
And they ended up on 19 points. And Arnage Titans there, only one driver for Arnage Titans all day. So Chris Farquhar raced all the time there, and it didn't pay off for him or the team. If you're in his team, what's the conversation? How are you deleting the phone number from your contacts right now? I imagine you are.
I think the first thing you do is to thank him for the money that he's won for not turning a wheel yourself in the event. But also you've also got the fact of you haven't taken part in an esports super final, on a game that you love, doing what you love doing, and you haven't been able to show people what you can do and do your bit for the team. Ultimately, contribution's a big thing in a team sport. So for those two drivers not to get the chance to do so, it's unfortunate, but that's how they work their tactics. And ultimately, I say they've only got themselves to blame because they were a team, that's how they wanted to run it, and it hasn't paid off for them.
Yeah, and if we could just bring that graphic up again, the Pro-Am graphic for the final standings for the day. If you see there, Arnage Titans on 20 points. As a Pro-Am team, that will earn you $1,000. Because you get knocked out in 8th place. Setup Demons, because of that dropout, $750, but they were looking like they were going to be through, right? There was no problem there. But they've lost a serious chunk of money, but $750, I think for most of these teams, the money is obviously what they would love to have, but it's not why you're in this. No one races really for the money. They race for the love of it.
Absolutely. I say the money is always a bonus when you're taking part in an esports final of any kind. You want to do what you love doing, and these guys love racing. They love racing against each other. They love competing. They love putting in the fastest lap, qualifying at the front of the grid. It's in their blood. It's in their DNA. And getting a chance to do that with a bit of money on the side if you do well, it's always a bonus, isn't it?
It's not bad, is it?
Sorry.
Not bad, is it? So we have finished day one. We now know the starting position for the first race tomorrow is as the points are, which we've seen already. So we might as well have a look at that tomorrow. Let's not worry about that right now. But tomorrow we'll come to the starting positions, which are based on that. We've lost 4 teams, 2 pro teams, 2 Pro-Am teams, and we're ready to go tomorrow where we break out from the pre-70s cars to the 70s to 80s, featuring Moby Dick in race 2, that famous Porsche, and we've also got the Jag XJR9, one of my favourite cars. That's going to be racing in the endurance race at the end of the day. Phenomenal stuff. I cannot wait for tomorrow. Hopefully you can't too. We are back tomorrow, 3 p.m. BST, so 3 o'clock British summertime. Doesn't feel like much summer out here. It's a bit nasty today, but never mind. We're ready to go to bed. We're going to get ready for tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us. From myself, from Chris and Harry, see you soon.